What is up, NBA fans? Welcome into NBA Now by Chat Sports here live for NBA free agency. We're just about an hour and a half away from free agency opening at 6 p.m. Eastern time here. Nick Roloff and Brett Alper here to take you through the pre-portion. Harrison Graham will be joining us while free agency starts and kicks off at 6 p.m. Eastern time. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight. There's a lot happening in the NBA. Kawhi Leonard just got traded to the Raptors. We're going to break that down. LeBron James confirms he's leaving the Lakers. There's some other intriguing free agents out there like Walker Kessler, Jalen Duren, Norman Powell, Tobias Harris. It should be an active night in the NBA, and we're going to break it all down. Today's stream is presented by Prize Picks. We appreciate them for sponsoring today's show. We'll talk about them here in just 1 second. But let's welcome in Mr. Brett Alper. Shout out your city for me down in the comment section. Sorry it took us a little bit longer to go live. Our software had a bit of an issue, so hopefully you could be patient with us, and hopefully it's smooth sailing from this point on.
This is where I kind of get really excited. Rolly, I know you love the NBA draft, and that was kind of your wheelhouse last week. But for me, as not the biggest college basketball guy, I love seeing kind of just all the silly season on where the players are going. And we talked about it before the show, a record amount of trades happening in the NBA. And there's still a couple of free agents that could be going anywhere. And the talk is just, where is LeBron James going to go?
Yeah, I mean, that's the talk of the town, and I'm sure it'll be multiple days to figure out where this lands. I would be absolutely stunned if he signed with a team tonight or even tomorrow. I expect this to be a Thursday or Friday thing, but I also don't imagine this dragging out because I know LeBron is LeBron, but if you're one of these teams that are looking to build a championship contender, you can't hold up your entire free agency and team building procedure here waiting on LeBron James, as good as he is, because he's not a max guy anymore.
Exactly.
So it is a definite give and take. I do think we'll see some updates and other here in 1 second. But we got to give some shout-outs. Shout-out Liam, going with Golden State. AO in Boston. Randy in Atlanta. Sarah going with the Knicks.
There we go.
Richard Lee in DFW. Jeff in Trinity, Texas. D-Man in Detroit. Carl in NYC. Charlisha in Boston, Massachusetts. Joseph in Minnesota. Slaying Cat. What's up, Slaying Cat? In Boca Raton, Florida. Taquan in Brooklyn. I mean, we got people just shouting out their favorite team. It says shout out your city. I mean, both work, I guess, for us. It's just a little bit odd to see people spamming their team names when we're asking about where you're watching from.
I feel like people just know the deal. You shout out your city, and then you just wanted to throw it out there, who you're rooting for the most, and the real ones are here, Rolly. The real ones are here. We already got 218 people in the chat right now, and if you guys could, hit that thumbs up icon as well.
Well, Alper, about 30 minutes before we were scheduled to go live, now about 45 minutes ago, a big-time blockbuster trade in the NBA. We have heard that there was momentum building, that the Clippers were going to trade Kawhi Leonard, with him not signing an extension in Los Angeles and them not willing to offer an extension. The Raptors were the most pursuant team. It was reported that Kawhi really only would have extended in San Antonio or Toronto. The Raptors give it all. They get it done. They trade Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and another first-round pick swap to get the 35-year-old Kawhi Leonard. What do you make of this move off first glance? We'll break it down here, but I want to get your thoughts.
I mean, it looks like a haul. You're getting rid of 2 first-round picks. You're getting rid of Brandon Ingram and Grady Dick. But Kawhi Leonard, I mean, when he's healthy, he's still a top player. He was coming off one of the best years of his career. And you kind of saw Grady Dick go out of the Raptors' rotation a little bit. And they see themselves as, I guess you would say, a playoff team, bringing in Kawhi. It's also the Clippers. They want to completely go in with the rebuild. Earlier this year, they traded away Zubats. They traded half their team, and now they're just left with a bunch of guys that are kind of decent players. But with the West, it's a tough matchup with all the teams. It feels like the NBA is extremely top-loaded, but I like the trade for the Raptors.
Yeah, I actually agree with you here on Toronto's side. I know there's a lot of picks involved, right? 2 future firsts, you got 2 second-round picks and a swap. That's obviously something that would concern me in my future of team building. But this Toronto front office must think that they can compete in the Eastern Conference with the teams like New York, Boston, Miami. Detroit seems to be going backwards. We'll talk about them here throughout the night. I think that this is a good move because, yes, you gave up a lot of future draft capital, but Kawhi is going to extend. It sounds like he's going to want to retire in Toronto, a place he spent 1 year prior and won a title. But also, think about this from a team-building perspective. Grady Dick was not in that rotation in the postseason.
He did not play in that series against the Cavs at all, and they took him to 7.
Yeah, so you were a 5 seed, and you basically just upgraded from Brandon Ingram, who, yeah, he's a good player, to Kawhi Leonard. Kawhi was a top 10 player in the league this year. He was second-team All-NBA. He was actually third in offensive box score plus minus, if you look at the Darko numbers and stuff like that. So he had one of the most impactful offensive seasons in the NBA this year. I think he only trailed SGA and Giannis, or was it Jokic? I think it was SGA and Jokic, top 2, and then Kawhi 3. So you're getting a guy who's dynamic both offensively. We know he can defend when it's required in the postseason. So this is a major upgrade. And now you're a Toronto team who, yes, probably needs to potentially make another move in the backcourt, because I don't know if an RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickly backcourt gets it done. But that front court of Scotty Barnes, Kawhi, Podol, Colin Murray, Boyles coming off the bench, that's fun. And I think Toronto's going to be a top 6 team in the East again last season. Like right now, I would put them ahead of the Detroit Pistons.
I would too.
And I actually would go as far to say they're just as good, if not better, than the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I would
barring a LeBron James edition.
I would agree 110%. We'll break this down more for you guys in just a second. But first, we got to talk about our sponsor of today's show, and that is Prize Picks. We use Prize Picks over here at Chat Sports every single day. And you know why? Because it's the best place to win cash while watching sports. We're talking basketball, but on Prize Picks right now, you can make season-long lineups with football. You have the big soccer tournament going on, baseball, esports, motorsports, you name it, it is on the Prize Picks app. You know, I love making daily fantasy lineups every single day, and you can also mismatch sports in your Prize Picks lineups. Prize Picks, they gave me a $15 lineup, so I said, all right, well, I think that France is going to absolutely dominate in today's game. I took the less on Kylian Mbappe's passes attempted, and then I want to say Dembele. I think that's how you say it.
That's Dembele right there.
Dembele. I have the more in his shots. I think it's going to be a Dembele game. And then I have Nalissa Smith. I think that Asia Wilson is out tonight for Las Vegas, so we're taking the more on her points as well, as I think they take on the Liberty. You guys can make lineups any single time. It takes 5 seconds. All you got to do is just pick more or less on a few player stats. Lock in your lineup. There's a new user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That'll be in the live chat of today's stream. Again, use code HMA to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. So, Rolly, the big news of the day, besides the Kawhi trade,
I got to be
the
honest,
other guy in
I
LA.
actually want to ask you about this before we go in. LeBron's obviously the bigger name. Kawhi's the better player.
Yes.
I know that maybe the news is more circled around LeBron, but what is a bigger move? Take away the names, but actual basketball related, LeBron or Kawhi switching teams?
I gotta go with Kawhi.
I agree. I think the Raptors are going to be really damn good next year.
Kawhi, watching him play, and at the beginning of the season, you had him, you had James Harden. They were a great team, and Kawhi just felt like he was the best player and the most healthy he's been in years, and averaging, I think, almost 30 points per game, and he still felt like the best player on the team. LeBron, I mean, he gave some moments where you were like, oh, this is LeBron, but overall, I never was impressed by the Lakers.
Yeah, I mean,
And wherever he goes, I mean, if he goes to Golden State, if he goes to Cleveland, that's not going to make as much as an impact as Kawhi.
no, I agree. Now, I'll throw this idea out there because you mentioned Cleveland. I think that would be an impact. If he goes to Golden State, assuming they could stay healthy, which is a major question mark because you're going to have their three best players are all 36 plus with Jimmy, LeBron, and Curry. My thing is, though, is that team going to be good enough to beat a San Antonio or OKC? Is it going to be a top 5, 6 team in the West if they can stay healthy? Absolutely. The West isn't that good, folks. I think this is abundantly clear. The Eastern Conference is, without a question, from top to bottom,
much
better than the West. It's just that you could argue the best 2 teams entering next year are in the Western Conference. But you go ranking NBA teams, the top 2 might be in the West, but 3 through 10 might all be in the East.
All East.
So I think Golden State could be good if they add LeBron alongside Jimmy and Curry. We'll see if that Anthony Davis rumor goes anywhere. But if LeBron jumps to the East, that's where I do think it makes a difference in terms of actual contention. Because if he joins Cleveland, I got to be honest, even though I don't think James Harden is ever going to be able to get it done, you're telling me a starting lineup of Mobley, Allen, LeBron, Mitchell, and Harden ain't going to be threatening? Now, who knows if they would be able to keep Jared Allen. There's rumors that they might have to do a sign-and trade from Allen going to L.A., obviously LeBron to Cleveland. So they might be a little bit questionable there. But if he goes to Miami for $12 million or on the non-taxpayer mid-level, you're telling me LeBron, Giannis, Bam, Wiggins ain't doing anything crazy in the East? Like, that could be massive.
If LeBron went to the Heat, he would be absolutely their ball distributor, taking the ball up the court. I think he'd average 10 to 11 assists per game.
In Miami?
In Miami.
Yeah.
It would be unbelievable.
He really would. I think they would probably go with him playing the 1 and bringing a shooter to play at the 2 and go LeBron, Wiggins, Giannis, Bam in whatever shooter and just move Davion Mitchell up to the bench, which is interesting because that's a lot of big guys and your perimeter defense might be questionable. And if you could handle smaller, quicker guards like a Tyrese Maxey or Jalen Brunson in the Eastern Conference, but it's hard not to think that team could make noise in the East. We'll see what Miami does. I see someone says they have to trade Jimmy to get LeBron, you idiot. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
You idiot. They can actually open up the full non-taxpayer mid-level if they're able to dump Moses Moody and Draymond Green takes a discount, which is projected after he opted out of his player option for $27 million. They would have to trade Jimmy if they wanted to get Anthony Davis and LeBron, but if it's just LeBron, they do not have to get rid of Jimmy. You idiot.
And my question is, if let's say he does go to the Warriors, and you guys go down in the comments section, let us know where you think LeBron will play in 2026-27. I personally think he's going to the Warriors.
I do as well.
But if you obviously have the top 2 teams in the West with OKC and San Antonio, does their experience with LeBron, Steph, Draymond, I think it beats teams like the Timberwolves, the Nuggets. But are you beating a team like Wemby, Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle?
No, those young guys would tire them out, man.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't know if they're going to be able to go 7 games with, like, maybe, like, honestly, give them a better shot against the Thunder. I mean, we saw that San Antonio team come up short against the Knicks, but assuming they don't make seismic changes and they've got Castle, Harper, Vassell, those young guys just hounding LeBron, hounding Curry, Jimmy, 90 feet from the basket, nonstop with their youth and physicality. I just don't know if an older Warriors team, no matter how much pedigree they have, would be able to handle a 7-game series against those Spurs. Like, I can't wait to watch this upcoming season. I've been re-energized as a Heat fan with obviously the Giannis trade. Obviously, you are a Knicks guy coming off a title. But I think this upcoming season, an early look ahead, might have arguably the most hype going into an NBA season of all time. Why do I say that? Well, LeBron's switching teams, and it sounds like he's either joining Giannis and Bam in Miami, which is unbelievable. He's returning back to Miami and joining Giannis. he goes back home to Cleveland, which is an obvious, unbelievable storyline, or joining Curry in Golden State. And then that's just one massive storyline. You've got the Thunder and Spurs rivalry beginning. And then if he goes to a Cleveland or Warriors, well, then you obviously got the Giannis and Miami storyline, and the Knicks looking to repeat. Like, the Celtics, what's going on? Like, I already will put my flag in the ground here and say this is going to be one of the most hyped, if not the most hyped, NBA season in, I don't know, 25 years?
It's going to be extremely exciting because with all these moves, it felt like even this year, as good as the Knicks were, there were points where I'm just like, the Thunder are winning. The Thunder are going to win. They're going to be the best team.
Never thought the Thunder weren't going to win.
And going into this year, with the parity that the NBA has now and all the moves and all the storylines, it feels like the top 4 teams in the East and even maybe the top 3 teams in the West, they all have the chance to be the best team. You are going to get primetime matchups on national television every single night that you are going to want to tune in and not miss a seat.
I'd be stunned if this year didn't have the best viewership in NBA history. I'd be stunned.
I mean, last year had the best viewership. Granted, they brought it back to NBC and Prime, who do a much better job than the TNT guys, but it was an awesome season, and it's just getting better. The NBA, it felt like it was going on a down year a little bit, but now I feel like it's fully back.
Yeah, folks, we got about an hour and a half until free agency opens, 6 p.m. Eastern time on this Tuesday. 440 people watching. Hit that thumbs up icon. Help us out here. We'll be live probably through 9 p.m. Eastern time. I think the plan is to be live for the first 3 hours of free agency tonight, reacting to what goes down. Help us out, hitting that thumbs up icon. Bosses want a 50% like rate. We need to get about 110 likes to get there. Would be greatly appreciated, my friends. We're live here for free. We're live for the 2 nights of the NBA draft for free. Hit that thumbs up icon. Really helps our stream, helps the bosses get off our back here, which is always greatly appreciated. So please help us out and hit that like button.
Yeah, we got 430 people hanging out in the chat with us. It's super easy to hit that thumbs up icon. If you're on your computer, if you're on your laptop, all you got to do is just scroll down a little bit. And I'm pretty sure when you hit it, you see a cool little basketball logo go across the screen. And then if you're on your phone, if you're watching horizontally, you just turn it vertical, and then you can tap that right there. We appreciate all the help that you guys give us because we're giving you guys free content that you all deserve. So go ahead, hit that thumbs up icon right now. I see those numbers getting up. We're only 3 away from 100. Do we want to bring back the 100 for a Bean Boozled?
Yeah, we can do that.
I didn't necessarily like it.
We can do that.
We are?
Yeah.
Oh, we got the super chat menu going down for us today. So we just crossed over 100. Shout out to all of y'all. Appreciate you. We still got 450. Keep hitting that thumbs up icon. But let me do the quick math here. 90 more likes to get that 50%.
Yeah. Little update here. Dave McMenamin, who does have sources in LA, just tweeted out LeBron James has instructed his agent, Rich Paul, to talk to everyone around the league who is interested in him playing for them, come back to him what the options are so he can make his decision. That tells me that this is kind of the timeline I expect for LeBron. I've been very consistent since the news came out this morning or afternoon, whatever it was, about what the timeline's going to be. I think tonight we will not hear a thing about LeBron.
No.
We might hear reports, we already hear from Shams that the Warriors, Cavs, and Heat are the most likely suitors. But I imagine tonight will be a full night of Rich Paul taking calls and talking to teams who are interested in LeBron. And then Rich Paul will come to LeBron tonight or tomorrow morning with those list of teams. LeBron will mull it over, maybe hop on a phone call with those specific front offices, and make a decision on Thursday or Friday. I don't think this is going to drag out to the weekend or next week because I think he understands that we need to have this team, whatever I'm signing with, know that I'm coming there so they have the flexibility and knowledge to make other moves. But I do think it will be at least 24 hours from right now before we know. I think the earliest we know where LeBron's going is tomorrow afternoon. That's the earliest.
So I'm looking at right now when LeBron announced back in 2018 that he was going to the Lakers. And he announced it on July 1st, 2018 at 8:13 p.m. And I think since the NBA, I think in 2017, that's when they started to do the 6 p.m. because it used to be at midnight Eastern time when all of the free agency started, and that was when the new league year happened. But I think it was back in 2018 that it started the day before, and LeBron waited a day. So we'll have to see what happens. But I agree with you. I don't think LeBron is going to make a decision right away. I mean, he just announced today that he's leaving the Lakers. There were rumors, and he's going to mull it over with probably what deal he gets best and who he wants to play with. I also think that just the best opportunity for him, I mean, is Golden State. I really do. I think he wants to stay out on the West Coast. I think his family's in the West Coast. I know playing in Cleveland would be kind of poetic for him to finish his career there, but he's always wanted to play with Steph, and just seeing him during the Olympics, how happy he was to play with him, he's not going to pass up on this opportunity.
Yeah, fair. All right, we glossed over it, but we didn't really talk about it. Our Super Chat menu for tonight. Every 100 likes we get is a Bean Boozled. We're 77 likes away from doing another here. I'll take the first. We haven't got a Super Chat tonight, so opportunity to be the first person to get on the board. You send a $5 Super Chat. Let us know what your favorite team is, and we will talk about your team, what they've done in the draft, maybe if they've made any moves so far, and who they could potentially target in free agency. Every 100 likes is being boozled, but for $20, we'll just flat out do it for fun. And then $50 is a beer bong. I already got it right here.
Oh, you even had it?
Yeah, I had it prepared. I knew we were doing this. So
$50,
we'll take down a beer bong, grab some Happy Dad here. I'll take the first Bean Boozled because I'll say my time here on the stream is a little bit limited. In about an hour and 10 minutes, I'll be hopping off and going to the Heat Report channel and doing a solo Heat stream as we are on LeBron Watch, as well as Tim Hardaway and Anfernee Simons Watch. So I'll only be here for the next hour or so, but it'll be fun to hang out with you guys nonetheless. All right.
It's always going to be fun.
Yeah, it's always going to be fun. I did not look. I promise. I don't know what I grabbed, but it's a good one.
It's toothpaste.
I mean, I will say, though, and Elper, you can back me up on this. Statistically,
it's all blue.
It is in this thing.
Yeah, that's not the same for mine.
No.
There are no blue in there.
It is 50% berry bluer toothpaste in here.
And I think that's because of producer Jack.
It might be. Never. So I've got the lucky one, I guess. So I'll just keep this over here.
Yeah.
Shout out to you guys. I've still, by the way, whenever I have this one, I still have never gotten the berry blow. I have no idea what it tastes like. I get toothpaste every single time, which it's not that bad, but it's like, why have I never tried the berry blow?
Let's see what he gets.
No, it's toothpaste.
Toothpaste. Maybe the whole entire thing is toothpaste.
I am convinced, because it's a relatively
easy one,
okay option, that it's always going to be toothpaste.
There's probably like one berry blue in there the whole entire time. But as Rolly's trying to recover from the toothpaste, let's take a look at the top free agents that are available. Obviously, LeBron James as the number one. Jalen Duren is a kind of interesting center and free agent that I am looking forward to seeing if he's going to stay in Detroit. It's not looking like he's going to. Walker Kessler also coming off a career year, 14 points per game, 10 rebounds. Norman Powell, nice shooter, coming off his good season. And then Tobias Harris. Look, people hate Tobias Harris. I think he's had a solid career for him nonetheless. I like Toby.
Here's the thing. I think Tobias Harris is a fine player. The question is, what are you asking of him? Because when he was in Philly, he was the third option? That's maybe fine. But if you look at this Detroit team for a year ago, he was their second best offensive guy.
Yeah.
And now you could say, wait a minute, it was Jalen Duren.
It's Jalen.
Well, Jalen Duren isn't a guy that you can give the ball to and say, hey, go get us a bucket when it matters. That entire offense is built around Cade Cunningham.
Could do it in the play.
Cade is really good. He did struggle at times in the postseason, but if you're not capable of saying, all right, Cade's on the bench, now we got a guy that we trust to handle the offense, you're going to be in trouble. And that was the issue with Detroit, is that when Cade got his 8 minutes a game rest, they relied on Tobias Harris and Jalen Duren to run the show. That isn't good enough. So if I am signing Toby, I am expecting him to be the fourth guy on my team. To where, all right, he can be the second best offensive guy on the floor at any given moment, and maybe that's fine, but you cannot trust him to be the focal point and driving force in your offensive setup in the postseason.
Especially in crunch time. Like, there were multiple times where you saw Tobias Harris on the floor with the 5 minutes left, and he was nowhere to be found. I remember, if you go back to, I guess, 2025, when they played the Knicks, Tobias Harris just ended up with, one game he's going to have 20 points. The next game, he's going to end up with 5.
Yeah, I mean, he's so super inconsistent, but he's made a good career for himself. I'm just not so sure that he is a guy that I would trust to be a top 3 player on my team. Like I said, 4, maybe. And I do want to make note, with these top 5 free agents, Jalen Duren and Walker Kessler are both restricted free agents. So it would likely be a sign-and-trade somewhere, or
they match.
The Pistons/Jazz match. But I do see a world where the Lakers offer Kessler like a 4 for $140 million contract, and the Jazz don't match, or it is just a sign-and-trade to LA, where maybe it's a first-round pick and Jared Vanderbilt in some regard, or maybe just 1 first-round pick, since they technically don't need to make a trade out. They have the cap space to sign him outright. Next kind of quadrant/5-drint. What's a 5-drint, guys?
I have no idea.
No one? All right. We're going to just call it a 5-drint from now. We got another Laker, Rui Hachimura, on the board at 7, who had just a terrific postseason. Jonathan Kuminga, now at unrestricted. The Hawks did not offer him the tender sheet, or whatever it's called, making him an unrestricted free agent. There's a lot of buzz that the Kings could be interested there. Quentin Grimes, after being a restricted free agent last year, is unrestricted this season. There's buzz that Los Angeles, the Lakers, could be interested. He's been named and linked to the Miami Heat as well. Keep your eye out there. And then 2 restricted free agents to round out our top 10. Tari Eason in Houston, Peyton Watson in Denver. I think Watson could get anywhere between 20 and 25 million per season, which is a bit wild, but that's how good he was this past year. Tari Eason, I think anywhere between 15 and 20 million. And it would be a shocker to me, Alper, if either Eason or Watson ultimately were playing for a different team next year. But solid wings that can do it all. Not a top guy, but a really good role player duo there.
You need someone to be able to come off the bench. But I will say, I don't know who made this list. Was it you, producer Jack?
It was me.
No Mitchell Robinson?
He was 11, actually. Fun fact.
Okay. Because I'd probably take – because I think that he's one of the most underrated. Like, if I'm the Lakers, I'm rather going after Mitchell Robinson than a Walker Kessler.
See, my only thing was that, and by the way, let us know who the best free agent is, not named LeBron, down in the comment section. We'll look and give some shout-outs here in a second. Listen, I think your Knicks bias is talking a bit here, because Mitchell Robinson, as good as he can be during the regular season, one of the best rebounders in the NBA, especially offensively, and how good he can be as a putback and lob threat, he was borderline unplayable at times in that NBA Finals, because he was just incapable of finishing around the rim. I mean, he missed a couple easy shots. And obviously, the free throw, the hack-a-shack type of thing they do with Mitchell Robinson, because he's the worst free throw shooter in NBA history. So if I'm the Lakers and I'm looking to get a legit starting center to build around Luka and Reeves, I'm not going after a guy that you have questions about playing deep in the NBA season. I would rather go after a Duren or a guy like Walker Kessler. So yes, I think Mitchell Robinson is a very good player, but I think his best role is the exact role that he had in New York this year as an energizing big man off the bench, replacing your legit center that you can play deep in games. Because Mitch can't play deep in games, man. As soon as he gets the ball in the fourth quarter, it's a hack, and your offensive possession is screwed.
And I mean, once you get to the 2 minutes is when you can play him because of that hack-a-Mitch. But if you're the Lakers, and I know Rui Hachimura is a free agent, but with now LeBron going, it feels like they're going to probably have to re-sign him, because all they have right now for scoring purposes is just Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. You're going to need another scorer. I would assume that they're going to sign Rui Hachimura. But once you have those top-heavy guys in those three, assuming that he re-signs, you kind of don't need your center to be a massive scorer. You just need a lob threat. And if you could imagine the Luka Doncic to Mitchell Robinson lob threat, that's going to help. And unfortunately for the Lakers' sake, DeAndre Ayton opted in, so they're stuck with him.
Yeah, but my thing is, you don't think that a Duren and now
Duren 100%.
Yeah,
Duren is
you don't even
one.
think Kessler though. I mean, Kessler is a way better. I know he struggles to play on the floor, but Kessler, I could argue like Mitchell Robinson is just as good offensively. I mean, Kessler doesn't bring much outside of around the rim and putbacks and offensive rebounds, but he's not unplayable in the fourth quarter, and he is also someone that is an elite rim protector when he's on the floor. So I think he's better defensively than Mitchell Robinson.
I don't know about that one.
Oh, stop it.
Maybe I'm letting my Knicks bias get ahead of me, but watching the Jazz, it just felt like he didn't bring much. And granted, they were tanking half the season.
I mean, he only played like 5 or 6
he was
games
hurt,
this year.
But even the year before when they had...
I think the bias is showing a bit there.
They had Collin Sexton, they had Lauri Markkanen, and then it was Kessler. It really didn't impress me that much.
I mean, with DeAndre and opting in, like if they don't trade him, Ain's a fine backup big.
Oh, yeah.
But my thing is like Kessler is rumored to get like $30 million per year. And you could argue maybe that's an overpay, but Mitchell Robinson on the open market isn't getting more than what Robert Williams got today, which is the mid-level at 14, 15 mil.
I was thinking.
So I will say, I understand that's your guy, homegrown second-round pick, finally got his ring in New York. The bias is showing through, thinking he's on the same tier level as Walker Kessler.
I just I don't see it with Walker Kessler. It is what it is. I think if he can fix his free throw shooting, it's going to be a lot different. But we've been saying
if he can fix it, it's been 8 years now. It's not getting better.
We've been saying that.
I promise you, it's not getting better. I see someone saying Anfernee Simons. Shout out Josh is the best free agent out there. I think he's a Heat fan, though. You're saying the best for Miami. He's certainly not the best outside of LeBron, period. I see someone talking about Jalen Duren being the best. I think I would probably say Duren. The guy was just on the third team All-NBA. You can make an argument that it wasn't that worthy of getting that, but I do believe that Duren is the best free agent out there, regardless of restricted, unrestricted, not named LeBron James.
I'm a big Duren guy, and we can talk about Duren in a second, though, because I think the playoffs were just a dud for him, but the regular season completely different. We'll speak about it in a second, guys, but we also have to tell you about our sponsor of today's show, and that is Prize Picks. It's the best place to win cash while watching sports, and now the basketball is over. The fun doesn't stop. You got the big golf tournaments going on. I had an amazing playoff on Monday morning between Victor Hovland and Scotty Scheffler. You also got the big soccer tournament going on, big baseball games going on, motorsports, esports, you name it. And of course, I'm making daily fantasy lineups every single day. You guys can follow me on the app to see all my lineups at The Real Alper. Got this lineup here. They gave me a $15 lineup prize pick. Shout out to them. We got the less on Kylian Mbappe passes attempted. I'm not even going to try to say Dembele's first name, but we got the more on his shots. And then we got Nalissa Smith. Hey, Asia Wilson's out tonight, pretty sure. So against New York, we're going with the more on her points. 15, it's a flex play. 15 to win 30. And you guys also, you can predict the next LeBron James team on Prize Picks right now. I think it's a little bit going to Golden State here, but you could do all that on the app right now. And the app is also super easy to use. When you want to do daily fantasy lineups, you just pick more or less on a few player stats. Lock in your lineup. There's a new user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Link is in the comments or in the live chat of today's stream. That's code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. So let's go to a Warriors off-season profile. I mean,
we talked about some teams pre-things, like teams to watch in free agency here. I named Golden State, and obviously they've been linked to LeBron. Can we actually show the LeBron next team odds from Prize Picks again? Because this is ridiculous. Alpert, do you realize with their Prize Picks next team, it is under 2 times, yes. That means if you were to translate that to other odds, it is not even plus 100.
Yeah.
It is
you're not
minus
even,
money.
You're not even doubling your money at this point.
So wild prediction here on Prize Picks. I mean, but I can't even hate on it because you look at other prediction markets and odds makers, and it's minus money as well.
Yep.
So everyone is just assuming he's heading to Golden State. That is my assumption as well. But that's also why they're the team I'm looking at the most as free agency starts here in an hour and 5 minutes, because Draymond Green opted out of his $27 million player option. DeAnthony Melton testing the market. Jimmy Butler isn't going to be back until, I think, December at the earliest. So where do you go here? They took Yaxel Lenderborg, 11th overall in the draft, a player that I was really high on, but he's also a really older prospect. And he's more of a guy that is win now in this draft, being 24 years old. He can pass, dribble, shoot, defend. So that to me signals in the draft, because they went more win now than upside, they're likely looking to get Curry another shot at a title in the next 2 to 3 years. So how do they add to this roster? They traded for Jimmy. Now what do? Obviously, they're linked to LeBron. There's rumors about them trading for Anthony Davis. I don't see that as something that will happen. Maybe they backdoor Jimmy Butler and trade him to Washington, or get a third team in there to take on Jimmy and assets go to the Wizards. I don't know, but that's why they're intriguing to me, because there's a lot that they're going to have to do to make this team a contender in the Western Conference outside of just adding LeBron potentially. If they want to add LeBron, they got to also drop and dump Moses Moody. So if you see a Moses Moody trade, that's a precursor to LeBron going to Golden State.
And it makes 100% what you said, kind of, they're going to have to get rid of it. But it just feels like you bring in all of these old players, it doesn't work. It's never worked when you bring in a whole bunch of old guys for a team to try to say, hey, we have a whole bunch of winning players. It's the NBA. You have so much more athleticism, and now that the San Antonio Spurs have that experience under your belt, you know the saying that you have to lose before you can win. Are the Warriors going to play that same style of play where you have Steph Curry at, 39 years old now, running around the life, where you have guys now like a Dylan Harper, like a Stephon Castle, who can keep up with that? Yeah. I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah. Just a reminder, Jack, 3 minutes till top of the hour, bringing in heat. So when you're talking about your team to watch here,
my team to watch,
got to keep it in under 3 minutes.
Got to keep it under 3 minutes. Well, my team to watch here, it's kind of coincidental. Like Rolly went with a Western Conference team. Team I'm looking at is the Detroit Pistons.
And I agree with you.
Like, they were the number 1 seed. They look like the best team in the East, and they were saying, "Oh, they're going to make the finals." Well, once they got to the playoffs, it felt like they were kind of fraudulent. They struggled against the Orlando Magic. Then they lost to the Cleveland Cavaliers. But it kind of was like, all right, well, they're trading Isaiah Stewart on draft night, so they're going to go with Jalen Duren, but then they offered Jalen Duren less money, and he said, get me out of there. Is this going to be a winning roster for the future when you have Tobias Harris that's going to be leaving as your third option? Asar Thompson, I like him, but is he that guy? No. Yeah. Duncan Robinson, he could be a winning player.
Also sounds like he might get waived.
Might get cut? Okay.
Yeah, they already brought back Kevin Huerter. They traded for Isaiah Joe. There's buzz out of Detroit that they could waive Duncan Robinson. There's buzz that they're losing Duren and he wants to go elsewhere because the Pistons lowballed him. There's buzz that Tobias Harris is leaving. So what are they going to do in the front court?
And their draft, what did they only drafted the guy you hated.
Corey. Yeah, not my favorite pick. Thought they should have went with Phylon or even a Christian Anderson over a Corey.
Is Dennis Jenkins the guy that they're going to go to as the second option? They could be going from 60-22 record, and they might fall off a cliff.
I mean, based off what I know right now, and that's obviously very premature, there's a lot of moves that have to happen, but assuming Duren leaves, assuming Tobias Harris is gone,
B-Ball Paul's your center.
Are the Pistons a top 6 team in the East next year, with the Heat getting better, the Raptors getting better, the Cavs another year, the Knicks, the Celtics, maybe even the Sixers,
maybe the Magic,
the Hornets? I don't know if they improve. If I was a Pistons fan, I would be very concerned about how this offseason is going, because if you let Duren go, if you let a Tobias Harris go, how are you getting better? Because Kawhi's been dealt. Giannis has been dealt into your conference. So what other moves are out there for you to improve on your roster last year if you lose Duren and Tobias Harris and Isaiah Stewart? The real question and the answer is there probably isn't one.
There isn't. There isn't enough free agents to where you can replace these guys to get better.
Norman Powell ain't moving the needle.
Exactly. He's not getting better than Tobias Harris. So that's one team that you're kind of looking at and being like, okay, that might have been a one-year wonder. Might have been some 2015 Atlanta Hawks vibes going into
Which
that
would be a
one.
bummer because I like that Detroit young core, and now it just feels like it's blowing up. Like if they upgraded from Tobias Harris, it would have been absolutely money and kept Duren. That would have been great, but they didn't. 8 seconds till the top of the hour. We're going to welcome in our Miami Heat audience, so stick with us, NBA fans. 1 hour to go until NBA free agency. We welcome in our Miami Heat audience as we are now live on the Heat Report by Chat Sports. Appreciate all my Heat fans joining us here as we are an hour away from free agency getting started. Quick PSA, and then we'll get back to some NBA coverage on our mainstream. We are simulcasting on our NBA Now channel here at Chat Sports, but when we get to around 6 Eastern time, I will be leaving our NBA Now stream and be starting our own Heat stream. Same stream, so you don't have to go anywhere, but we will just do a solo Heat stream when we get to the top of the hour and free agency starts in 59 minutes. Just wanted to let all my Heat fans know that we will be doing a solo stream in 50 to an hour. So stay tuned for that, but appreciate you guys coming in. And with under an hour to go until free agency, I think it's only right to kind of recap what has happened in the last week or so with re-signings, trades, and so on forth in the NBA. And I think in the last 24 hours, we've seen a lot of deals, a lot of re-signings. Jamaree Bouyea got his team option picked up. Heat legend Jamaree Bouyea, by the way. Kevin Huerter re-signed on a 3-year, $27 million deal, which fascinated me. And to your point, or you didn't really make a point, but I know you'll probably be excited about this. He gets $3 million more per year than Landry Shamet, which was a bit of a surprise to me. And even more surprising, we didn't even talk about this earlier when we were talking about the Warriors, but Kristaps Porzingis back on $20 million per year in Golden State?
I was shocked about that.
That's a terrible deal.
It was, I mean, half the time you don't know. Granted, I'm wishing the best for Porzingis, but he still is going through that illness that has hindered him throughout the last 2 seasons, which is why the Celtics got rid of him, which is why the Hawks were like, we don't want to keep you. And now the Warriors, 2 years, $40 million, $20 million a year for Kristaps Porzingis. He's not moving the needle, and he can barely stay on the floor, and you're paying him $20 million, which is insane. Harrison Barnes getting $8 million 1-year deal, which I kind of question, especially when Landry Shamet's getting $6 million and Harrison Barnes didn't
Harrison Barnes was unplayable,
single minute in the NBA Finals. Simone Fontecchio going back to the Miami Heat on a 1-year deal.
That was today. I like that move from the Heat's perspective. We'll talk more about that here when we do a Heat solo stream in an hour. But I do like Simone Fontecchio returning. I don't know who's inputting these, by the way, but we can confirm it's 2.5 per year, by the way. It is a Vetman deal.
I keep forgetting Robert Williams is still in the league.
He's one of the more fascinating guys out there because, man, he is such a dynamic rim protector, rebounder, lob threat. But similar to some other guys we've talked about today, just incapable of putting together a year where he's on the floor for 60-plus games. He's so dynamic in his limited opportunities, but is the $14, $15 million per year worth 40 games a year?
Is he worth when he's on the floor, you can go back to the days when he was on the Boston Celtics where he was looking like one of the top big men or rising big men in the NBA, and then they kind of just played him while his knee was kind of awful, and that kind of ruined him. But if he can, for the Trailblazers, they have a solid core, if you want to say that. I don't know if you want to call, Denny Avdia, Damian Lillard,
I tweeted
and
out
John
yesterday.
Morant.
I couldn't be more turned off by what the Blazers are doing. Like, I know you brought Robert Williams back. You traded for John Morant. Like, you traded, not many factors there. Like, Jeremy Grant was good, but he's not a needle mover.
Did you see the latest news on the Blazers?
Yeah, that they're going to keep all the guards. It's absolutely
they
ridiculous.
might leave Portland.
Oh, I did see that, actually, yeah. But, I'm sorry. If you think 4-guard lineup of Shaedon Sharpe, actually, I'll argue 5. Shaden Sharp, Scoot Henderson, Damian Lillard, Ja Morant, and Drew Holiday is winning anything, I got beachfront property to sell you in Montana. Because it ain't.
It's not.
You think if Ja and Dame share the court, it might be the worst defensive backcourt in NBA history. And I thought that was hard to do, and I'll bring it back to Miami, because no one I thought would be worse defensively than when Tyler Hero and Duncan Robinson shared the court. But that would be way worse. You're telling me 38-year-old Dame and Ja Morant, who's a small, bad defender guard anyway, is going to be able to defend in the NBA? Oh my goodness, that's an awful fit.
That's horrible.
I don't understand what Portland's doing. Did they buy low on Ja? Absolutely.
100%.
And I can't hurt them for doing that, but what a ridiculous move. We're presented by Prize Picks, folks, for our Heat stream.
We'll
tell you more about them throughout the night.
No, I didn't understand what the Trailblazers were doing, and I was kind of shocked of how, they were solid. They got through the play-in tournament. Denny Avdia seemed like he was going to be a rising star, and I think it's because of the owner. I don't think that they want to pay anybody. They gave Mike Nori 1-year deal.
It's one of the most ridiculous
What are you
things
supposed to do with 1 year of Ja Morant, Denny Avdia, Damian Lillard, Scoot Henderson, and Shaden Sharp? Nothing.
It's pretty ridiculous. A 1-year deal. And the Coaches Association is as upset as they should be. I mean,
100%.
That is a bad precedent to set, that a team can offer a coach a 1-year deal. That is tough. I think it's an awful move. The way the Blazers are moving as a franchise and how they are treating some of their employees, I mean, we've had that noted about how they're underpaying a lot of people. They didn't allow certain people to travel to playoff games. I have no issue saying this, that the Portland Trailblazers are the worst organization in the NBA. You might not say they're the worst team, and I know they're not in the worst spot, because obviously Memphis is probably the worst location in the NBA, but they are the worst ownership in the NBA. And it makes me happy, honestly, because of what they did to Miami 3 years ago.
From Mark J. Spears. Thank you, Ponzi. The Wizards are shutting down all trade talks involving Anthony Davis.
So it looks like AD will be staying in Washington, which means I have two reactions to this. One, I don't actually see a lot of teams interested in Anthony Davis. I know there was the report about maybe Golden State trying to get AD and LeBron and saying they're a package deal. Did you ever buy that, though?
No.
I never bought that they're a package deal. Why would LeBron make himself a package deal with Anthony Davis? That made no sense.
When you know damn well that LeBron knew about the Luka trade in the first place. He 100% knew about that. And now he's like, I want to team back up with Anthony Davis. No, that's just not happening.
It's ridiculous, man. It is. We got a couple super chats on Heat. Want to show some love to them when you have the opportunity, Mr. Lauderway. But shout out your favorite team for me down in the comment section. I know my Heat guys are out going to spam Heat. We appreciate you. But why not spam the Heat or the fireball emoji? All good with me. But let's see on our NBA Now stream who is representing their squad. We got a lot of Bulls, got a lot of Lakers. I see some Bucks in there too. How about that? Cavs?
Time in the Buckeyes, going with his Cavs. We'll see what happens if LeBron goes back to Cleveland. Joseph Miller saying T-Wolves. John Garcia, a little crazy here talking about Rolly.
I've got fans.
You got fans?
Got fans.
Cool Genuine Phil says, sup, Brett, go Celtics. Shout out to your Celtics. We'll see what happens with Jaylen Brown.
My guy Ruski's in the building. Big Dolphins Today guy saying the Raptors. Yeah.
Dylan Jones with the Lakers. What is it? Solo, one, if not two of them guards are gone. It's looking like Henderson and Sharp are the ones who might be.
Yeah, but who are they? How are they moving them? Who are they getting in a trade?
Who wants them?
Who wants them, one? And two, Scoot makes $12 million, Sharp makes $20, so that's $32 million. I would presume after you bring back Robert Williams, you like what's going on with Donovan Clingan. What is the trade that they make? Some eyes will point towards Jaylen Brown and maybe the Celtics, and maybe you do a draft compensation, Shaden Sharp, Scoot Henderson package. But I also would have presumed that the contract of Jeremy Grant would have been there because Jaylen Brown makes $57 million. So how are you going to get close to matching that if you just lost your big contract that was tradable of Grant at $34 million?
It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, there's the big rumors about the Celtics trading Jaylen Brown to the Trailblazers, but Brad Stevens is going to want to get his package and win the deal. And sending those guys over, just those guys, is not really a good kind of return.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see what Portland's got up their sleeves. Like, if they do make another move, presumed for a wing, like I said, because they need another guy in the front court with Donovan Clingan, Denny Advia, who is it going to be? Who's it going to be?
I have no idea.
Like, I don't know what wing is out there. I mean, there's always a surprise.
You go and sign Toby?
KD? Trade for KD? Put him at the 4?
Do the Rockets want to trade KD after
I don't know.
everything that happened? Like, do you want to – does KD just going to become this journeyman guy that's just going to go to a different team every single year?
LeBron is – or excuse me, I just don't know what's going on over there. Just don't know. I don't know why I said LeBron. I think I saw someone say LeBron to Sixers, and I just saw it, and I was like, what?
I see Duran
that
to
ain't
the
gonna
Kings.
happen. That ain't going to happen.
Shout out Rant Guy Topics.
Oh, gone. Bring
Gone.
him back. As a Heat fan and Pats fan, this is wild. I watch both. I don't know what you're referring to on the Pats. Oh, you're talking Alper.
Yes.
So you're the two of us.
Yeah, I don't know.
Get it. I
Who
get it
hosts
now.
the Pats channel?
I got it. I did it. Shout out to the Rant Guy Topics. Always showing
Shout
love
out to you,
us over here at
Rant
the
Guy.
Report. Does he show some love over there?
Yeah.
I love that, man. What a legend.
Love the people that tune into all Chat Sports
My
channels
guy
here.
Jay. What's up, Jay? Good to see you. $5 super chat. Do we think we'll try to get Gary Trent Jr.? What are your feelings about him? Collin Sexton would be a good choice as a two-way guard. This is obviously in reference to the Heat, coming from the Heat channel. I am pretty out on Gary Trent Jr. because there have been people to make jokes, right, about Milwaukee South. I think that's ridiculous. But if you were to bring in Gary Trent, the jokes are a little bit legitimized here. I don't think Gary Trent Jr. is a good fit in Miami. I would prefer Tim Hardaway Jr. I would prefer Anfernee Simons. I don't know what Gary Trent Jr. will get in free agency, but keep him as far away from Miami as possible. And to my knowledge, there isn't any linkage or buzz that Gary Trent Jr. is an option for Miami. They're focused on guys like Simons, Tim Hardaway, maybe even a Bradley Beal, for better or for worse. I don't think Gary Trent Jr. is heading to Miami, which I'm happy with. With Collin Sexton, I would be fine with Collin Sexton. I actually really like him as a player. I don't know if that's going to happen. There hasn't been too many connections between Miami and Sexton. I think he's a really good second option for that starting two-guard opposite of Davion Mitchell. I put him right below Anfernee Simons as someone who could shoot off the catch, that can play make. I will say Sexton, a bit of a better defender. He plays way harder than Simons. I still prefer Anfernee, but I wouldn't mind Sexton on maybe like
So you guys are just looking at the same type of archetypes where, I mean,
Correct.
Gary Trent Jr. is not as good of a defender as Collin Sexton, but I mean, as good of a shooter. You guys are just looking at shooters.
The Heat are looking for shooters, and they're looking for a guy that can not only bring shooting, but also an ability to play make off the bounce.
Yeah,
and that's where Collin Sexton comes into play.
Literally his
That's
game.
where Anfernee Simons comes into play. I would imagine Miami is talking to both. There's a lot of momentum between them and Tim Hardaway Jr. I like Tim Hardaway Jr., Sixth man of the year, third in the voting this year. Shot 40% from three, was really good last year, or the year prior, I should say, in Detroit as well. But
Very
he
good
is
for
not
Indy.
someone that I would label as a guy that can create from the perimeter and put the ball on the deck. No, he's much more in that vein of Gary Trent Jr., just a better version of Gary Trent Jr. So if you're signing Tim Hardaway for the minimum, what a move. But if we're looking for a guy that can create a bit on our own, handle in the pick and roll potentially, and create from the perimeter to ease the burden offensively from Giannis and Bam, I don't think that is the best way to go about this, which is why I would prefer Sexton and Simons for that role. But if you get Hardaway off the bench for the vet min as a shooter and your 6th, 7th man with Pelle Larsson, there we go.
He would be perfect just to kind of, I mean, he kind of played that same exact roles he did with the Nuggets, where he's going to come off the bench for Miami. He's going to sit in the corners, sit on the wing, wait for the ball to come to him, and he's going to chuck up 6 threes a game.
The only thing I'll add, though, with that is because Tim Hardaway was so dang good this year, and like I said, the third and sixth man of the year voting, he was playing on the vet min this year. Like, he was getting paid, like, I think $3 million, maybe $4 million at most. And with him having as good a season as he is, he's probably looking for more.
He's probably looking for a decent amount
And
of
if
money.
he's looking for, let's say, Landry Shamet at $6 million a year, does he deserve that? Probably. But if you're Miami, if you sign him to a $6 million per year contract, whether it's 1, 2, 3 years, well, then that takes you out of signing a Simons or Sexton unless they go for the vet min. And I find it very hard to believe that's possible. So I am not in on Hardaway at $6 million because I want one of Simons or Sexton that much worse or better, or whatever you want to say.
We got our super chat menu going on. So every 100 likes we're taking. We got the Bean Boozled here. We are 20 likes away from 200, and that's when I'll be taking a Bean Boozled. $5 super chat like we got just a bit ago. Talked about the Heat for a second, but we still waiting on our first super chat on our NBA Now Chat Sports channel. So if you want to be that first one and you want to talk about your team, $5 super chat. Yeah, of course. Super chat mocking. $20 for a Bean Boozled, and do a little enjoying ourselves here at NBA free agencies. We're 45 minutes away, under 45 minutes. $50 super chat. We'll go ahead with the beer bongs. We got 663 people, and it seems like not many people want them to talk about their teams.
Yeah, I like the audience here tonight. You guys have been awesome, and we're not even in free agency. Still 45 minutes away here, but yeah, I mean, that would be nice to get a little something over there. Shout out to my Heat fans bringing it early on. 400 people watching over there. Like I said, if you're just joining us, we'll be doing a separate Heat stream in about 38 minutes. Then I'll hop off here and we'll focus only on Miami. So hang out with us and stay with us there. But let's recap some of the big news of today.
Big trade today. The Kawhi Leonard going back to the Raptors in a trade with the Los Angeles Clippers. Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks, and then you got a pick swap going to the Clippers. I was a little surprised that the Raptors only got Kawhi in this trade. I thought they might have gotten like just one other player, a low-end type of player, or maybe even a second-round pick, but to send in 2 players, 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a pick swap for just one single guy.
You think this is an overpay from the Raptors side?
I think it's an overpay, but I'm not mad at it. But I thought they would get maybe just one other thing. Because if you look at every single trade that has gone down this offseason, even with the Miami Heat trade, the Heat got Bobby Portis as well.
Well, you can argue I think he's going to be fine in Miami as a backup big, but you can argue that's like a negative.
I like Bobby Portis. I think
he doesn't defend very much.
I think he's a culture guy. He could bully in, throw a little elbow, get a rebound here and there, and also low-key sniper from the corner. But
he is nice. Shot 45% from 3 last year.
For the Clippers, I mean, you're kind of just reloading your entire team. Earlier this season or last season now, you got rid of James Harden. You got rid of Zubats. I don't know if one of those first-round picks or, well, you kind of traded for Collin Sexton. One of those first-round picks could be going to the Raptors. I don't know if it's their pick or another pick, but the Clippers, they're rebuilding.
I'll say this.
They have a nice core.
I think this is a win-win trade. And sometimes you get that, sometimes you don't. I think this is one of those situations that is. Because clearly, Los Angeles is heading to a youth movement, right? You now bring in Darius Garland at the deadline. You now bring in Brandon Ingram. You drafted Keaton Wagler 5th overall, which was lucky that you landed that pick in the Vika Zubac trade. You're clearly going for a youth movement. So that now helps you build around that youth and that young core that you have now a future swap, future 2 first-round picks. And you got Brandon Ingram to where I'm not saying you stay competitive, but this is a guy that at least maybe allows you to still sell some tickets with him and Garland. In a weakened Western Conference, you might even say you could be a play-in team next year with Garland and Ingram, and if Wagler ends up being good or if you get some other improvements from some of your other young guys. And from Toronto's side, they are such an intriguing organization because they are a franchise that is not a destination in out of country, cold weather. It just isn't a destination. So you won't see many superstars who are questing to go there.
Yeah.
You have to build homegrown guys and then capitalize on some rare opportunities. And they have, right? In the past with Kyle Lowry, DeMar DeRozan, Pascal Siakam. Then you get Kawhi, you win a title. Kawhi. Then you move on from Siakam. You're building another youth kind of, or you're building from within with you get those trade backs of Quickly.
Had OG at one point.
OG Anunoby, correct. Another good point. You get Quickly. You get RJ Barrett from that trade. You are able to get Scotty Barnes. You draft him. Now you draft Colin Murray-Boyles. And Kawhi was willing to go there. So because it's such a rarity where a star player would be open to going to you and extending, from an exterior point of view, I think you have to take advantage of that. So the fact that they did, and Grady Dick wasn't really a part of your rotation, so now you upgrade basically straight up from Brandon Ingram to Kawhi Leonard. You go from being a 5 seed last year, well, to now I think you're probably a top 4 team in the Eastern Conference. And you can absolutely compete with the Knicks. Maybe it's a stretch because New York's backcourt's just way better, but your front court of Kawhi, Barnes, Podol, Colin Murray-Boyles, that's as good as a front court out there. It is. So I like this from Toronto's perspective, and I also like it from Los Angeles' perspective. I think it's a win-win.
I do think it's a win-win, but the one thing for Toronto that I think they also need to upgrade is just their backcourt. I mean, you have Jacoby Walter. They're obviously going to go a little bit bigger because I'm pretty sure with RJ Barrett playing the 2, you have Jamal Sheed, you have Emmanuel Quickley, but is Quickley going to be that guy for you at the number 1 spot at point guard? Is he a winning type of player? That's my question. You have your core and you have your great backcourt, or a great front court, but do you have that backcourt that is going to take you above the edge with Quickley, Walter, and Jamal Sheed?
No, yeah, and that's kind of like the same thing. I think Miami and Toronto are eerily similar here, right? They had a big-time forward or big man, right? Toronto had Scotty Barnes. Yeah. Miami has Bam Adebayo. You go out and get Giannis top 5 in the league. Kawhi Leonard, I'm saying he's top 10 in the league still.
Still.
You go out and trade for these guys. And you have one of the best front courts in the conference, let alone in the NBA. Now you have Podol, Kawhi, Scotty, Miami, Wiggins, Giannis, Bam. But both teams probably are being held back in terms of as a contender because you do not have a true backcourt. It's Quickley and Barrett. That's not good enough. Miami, Davion Mitchell, and whoever, that's not good enough. So each team are similar to where they've got the front court figured out. Are you able to upgrade your backcourt? And if you do, how do you do that? Miami obviously has been linked to some free agents like Quentin Grimes, Tim Hardaway, LeBron, Anfernee Simons. I'm a little more unfamiliar with Toronto's ability to build and how they have space in free agency. I know they like Jacoby Walter coming off the bench, but Jamal Sheed and Quickley, I don't think that's a good enough backcourt point guard duo. I don't think Barrett's a winning player. There's a lot of question marks still.
I had the question of and I know they probably talked about it in the trade talks. Do you get rid of RJ Barrett or do you get rid of Brandon Ingram?
Yeah, if you're moving on from, if you're the Clippers, though, you probably preferred Brandon Ingram. So that's why I imagine that happens there. Because I don't know why the Clippers would want RJ Barrett. That'd be pretty brutal. I'm not, maybe this is just me personally. You have your beef with Walker Kessler. Not beef, but you just don't think as highly as
exactly.
I don't think highly of RJ Barrett at all.
As a guy that played for the Knicks, I loved RJ Barrett, but the problem with RJ was he was so inconsistent and he just was not an efficient player. And you could see it with Toronto where sometimes he's going to go out there and score 25 a game, but he's also just out there kind of just scoring points, not helping his teammates get better in any way, shape, or form. And he's not your type of guy that is going to elevate your team. He's kind of just there.
And he's just an inconsistent shooter as well.
Three-point has gotten better, but is it going to stay at a 38, 39% clip throughout the rest of his career? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, 35 minutes to go until free agency begins. Top of the hour, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Central Time. Make sure you are subscribed. We are here live, here for free. We will have you covered. We're going to be live, I think, tomorrow as well for free agency. We'll have trackers, winners and losers videos throughout the week. We have you covered with everything you need to know about the NBA. If you're on the Heat Report stream, if you haven't subscribed there, please do. Be live today, obviously. We'll probably be live again tomorrow. We'll have you covered with every signing Miami makes. We went live for the Giannis trade. We got you covered with everything you need to know, both Heat stream, NBA stream. So subscribe and join us.
All right, we have hit 200 likes. So I'm going to do, we did this during the draft.
Oh. Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
So you get these people to start spamming out.
So like we did, if you guys were here for us last week during the NBA draft, we'll talk about your favorite team. Now, you could send in a $5 super chat and you get to jump the line. But if you keep spamming your team down in the comments section, we're going to count down. Rolly's going to give us a little shout out to Prize Picks Read, but keep spamming your teams down there. And when we come back, that's when we're going to pick a team and we're going to talk about them, talk about what they have to do this summer, talk about possible free agents that they need to go out and sign. So everybody right now, get down in the comment section and spam your team. A lot of you people are already doing that, but keep doing that. And Rolly, tell us about our sponsor of today.
Yeah, we are presented by Prize Picks, the best daily fantasy sports app in the game. Get $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. There's just so many different ways to play. That's why I love it. I mean, they give you daily discounts for the World Cup. They have Taco Tuesday, where you get discount projections outside of the World Cup. You've got Flex Friday, which is an awesome way to get a little protected lineup. They even do a payout boost at times. There's different ways to play. And I just think if you consider yourself a ball knower, why not turn it into some serious cash?
Use your knowledge.
Why not? Brad Alper here, he made a lineup, which I actually don't hate here. Kylian Mbappe, less on passes attempted against Sweden. He's a scorer. So I always take these strikers, kind of less on attempts. So I would agree here. We got my guy Dembele coming off a hat trick, by the way, in the final group play. I think he takes 3 shots today. One of their best strikers alongside Mbappe. And then on Nalissa Smith, Brad Alper's telling me that Asia Wilson ain't playing.
She's not playing. She's been ruled out of the game tonight.
So everybody around that Aces roster are going to get a boost. More on 12.5 points there. You can join us over on Prize Picks. Download the app. Use code HMA. Get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's code HMA to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. We appreciate Prize Picks for sponsoring us here at the Heat Report and NBA Now.
This is actually the Commissioner's Cup championship, and she's missing it.
What's the Commissioner's Cup?
Like their version of the in-season tournament.
Oh, okay.
All right. I'm counting down from 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I saw Luke say Sixers. Luke TP. Shout out to you. The 76ers. And I also got to choose a bean. All right.
We get to 200 likes. I'm actually very intrigued with what the Sixers can do. I don't even know what they can do, if I'm going to be completely honest.
I really hope this is
as we look at what they've done so far, right? Well, it hasn't been much. Kelly Oubre is a free agent. Quentin Grimes a free agent. Drummond's a free agent. What do you do around Joel Embiid? Is he going to be someone you continue to build around? I mean, you still got Paul George on that roster. You continue to give VJ Edgecombe more opportunities. Like, I imagine you're looking at this roster, you're starting Maxey, you're starting Edgecombe, you're starting PG, you're starting Embiid. So who's that fourth guy? I know they started Oubre at times. Are you re-signing him? Grimes was a key contributor off the bench at times. Are you starting? Are you bringing him
Dominic
back?
Barlow?
The Sixers are a team that I really just have a lot of questions about, because I feel like I'm not going to say they're stuck in purgatory, because they were able to get a playoff series win this year, coming back from down 3-1 against the Celtics. But how do they get better? Because I just feel as if, unless Edgecombe takes a massive jump forward and becomes a superstar, which is not out of the realm of possibilities, by the way. I love VJ Edgecombe. And when he was coming out of the draft a year and a half ago, I had him third on my board, only trailing Dylan Harper and Cooper Flag. So I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility, but if he doesn't take that leap forward to an all-star All-NBA guy, how are they going to improve and be a threat at the top of the Eastern Conference around this Maxey and Embiid duo? Because I think they've kind of just plateaued at what their ceiling is.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them purgatory, but like kind of the step above purgatory where they're going to be a 45 to 48 win team every single year. And it's all determined on if Joel Embiid can stay healthy. We saw this past year, I mean, when he was playing, he was the best player on the court. Maxey's inextremely going into kind of becoming that superstar. But when you look at what the 76ers can do, I mean, Joel Embiid is making, what, $60 million? Paul George is on that $200 million contract. Maxey is on a huge contract. What can they possibly do to get better? You have Barlow, who I think is a kind of a decent defender. Dalen Terry, whatever. I mean, they drafted your guy in Phylon, so they have another shooter.
Do like that a lot.
VJ Edgecombe looks like he's going to be a very solid player for the future, but is that going to be better? Like, I don't know if they're going to get another starter through free agency or even a trade. Is anything that they could possibly do going to take them over the edge to where they are going to be able to beat the Knicks? They are going to be able to beat the Cavaliers, or even possibility, I don't think they could beat the Heat right now.
No, we beat them. First of all, Spo has the Sixers.
Yeah, exactly.
Bam is one of the best defenders on Embiid there is. Sure, would be having questions if we could defend Maxey, but I would just throw it right back to 76ers. Who's guarding Giannis? And we saw the Heat and Sixers match up a couple times last year. Miami got a couple wins there. Joel Embiid can't guard Bam. Bam is too quick for Embiid, so we would just give them absolute issues.
It just feels like this is the last year for the 76ers, and they might have to blow it all up. Because at Joel Embiid with another year on that knee as he's getting into, what is he, 31 now?
Embiid?
Yeah.
Is he not older than that?
I mean, he got drafted in 2014. Is he 32?
32.
32, so he'll be 33 next year. And he's obviously not getting better with his knee. This is the last year. After that, they might have to, I mean, with the contract, it just goes into effect, I'm pretty sure, this year.
So I will say this. The Sixers, and we'll wrap up this talk here, they've got 10 players under contract right now on standard NBA deals. So they've got 4 roster spots that they have to fill at minimum, because you have to have at least 14, max 15. They've got $21 million until the tax, $29 million until the first apron. So they have the capability of bringing back Quentin Grimes and Kelly Oubre if they want to. They can use the non-taxpayer mid-level. I don't know good fits out there. I will say, I'll give you one option here. I don't know if they've been linked whatsoever, and I don't know if the Lakers are going to bring him back. I think Rui Hachimura might be the perfect fit there.
That would be.
If he would be willing to take the non-taxpayer level, go to Philly, they have the capability of having that, being $21 million before the luxury tax. I mean, you talk about their roster construction. Rui slotted in at that 4 as a spacer between PG and Embiid. Well, there you go. And then you have a backcourt of Edgecombe and Maxey, Phylon coming off the bench. And then they can maybe bring back a couple other guys like Oubre as a bench guy since they have his bird rights. If I'm Philly,
I think
now that I've kind of figured that out, first call I'm making is Rui.
I'm calling Rui Hachimura. Yeah, the Sixers, they got an interesting offseason for sure. Everybody, let's do this again. Keep spamming your pick. Keep spamming your team. I'm going to take this bean. I don't know what this is.
Oh, he didn't even try to find out. Went all in.
I still don't know what this is.
Keep spamming those teams, and we'll pick a winner here to talk about in here 30 seconds. It can't be that bad.
No, this was a good one. I just don't know. I think it's strawberry banana smoothie. Yeah,
if it's a yellow one, it's either peach or like strawberry banana smoothie.
Well, that was good.
Keep on spamming those teams. We'll pick one in
go.
about 30 seconds. When we get to 26 flat here until free agency, we'll get to that. I see my guy over Gastron saying the ads are too much, bro. Apologize. I mean, it's all regulated by YouTube. I don't really place the ads on your stream, so apologize that YouTube's hitting you like that. But keep on spamming those teams. 8.
Come on.
We're going to pick a team in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I saw Liam. Liam was the first team I saw. Fitting enough, it's Golden State.
Golden State.
Who is a team we talked about probably about 40 minutes ago.
45 minutes ago, yeah.
Yeah, right before the top of the hour. Golden State was my number one team to where I'm like, all right, let's see what they do. We each picked a team that's like the most intriguing. Yep. I picked Golden State. He picked Detroit. I think really two good options here. I just am very curious of what the Warriors do. They are currently the favorites to land LeBron in free agency. Now, they do have to have some roster moves here because if LeBron wants the full non-tax pyramid level, which it's reported that monetary value doesn't really mean that much to him, and if I'm just going to be completely honest, why would it?
He's a billionaire.
Yeah, he's the most rich NBA guy in history, I think, him or MJ. So why would he care about money? And if he takes the vet min, hello. But either way, we know that they are looking to add that. They re-signed Porzingis on a 2-year, $40 million deal, which I think is an awful deal, personally, because he's unable to stay on the floor. He's got questions of mobility at this age in his career. And him being paid $20 million, I think, is ridiculous. I think I would pay him. I'm not kidding. Is this too harsh for me to say? I think max I'd pay him is like $8 million a year.
$8 million?
Like, I know he can be an impactful guy on the glass and spacer and even as a rim protector, but you can't trust him to play more than 50 games.
Yeah,
and even when he's on the floor, you bring him out to the perimeter defensively and he can't move.
I'd go 10.
You go 10? I mean, that's fair. I won't fight.
$2 million.
Yeah, but like, what do you do? Because there's not really going to be an Anthony Davis trade, it seems like.
There's not going to be.
And if you don't get LeBron, then where do you go from here to upgrade that roster? So I'm fascinated to see what the Warriors do. It feels like it's LeBron or nothing. It feels like it's LeBron or nothing.
If they pivot, could you sign Toby? Could you go after Hachimura? I mean, they brought back...
That's not moving anything, though.
No, I mean, it's not moving. Like, you have Steph, you have Pods, Pat Spencer, you drafted Yaxel. I honestly, if LeBron doesn't go to the Warriors, I don't know what they're going to do.
I kind of agree. I kind of agree. And that's why they're such a fascinating team, because if they miss out on LeBron, how are they making this team better? And any move they make, unless they get a blockbuster trade and maybe they get a Trey Murphy, and maybe that's their backup plan, is to trade their 4 first-round picks to get like Trey Murphy and Herb Jones, or maybe both Zion and Trey Murphy. I don't know. But
you're going to have to make a trade.
I mean, if they miss out on LeBron, that's their only option.
Maybe you could kind of work your way around, use that contract you gave Porzingis, maybe use him in a trade. I mean, you could throw Pods out there and say, hey, we'll bring somebody in. You guys can take Pod. I truly don't know.
I would say I'd be intrigued with Trey. I mean, if they get Trey Murphy, if they miss out on LeBron, like, I'm not guaranteeing that they win anything, but they're going to be a playoff team if Curry, Jimmy, when he comes back in December, and Draymond obviously still there, Trey Murphy. Like, that's fun. It'll make Warriors fans excited to watch the game. And I do think that with Al Horford being, how old is he? Like 38, 39, 40, however old he is. Him signing a 2-year, $14 million extension tells me they are very committed to building a team this year to help Curry maybe contend while he reaches 40. Will they win? I don't know. But they're committed to it. And we'll see what they ultimately do here if they do not land LeBron.
I'd be worried if I was a Golden State fan, but I do think LeBron is going to the Golden State Warriors. If you guys are here, we got almost 700 people in the chat right now. You guys got to be diehard basketball fans, right? This is NBA free agency. Go ahead, hit that thumbs up icon right now. Hit that like button. We got 229 likes. Let's get to at least 300 so we can have 600, 700 people in the chat. Get to that 50% rate. Go ahead, hit that thumbs up icon if you love the NBA.
Yeah, help us out on Heat. We're 8 likes away from 100. Let's get the triple digits there. Like I said, if you're just joining us, over 500 people watching. In about 11 minutes, I will be hopping off this NBA Now stream. Harrison Graham's replacing me. And we're going to be having our own separate Heat stream. So if you just want Heat basketball talk, hang in for about 11, 12 more minutes, because that's when it's going to be happening here. But help us out. Hit that thumbs up icon on both streams. It's greatly appreciated. Did get a couple super chats on Heat that I hope we don't get to. hopefully we don't neglect for too much longer there. Want to show some love.
Of course.
Shout out to my guy, Jay Townsend, with another $5 super chat. I think Simons and Tim Hardaway Jr. should be priority. Keep Bradley Beal away from Miami. He's too fragile. I mean, I don't disagree there. Played only 6 games last season. Has not played 60 games since he was in Washington.
What's his value?
Vetman. I mean, I'll say this. He opted out of $5.5 million, so it's going to be like, is his agent telling him he's going to get that somewhere else, or is he fine taking the Vetman? But it's hard to justify giving him any real contract because he is incapable of staying on the floor. And even when he's been on the floor, the numbers are fine, but it hasn't translated to winning.
He's like an RJ Barrett.
I am concerned about that. But yes, Jay, if you're able to land Simons on a $10 million per year deal and Tim Hardaway for the Vetman, I'm going and building a statue for Pat Riley myself this offseason. That's my dream outcome. Hardaway on the Vetman, if he's willing to take it, and Simons for about 10 or 11 million per year. That would be unbelievable. My guy, Ant, my legend. Make sure you check out Ant's YouTube channel as well. He's killing it. Hope y'all enjoying Nick's final stream. He's combusting after we signed Simons, LeBron, and Zach LaVine on a buyout. Could you imagine? I mean, I actually think I would pass away. Unfortunately.
You want Zach LaVine?
Dog, he would be so nasty. Stop it.
That's pretty much like a Bradley Beal type signing.
Stop it. LaVine clears Bradley Beal. Stop it.
Both just losers.
Stop it.
They're both losers.
That's ridiculous.
They both get empty stats.
My guy Ant's kidding here. Obviously, I would say it's impossible to convince LeBron to take the Vetman and Simons to take a letter. It would never work. But there has been chatter of LaVine, which has surprised me. The 5 Reasons Sports Network guys, Greg, Ethan, who are awesome, they're sourced, and I'm not saying they're sourcing this, but they have speculated the Heat could be a team to land LaVine if he gets bought out from Sacramento. I don't know if LaVine would agree to a buyout. I don't know if Sacramento would even buy him out. But it's interesting that there's been some talk about that. I mean, LaVine would be better fit than Simons. I mean, I know he's older, but if he's coming here on the Vetman after a buyout, LaVine is better than Simons in a vacuum.
I mean, he might want to just – is LaVine going to be able to take a back seat because he's never done it before?
I mean, he's a third option. He can do that. I mean, he's been like a top 2 guy lately with obviously Chicago, him and DeRozan, and then – I guess him and DeRozan again in Sacramento alongside Sabonis there. So, I mean, he's your lead backcourt guy, though, and I think he would buy into that. I've been a fan of Zach LaVine for a very long time. I don't think it's that likely, so I don't want to get Heat fans' hopes up about him being bought out and joining us. But, boy, oh boy, if you do see a buyout of Zach LaVine, I do think he would be on the Heat.
That would be someone.
Because there would be no reason for him to agree to a buyout unless he's going to a team pretty much already lined up for him, and that would be in Miami.
Yeah,
remember, Miami's relationship with Rich Paul and Clutch Sports, it was abysmal 10 years ago. Once LeBron left Miami, like the Clutch Miami Heat front office beef was a real thing.
Yeah, because Pat Riley wouldn't allow cookies on the plane.
But that's been mended for a long time now. And now I would argue Miami has an outstanding relationship with LeBron, Rich Paul, and Clutch Sports. So maybe that's a favor that Rich Paul would get for Pat Riley in Miami and get LaVine to the Heat if the Heat do them a favor of drumming up the interest.
Apparently, we got another team kind of trying to swoop in on the LeBron James sweepstakes. According to Sam Amick, and shout out to NBA Central for aggregating this, Timberwolves are showing interest in LeBron James. Cleveland and Miami are often cited as realistic landing spots as well. And the Minnesota Timberwolves are known to have interest if he felt like shocking the basketball world with some sort of move. I mean,
I don't think Minnesota's bad. I will say, I think LeBron would lose his mind
with
playing
LaMelo?
with LaMelo Ball.
Yeah, that's what I just think. I'm already thinking of how crazy some of the basketball that is going to be played with LaMelo Ball and adding LeBron to that, it would just be like LeBron trying to be the dad, keeping those two calm.
I think he would be fine playing with Ant. I love Ant, man.
I think it's a top 5 player in the NBA, and he could be the future kind of face of the league if Wemby doesn't take that over. But just the fit with LaMelo Ball is just so interesting.
Yeah,
And I don't know how that team is going to be with LaMelo.
I don't think LeBron would go there. I don't think that I'm not saying he's demanding the ball to be in his hands nonstop, because he obviously played this year with Austin Reeves, who had the ball in his hands a lot. Luka has the ball in his hands a lot. So we know he's capable of playing that second or third fiddle on the ball. But you do wonder, in his final farewell year, potentially, which I do think this is going to be his final year in the league, is he going to be doing in a franchise he's never played for, alongside already a questionable fit in the backcourt? I feel like he would either join Steph Curry or go back to one of the teams he's played for in the past, Miami or Cleveland. I mean, we might see some mystery teams pop up here. I would be appalled and stunned if he was not wearing a Heat, Cleveland Cavaliers, or Warriors jersey next year.
I don't think he's going anywhere else. I honestly, I don't even think Cleveland's, I guess Cleveland, but I don't see him going there, even though it's like, oh, his third stint back, he's going to finish up his career there. I truly think it's either Miami or Golden State. Miami
I could see him going back to Cleveland, man. He just has so much love for that organization. They have a pretty good squad. They were just in the conference finals.
Yeah.
So he could sell himself on returning home. Because, I think LeBron's in for the storyline. He wants to be happy, but he also wants to create a storyline for his legacy. Imagine if he is able to, in his final season, return back to Cleveland and get them over the hump and win a championship. It would be an unbelievable story.
That would be crazy. Went crazy because Mbappe just had a disgusting goal.
He's nasty, dude.
He just had a disgusting goal.
He's nasty.
But if you guys were just tuning in, there are some of the top free agents that are available, as we are just 14 minutes away from the start of NBA free agency. LeBron James, obviously the number one. We could talk about Jalen Duren, Rolly, because I don't think we have much since the start of this, but Walker Kessler also at number 3, number 4, and number 5. I would say Duren, before the playoffs, was my favorite as a Knicks fan, my favorite non-Knick. I felt like he was solidifying himself as one of the best centers in the NBA, but then the playoffs came and he fell apart.
Yeah.
He didn't know how to play basketball at some point. You had multiple games in the regular season. If you gave him the ball down low, he was going to dribble it twice, lower his shoulder, and either dunk it or lay it up and in. It felt like he could easily just be able to get a bucket if it's inside. And he had a little bit of dribble moves too. But then once it got to the postseason, he was getting bullied. He was a shell of himself. He felt like he was the smallest player on the court. And the Pistons obviously saw that, and him being a free agent or a restricted free agent looking for that extension, do what they saw in the postseason, did they want to kind of take that sacrifice? Do we believe in Duren to be our second option? Me, before the playoffs, I was 100%. I was like, pay this man all the money in the world. He is going to be one of the best centers. And seeing how much of a playoff collapser he was, I don't know if I could do that at this point.
Yeah, I like Duren.
I loved Duren.
I do wonder if he is worth the max contract, though, because like everything you mentioned, he fell off pretty hard. And he showed a lot in the regular season. It was really his first true, playoff run of being asked to do a lot. So maybe you can see improvement from year 2, year 3 of in the postseason as a top option. But if their own building and front office is skeptical of giving him $40-50 million per year,
especially when you don't have many other options,
that tells me a lot. The Pistons are almost rather choosing to go backwards in a year they should be going forward, just to make sure they don't give a guy the wrong max contract.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Pistons are smart. It scares me.
It says
if I was another team out there, I would be nervous. I really would. I would be nervous. But if you're a team like Sacramento, who is a team reportedly by Chris Haynes yesterday that Duren is interested in wanting to go to and will meet with them, who, like I mentioned with Toronto earlier, has a hard time attracting top guys.
Exactly.
You think to yourself here, okay, maybe this is an opportunity to land an all-star caliber guy because it's hard for us to do so. Just an option there. And obviously, it sounds like if that were to go down, Domantas Sabonis would be heading back to the Pistons, which for Detroit, I hate that. I talked
That's
about
not winning basketball.
I'm low on RJ Barrett. I'm lower on Sabonis. There might not be a more unwinning basketball player in the NBA than Domantas Sabonis.
I used to be extremely high on Sabonis, but seeing him, I mean, it was impressive when he was with. Yeah, I got you. It was impressive when he was with Indiana. Sabonis going to Sacramento, it felt like he was baby Jokic and he was getting better, and he kind of hit that plateau where that's the best you're going to get. And now as he gets older and older, I mean, what did he come into the league in 2016? Yeah. So he's now at 29, 30 years old. That's about what you're getting for Domantas Sabonis. But Rolly, you're going solo.
Yeah, all right. So quick little order operations. 10 minutes to go into free agency. Make sure you subscribe. I am going to be leaving the stream for a second. Harrison Graham is going to be replacing me. It'll be HG and Elper. Great dynamic duo there. For my Heat fans, we got 650 people watching. I am going to be off the stream for about, I would say, 5 minutes maybe. We will be back on a Heat solo stream only focused on Heat basketball in about 3 to 5 minutes. So just because I'm not going to be on stream, do not leave. I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. So please stay with us because we're going to have a lot of fun and stuff to talk about here. So stay with me. 3-4 minutes. We'll have our own solo Heat stream. We're not ending the stream. We're staying live. There we go. Just be there.
You can hang out with me while Rolly gets ready. Appreciate Rolly for giving the best analysis that you could get for the hour before, but now he gets to go on his Heat stream. And do you have the remote, Rolly? Thank you, sir. Yes, we are, as we saw the massive goal from Kylian Mbappe. That's what my dad texted me. But shout out to everybody still here. We got 800 people in the chat. If you're new here to Chat Sports and our NBA Now channel, well, you see the subscribe numbers. We do these live shows all the time. Last week, we were live for the NBA draft, and now we're being live for NBA free agency. We're going to take you all the way probably to, 9 o'clock Eastern time? So, live tomorrow, too. You're not going to want to miss out. Let's get to, I think a goal should be, get to 700, right? We should try to get to, yeah, I agree with you, Producer Jack. Always the goal is if we can get 438, as I'm very good at quick maths. No, 436. Yeah, we need 430. You're confusing me now. All the same. Hit that sub button right now. And we are 25 likes away, ladies and gentlemen, from me doing another Bean Boozled. I got lucky the last time, so we'll see what happens. But free agency, we are 8 minutes away. Are we going to get where LeBron is going in that first hour? I don't really think so, but I know that Shams, I know that Mark J. Spears, I know that Chris Haynes is going to be having those tweets scheduled, and right when it happens, we're going to break it down for you guys. Nicholas Ryan, can I talk about your Thunder, Corey Childs? We can talk about any team right now. Do we got time, Jack? We got time enough to have them spam it down below, and then we'll talk about the team? We're losing subs out here. What are we doing? The chat says Bron won't come to the Heat. I feel a little bit better now. There's a chance LeBron goes to the Heat. There's a chance. It's the Heat. It's the Warriors, as we lost another one. Heat, Warriors, and then maybe the Cleveland Cavaliers. So as we are 6 minutes away from free agency beginning, if you want to talk about your favorite team, that's what we do here at Chat Sports. So go ahead, spam down in the comments section. Spam it below. Spam your teams. Once we get to about 6 minutes, then we will go and I'll pick a team and we'll talk about it on what they can do throughout free agency. So keep spamming it down below. I see Johnny spamming his Cavs. I see Corey Childs spamming OKC. Sunrisers talking about the Pistons. We talked about the Pistons for the last 2 hours that we've been live, or hour and a half that we have been live here. Look, we had two teams to talk about the most. My biggest team to talk about and Rolly's biggest team to talk about. Rolly chose the Warriors. I chose the Detroit Pistons. Well, we don't have. Yeah, we're champions. We don't got to do anything. Shout out to Harry getting on with us. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. All right, baby Huey. Put Mavs in all caps. So we got the Mavs now. So the Mavs, I mean, they're kind of just they're in the rebuilding status. You're getting Kyrie Irving back. You have some free agents, as Chris Middleton is gone, Marvin Bagley, Dwight Powell, and they kind of just revamped the whole entire team. Okay.
Solo in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And are we good? Are we good? Shout out to Mr. Dior coming in with a $2 super chat saying go Pels. But for the Mavericks, I mean, they were one of the worst teams in basketball. It was Cooper Flagg's rookie year. And Harrison, welcome in, Harrison.
Yeah, excited to be here. Yeah, the Mavs are interesting. I think Dallas wants to at least see what Kyrie Irving and Cooper Flagg can look like together. I could see them trading Kyrie at the deadline or next offseason potentially, but it doesn't seem likely they're going to move him this offseason. There was that brief report a few days ago. Maybe they would be in on Kawhi Leonard. That obviously dissipated quickly, but I would expect just some minor moves from Dallas this offseason.
It was a quick turnaround. Like, they hired Masai Ujiri, and then it was like out of nowhere, out of the blue, they fired, or kind of mutual parting of ways with Jason Kidd. They hired Dusty May, the former Michigan head coach, and now they're just in kind of this rebuild. But, I mean, they have some great talent around them. They really drafted some good pieces, and you just kind of, in free agency, got to get guys to build around Flagg.
I think the key was they had to fully turn the page on everyone connected to the Luka trade. Jason Kidd was here when that happened, so I think just clean slate, build around Flagg moving forward. We'll see. There's that report out there they could trade for Marcus Sasser. I guess the Pistons are trying to dump his contract. He's a backup point guard. That's not really a needle mover. So Ujiri and their new GM as well, Mike Schmitz, who they got from Portland, they have been clear. They said, we're not going to skip steps in this rebuild around Cooper Flagg. So I wouldn't expect any kind of reckless roster maneuvering this offseason from Dallas.
No, and you have the questions. Are they going to keep Derek Lively? Are they going to keep P.J. Washington? You still have – I'm pretty sure you still have Klay Thompson. You have Max
Still have Klay. Still have Daniel Gafford. They could move both of those guys. P.J. Washington recently posted on social media, like MFFL, see y'all next season type of deal. So he seems to think he's going to be back. So we'll see. Obviously, the big topic is what happens with LeBron James. We're a few minutes away from free agency opening, so we'll see if we get the classic, like, LeBron is meeting with the Warriors tonight. I don't think he'll sign anywhere tonight.
We were kind of in mutual agreement that he's going to. I mean, if you saw the report earlier from, I think it was Dave McMenamin, who said that he is going to have he's going to have Rich Paul talk to pretty much any team that wants to kind of engage into LeBron. They're open to, quote, everybody, but we all know that the top three teams that are kind of going into the biggest threat to sign LeBron as the Warriors, the Cavs, and the Miami Heat.
Yeah, so we'll see where that ends up going. Hit that like button. We're a couple minutes away from the start.
5 away from 300 here on our Chat Sports channel, ladies and gentlemen. We've got almost 1,000 people watching with us as we're 2 minutes away from free agency. Can we get 4 likes within 10 seconds? I think we could do it.
Are we seeing this new Jalen Duren report? Legion Hoops. It's via Anscape, which I think is Mark J. Spears.
Yes.
The Pistons have now offered what they believe is the max to Jalen Duren, and they will plan to match any offer sheet that he signs.
Okay, so they're completely kind of flipping the switch here, where before, as you can see this tweet from Mark J. Spears, offered what the franchise believes the most lucrative contract, as Harry talked about it. This is a complete flip to what we heard yesterday and the days prior, to where they didn't offer the max.
My thing is, like, what option do they really have? The Sabonis sign, I'm sorry, that's,
you're worse if you do that. I get Duren was not good in the playoffs. He's also 23. Like, you're just going to, like, that feels like a reckless move to do that. So, now, look, is this a contract that could age poorly? It's possible, but I still think he's a good player. I still think the arrow's pointing up on him in his career. And if you're Detroit, you're finally tasting success. I don't think going from Jalen Duren to Domantas Sabonis makes you better. So,
and you already traded away Isaiah Stewart.
Yeah, and they
traded him away.
They might lose. Different position, but they might lose Duncan Robinson too. So I would keep Duren, continue to build around him and Cade, and go from there. So.
We got 20 seconds to free agency starting, ladies and gentlemen. Spam your goes down below. We got 1,100 people. Spam it down below. I want to see it all. You want to take that over,
Spam
Harry?
go in the chat. Yeah, I can. We got Shorten, James, Rossell, Jack. Type go in the chat. NBA free agency starts now. Here we go. 2026 NBA free agency is officially open. He's Brett Alper. I'm Harrison Graham. We will see what reports start to come in. Obviously, all eyes on LeBron James. What is King James going to do? It was reported a few hours ago that he informed the Lakers that he will not be re-signing with LA as they turn the page to build around Luka Doncic. He's going to move on with his career as well. It would appear that the Golden State Warriors, the Miami Heat, and the Cleveland Cavaliers are the three teams to watch here, with Golden State being a favorite. Rich Paul has come out and said they will take calls from any and every team, so I don't think LeBron's going to rush this, but that's obviously the big domino here. And then after that, you get to the Jalen Durens, the Jaylen Brown trade rumors, and all, so on and so forth. But we will cover every move, every rumor, every signing, every trade that drops, including all the moves that have already happened. So shout out your team. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And we got to play the game we play every year. What is the first signing that happens? Is it Marcus Smart to the Houston Rockets?
Man. I don't think it's going to be LeBron. I think it's going to be a Tobias Harris signing. That's my prediction.
Where does he go? He played pretty well in the playoffs until the last couple games.
Yeah, and then he fell apart like he always does.
True.
Or is it going to be one of those players going to Miami, like a Collin Sexton, Anfernee Simons, Bradley Beal, Tim Hardaway Jr.?
I could see that as well.
I think it's going to be one of those.
But do the Heat do anything? Like, or are they just waiting on this LeBron dominance? I guess if it's like a vet minimum, it doesn't really matter.
So the cap numbers have officially been released for the NBA season. The salary cap is at $164.96 million. The tax line is $200.43 million. First apron is $209 million. Second apron is $221.69 million.
All right, there we go. So
we have yet to have a signing. I'm refreshing Twitter nonstop.
Cam Jones waived by the Bulls. News of the day.
Get on it, Patrick Seatman.
Have fun getting to 8.
I will say, as make sure everyone can hear me. I will say, I remember a few years ago when we did this, we had that massive wave that would happen. And then I believe it was the Sixers that got in trouble for tampering.
Yeah, last year, first 30 minutes, nothing.
So ever since then, teams are very careful because they don't want to get in trouble for tampering. So we might not hear anything for a little bit now.
So if you want France-Sweden play-by-play, type me in the chat. Alper and I have you covered. Shout out to Prize Picks, by the way, because your boy – we can talk a little Prize Picks because your boy is about to hit a little lineup here.
Are you about to hit a lineup? Maybe we can go to your lineup
I am about to hit
mine.
a little lineup here. Let me pull it up real quick as we are sponsored by the fine folks over at Prize Picks. You pick more or less on player stat projections, 2 or more players, all sports available. And if you hit, you win money. Little 3-player lineup I've got, $10 to win 40. Erling Haaland, more than half a goal. That hit earlier. Kylian Mbappe, got him to score as well. I only need 5 more passes from Mr. Mbappe because that was a lightning discount. You guys got to take advantage when Prize Picks offers these opportunities as well. You can see on screen an example of another lineup. You picked more or less on the stat projections. How are we feeling about this one?
All right, so right now, so I have the more on Nalissa Smith because Asia Wilson is out in the Vegas game against New York tonight. Took the more on her points at 12.5.
It's the inside info you can only find here.
Exactly. I saw the Prize Picks Lightning discount, and I said, you know what? I think I know more than Prize Picks. We're going with the less on passes attempted. He's currently at 19, and I took the more on Dembele shots, and he has 2 right now, so I need 2. So I can have more than 3. But you guys can make a lineup just like that. You heard my lineup. You heard Harrison's lineup. We're doing lineups all over here at Chat Sports. Just download the app today. Use code HMA to get $50 on lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Link is in the live chat for you guys. That's code HMA to get $50 on lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Check out the fine folks at Prize Picks as you see on your screen. We'll kind of rotate these throughout the show. Nothing super notable here. Robert Williams back to Portland. That's a somewhat noteworthy deal. 3 years, $44 million. Chris Dunn is one of those players that just sticks around the league. I mean, like, he's going to have made like $75 million when it's all said and done, and no one's going to remember a single play from his career as he's back to the Clippers. Obviously, the trade, I don't think it's technically has gone through yet, but Kawhi Leonard is getting traded.
July 6th, it's official.
Traded back to Toronto. Brandon Ingram in that trade. Grady Dick, couple of firsts going back to Toronto in addition to a couple, or going back to LA in addition to a couple of seconds as well. 1 pick swap in there. So apparently Kawhi views this as a retirement hub. He's going to finish his career in Toronto.
He's, 35 right now? So he's got,
he's going to sign a 3-year extension, so maybe plays 4 more years that he's done.
He's playing the best basketball of his career at 35 years old.
He was good last year.
He was coming off, I'm pretty sure, career highs with the Clippers. And now going to Toronto, he has a little bit of a better kind of surrounding core with him, with Scotty Barnes. You still have Colin Murray-Boyles, Jakob Poeltl, and R.J. Barrett.
Barrett was good last year.
Emmanuel Quickly, I kind of have questions about if he's that kind of starting point guard. But
they need a guard.
They still have a solid core around them.
They need a guard. I kind of wonder if maybe something materialized. You know, I mentioned him earlier. What if you get to the deadline and the Mavericks are like, okay, we'll trade Kyrie Irving?
That is an option that I did not think of.
Could Toronto find a package to send to Dallas for Kyrie Irving to pair him with Kawhi Leonard? Because I think that would be – they're kind of on the same timeline. You'd have them. You'd have Scotty Barnes as your young piece for the future. So I think that's a name to monitor. Not right now, but once we get into the season.
I would not trade Colin Murray-Boyles because you made sure you didn't send him in that Kawhi trade. But maybe you could send in Jamal Sheed, Jacoby Walter. We'll see how Emmanuel Quickly does.
It's probably Quickly, Shed, and a couple picks for Kyrie is probably what you'd be looking at.
Because the Mavs would just want to get rid of him as soon or as easy as possible.
Yeah, and they would just as many picks as they can get is probably what they'd be looking
15 shots to 3?
Oh my God, they're peppering the Sweden goal. HB 6-0. Shout out Prize Picks. I took France -1.5 on team picks, so you can do that as well.
Obviously, the big talk besides Kawhi trade, which kind of flooded everything, is where is LeBron James going to go? He announced today that he is continuing his NBA career. He's not retiring, but he is not returning to the Los Angeles Lakers that he has spent with since the 2018-19 season, and now that he is going to play somewhere else. That is the big question. And according to what we saw from David McMenamin is that he is going to talk to any team, but there are favorites, and you can see this tweet right here, that he's instructed Rich Paul to talk to everyone around the league who is interested in playing for them and come back to him on what the options are so we can make this decision. But I'll say this, Harry. When I saw this tweet, the first thing I thought of was, wouldn't that be the job anyway?
Hey, agent, go find out what my market is.
Yeah. Hey, go talk to teams.
Let me know what teams are interested.
Duh.
Yeah, does anybody still want me? I know I'm 42, but I'm a top 20 player in this league still. So this would be interesting, by the way. The Timberwolves like, are they like the wild card underground team in all of this? Because, you know, the heavy lean is Golden State's the favorite with Miami and Cleveland lurking. But, like, if you're the T-Wolves and you could convince LeBron to sign on a cheap contract, you get LeBron in there with Anthony Edwards. I'm not a big LaMelo Ball guy, but if he's like your third or fourth option, I don't mind that. You still have Gobert, who's one of the better defensive centers in the league. That'd be pretty interesting. I don't know if LeBron would go to Minnesota. Like, I can't envision him hanging out in Minnesota, but
it would just be
it's
does he want to win? Because they re-signed Ayo Dosunmu. You have Terrence Shannon, who seems like he's going to be kind of the player of the future. I mean, surprisingly, they still have Mike Conley, but
is he a free agent? I think he's a free agent.
Is a free agent?
Yep.
Okay.
But they could easily
Jaden
bring him
McDaniels, like they have a solid core around them. You add a player in LeBron James, you would automatically add them to probably the third favorite in the West next to OKC.
Yeah,
and
you
San
go
Antonio.
LaMelo at the 1, Ant at the 2, LeBron at the 3, McDaniels at the 4, Gobert at the 5. You got Terrence Shannon coming off the bench is a really good volume bench scorer. Maybe add a couple of cheap shooters off the bench. I mean, it's probably not beating OKC or San Antonio, but you're a clear third, I would say, in the West in that situation.
Where do you guys think LeBron will play in 2026? Where is he playing? My prediction is he's going to the Golden State Warriors.
Certainly feels that way. I will say, too, they're not going to win the finals or anything. It would be cool to see him and Steph play together. Like, I'd like to see it.
I would enjoy that.
It would be cool. It would kind of, maybe they play 2 seasons together. Maybe they both retire. Who knows? Steve Kerr's coaching them both. That'd be cool. So if he goes to any of these teams in the West, they probably become the third team in the West. Like, if he goes to Golden State, they're probably the third team to the West. If he went to Minnesota, they're probably the third team in the West. So we'll see where he lands. If he truly wants to win a title, is Miami his best option? Like, are they? I don't know what his best option is. If
I
he's
would
trying
agree.
to win a title.
I would think Miami.
Because there he's probably just the point guard.
Yeah, he's
the
just be
point guard. Giannis will also initiate offense, obviously. And honestly, if he went to the Heat, he would clearly start. But I think the way they'd stagger the rotation, I think he'd play a lot with the second unit, and he would just initiate with the second unit. So
he could distribute the ball. That would be the smart thing for them to do. You
get some
have
shooting.
Davion Mitchell come off the bench. I mean, you got to assume that the Heat are going to make a signing for some type of shooter.
Buddy Hield, Bradley Beal. They're going to get one. Tim Hardaway. They're going to get 1 or 2 of these guys.
Speaking of Prize Picks, producer Jack, they do have the chances of where LeBron is going to go.
Yeah, you could predict it
up
right now. Yes! Prize Picks, team picks, baby.
Is
France
that another
up 2-0.
one? There we go.
Shout out to Prize Picks,
there
baby.
There we go.
And speaking of which, as of, I don't know if this is the most recent one, if you think he's going to Golden State, you can get him at 1.92x. That's almost even there. That's not too bad.
You're not doubling your money. That's how much they think he's going to Golden State.
Yeah, it was 1.4 earlier though. So
is this
maybe
in the team picks?
Yeah, if you go to team picks,
it's in culture.
No, it's team picks. It is team picks. If you go to team picks and then NBA. So this is the updated one. It's constantly fluctuating. Golden State 1.88x. So for example, if you put $20, you would win 37. So you'd net 17.
Cleveland, Miami, San Antonio, Minnesota.
You can still get Miami at almost 7x.
You can get New York at 33x.
Well,
that's not happening.
That's every team. That's not the top 5 teams. So check out Prize Picks. You can predict where LeBron's going to play next and make some money potentially. All right, we got a super chat from DKC says, "Go Pelicans!"
Mr. Dior.
You are not getting LeBron, but
Pelicans are in an interesting spot.
I feel like how many years in a row have we said they're kind of in an interesting spot? They
want to get rid of Trey Murphy. You have Herb Jones. You have Zion, and that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't. At some point, they got to make a decision on Zion. Like, is he still their future? Has that ship sailed? What can you get? Do you try and trade for Jaylen Brown? I know Smitty, who hosts our Celtics channel, has throwing out a Trey Murphy and Zion Williamson for Jaylen Brown type of trade package. Would New Orleans do that? I don't know. JB would get to be the number one option there, so I think he'd be open to it. But, yeah, they're kind of in a spot where, like, they're not terrible, but they're not contending either. So they're kind of stuck in no man's land in the NBA landscape right now.
Nice. I see that. We still have our Super Chat menu going on. Every single 100 likes, which I think we did hit 300. I got the.
Are you up this time? Or
I took it last time, so if you want to join us in, Harry, on the Bean Boozled.
I hate Bean Boozled.
Yeah, it's never
a fun
time.
Every time.
It's never a fun time.
All right, what am I?
$5.
Oh, this is brutal. It's either wet dog or top banana. I don't even like banana.
Well, I'll put this trash can here.
Yeah, let's hand that over. Here we go.
$5. We talk about any team. $20.
It's wet dog. Oh, go. Well, that's not my rules.
You like to swallow, don't you, Jack?
That's. You walked into that one.
That was a layup.
$5 we'll talk about your favorite team. $20 we'll also do Bean Boozled, which if you want me to.
Well, I got the next one.
Almost gag again.
We are 23 likes away from me trying a Bean Boozled.
And then $50 we'll do a beer bomb. We'll get the happy dads going. So that's where things sit right now. And in free agency, nothing has happened.
Nothing.
All right.
Isaac, let's go Nets.
We got Pelicans and Nets fans on the stream.
Hope they make some moves. Shout out to Isaac P coming in with a $2 super
I mean,
chat.
what can the Nets really? Do we have a Nets team card? Did we even get around to that? All right.
I mean, for the
Shout
Nets.
out to production.
The Nets, they're right now in major purgatory. Look, you traded for Julius Randle, and you got your pick swap for it with the Timberwolves to be able to go out and get a player in the first round. You have Michael Porter Jr. You have Day'Ron Sharpe. Trying to think of the other player's name.
They don't still have Cam Thomas, do they?
No, Cam Thomas hasn't been on the Nets since the beginning of the year. But they have a core. I'll say that. But right now,
they're a classic.
Traore, that's who, and Igor Demon. They have a bunch of guards.
Yeah, they drafted like 5 last year. Remember? It's like you have 5 picks and they're all guards. They're a league pass team right now.
Day'Ron Sharpe, like you have a solid foundation.
Do you?
But you're one of the worst teams in basketball.
I mean, they're not close.
I mean, you're going to watch, which they're doing exactly what the Knicks did 7 years ago. You're taking Julius Randle and hoping he can get you to 30 to 40 wins, but he's not going to win you basketball games in any way, shape, or form. And I will say, I think Michael Porter Jr. and Julius Randle hoops might be the worst hoop that you could possibly watch
that's what
in the NBA.
That's what the kids call, what's the CTE hoops?
CTE ball.
Yeah, CTE ball. Michael Porter Jr., who is missing a few screws.
They had solid draft, but it's nothing that, like, they're not going to be a playoff team. I don't think anybody's going to go to them in free agency. Like, they aren't going to go out and get a Jalen Duren or a Rui Hachimura. They're just going to go out and sign low-end players for kind of less amount of money. They're in a rebuilding time, so we'll see what they do.
How about a beer bong race? You drop a hundy. We'll do a beer bong race.
We'll do a beer bong race. With $100 super chat, we'll do a beer bong race.
Producer Jack will do a beer bong as well. That would be a 3-person beer bong race.
There, you heard the man.
Shout out to Isaac P coming in with the $2 super chat. We also got JJ the GOAT. Will Golden State try to trade for AD? So it was rumored that LeBron would only go to Golden State if they traded for Anthony Davis. But that is not the case. As we got this tweet from Mark J. Spears of ESPN that the Wizards are not entertaining any single trade offer for Anthony Davis. He will be sticking with the Wizards and playing with Trae Young.
Which I kind of get from Washington's standpoint. It's like, why the hell would you trade him? You just traded for him to pair with Trae Young. Yeah, I get it. Like, oh, he's not going to extend here. It's like, okay, you're the Wizards. Like, wasn't the whole point of these moves to, like, try and at least be a playoff team next year? Like, if they were the 8 seed, that's a win for the Wizards. Like,
Exactly.
like Brooklyn, become the 8 seed. Like, you can't skip steps. Like, if you could be decent, like, that's a win. Like, the Blazers last year, 8 seed, that was a win. Oh, yeah, so let's trade for Ja Morant. Let's try and skip steps. Stupid move. So, yeah, I think if you're Washington, you should at least start the season with Anthony Davis on your team. You could easily trade him at the deadline if it's not going well. So, like, I think unless he's just going to refuse to play for you, you might as well see how it looks with him, Trae Young. I think offensively that's actually pretty interesting. I mean, they're not going to win 50 games or anything, but could they be the 8 seed if they were healthy? Maybe. I don't think it's crazy. Sarr, I thought, took a nice step last year.
He got better. Like, the Wizards are on a track of, well, they gave Trae Young probably the worst contract that I've ever seen, but Trae Young,
Zach LaVine exists.
Still $211 million for Trae
It was
Young
an overpay, but again,
absurd.
if you're the Wizards, it's like you've already made these moves. You kind of have to commit. Like,
well, if you're the Wizards, you're part of that. Hey, you got to pay the bad team tax. If you want a decent player, which I'll give Trae Young credit,
you got to pay a B player A money.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where they're at as a franchise.
Exactly. Shout out to Jay Goat coming in with the 2. Then we got DeAndre Jackson. Let's go Bulls. Try to get Peyton Watson.
Yeah, aren't the Warriors? I guess they're kind of in a holding pattern there as they wait and see what happens with LeBron. So,
and for the Bulls, I wouldn't mind Peyton Watson on that team.
Yeah,
I'd
do it.
You got Nick Claxton. You drafted Caleb Wilson, so I don't think that Peyton Watson would start. You have Buzelis, Josh Giddey. Other than that, it's kind of like Peyton Watson would be a solid player to come off the bench. You have Patrick Williams right now, or I'm pretty sure, but
he's horrific.
Jalen Smith.
If you're the Bulls, I'm trying to find like young ascending talent at affordable cost. Like that's what I'm trying to do. Maybe bring in a vet or a cheap vet or two to like try and have that young nucleus come along with. Like a Kenrich Williams from OKC. Like I could see that type of an addition. Bring a veteran in here who's seen a championship run. So we'll see what type of moves they make. All right, we'll get to some more super chats. Remember, if you send 5 or more, we can talk about your favorite team for a little bit longer. But
oh, that's my fault.
All right, we can now get Brett Alper off screen. He's got to run to the restroom real quick. Here are the top free agents available, of course, for somehow north of 40 years old. We are on LeBron watch yet again, so we will see what happens there. With the Warriors, Heat, and Cavs looming as the top destinations for him. By the way, Shams just tweeted out a video, so if someone wants to maybe listen to that and see what he said about LeBron, that would be lovely. Jalen Duren is sitting there. Sounds like the Pistons are going to try to keep him now. He is a restricted free agent. Walker Kessler is as well. Norman Powell, the All-Star last year from Miami, they are not going to bring him back after the moves they've made, so we'll see where he ends up playing. Tobias Harris still there also. Jonathan Kuminga opted out of his player option with Atlanta. Rui Hachimura, who played really well for the Lakers last year, had a career year shooting the basketball, especially from downtown, so he could get a nice little payday. Keep an eye on the Spurs there. Quentin Grimes did not have a great year this past year, but he's shown some promise in the past. Let's see. We've got Tari Eason, Peyton Watson, Anfernee Simons, who's a volume scorer. We'll see where he lands. Bennedict Mathurin, I like his game quite a bit. I think he could be a good role player. We do have our first signing, by the way, I'm being told. It is Ousmane Dieng, 3 years, $17.5 million with the Bucks. We'll get to that in a second. John Collins is a free agent. Collin Sexton. Kelly Oubre, 30K Oubre, sitting there as well. So those are our top 15 free agents available from the Chat Sports team. So, we got 5 more too. Dean Wade sitting there. We'll see if the Cavs bring him back. Luke Kennard, who's a sniper from 3. Sandro Mamukelashvili. I did not say that correctly. He's actually a pretty good big, though. Keon Ellis, and then Nick Richards rounding out our top 20 free agent. All right, yeah. DeAndre Jordan re-signing with the Pelicans, year 19. He's still going. So we have A signing and two re-signings, it looks like. As Dieng, after getting traded from OKC, is going to re-up with Milwaukee. And then DeAndre Jordan back to New Orleans. All right, let's see. Marco, which forward would you like to see the Wolves go after? He's probably going to cost too much, but I would love a Rui Hachimura for them. I don't know if they can get him, though. We got one take saying, I'm a Wizards fan. Percent on LeBron joining us. I'd say about 0.3% chance. I think Scoop B put that out there. I would be stunned if the Wizards got LeBron James. Jay Goat, for LeBron being as old as he is, does he give Golden State decent production? Yeah, I mean, guys, LeBron James this past year was excellent. He averaged 21 points per game, 6 rebounds, 7.2 assists, shot over 51% from the field. He can still give you 26 and 6. Like, he is still a top 20-ish, 25 player in the NBA. He's excellent. He's not going to defend at a high level consistently, but when he picks his spots and locks in, he's still above average on defense. He's still very, very good. And he's obviously a very smart player. He can play on the ball. He can play off the ball. Didn't shoot the ball particularly well from 3 last year, under 32%, but overall, he's still very, very good. Very, very good. LA again here. He says, we already hit that one. Isaac, Brown, Murphy, or Wallace trade could happen to Brooklyn. You're talking Case and Wallace, and then let's go Nets. Sorry. We'll see. Jaylen Brown to Brooklyn would be interesting. I don't know if Brooklyn has any pieces that Boston's really looking for unless they go with the picks-heavy trade package. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. All right, Ousmane Dieng back with the Bucks, 3 years, $17.5 million. He played pretty well in Milwaukee after getting traded from OKC, so they get him back. And then DeAndre Jordan still kicking. He's going to re-sign with the Pelicans. I would imagine that's a 1-year vet minimum contract. So year 19 for him. Probably is trying to get to that nice little 20 number to finish his career. So that is where things sit. It's real exciting stuff, fellas.
This is where we're at. So far in free agency.
It's just, don't get me wrong, you don't want your offseason to be better than your actual season, but like NBA free agency used to have so much juice, man. It really did. It really, really did. But now it doesn't. But there's still some moves to happen. We'll see what happens with LeBron. Obviously, Kawhi Leonard. Do we have that Kawhi trade? We can flash that on screen for you guys. That was agreed to earlier today as well, as he is heading back to Toronto. The Clippers get Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks, 2 second-round picks, and a first-round pick swap. So the Clippers turn the page. You guys, kind of a full-circle moment for me. One of the first things I did here at Chat Sports, and maybe some of you OGs remember, I was actually a part-time employee when this happened. The night the Clippers signed Kawhi Leonard and traded for Paul George happened at like 1 a.m. Central Time, and I was playing Fortnite, and I signed off, and I drove to the studio, and we went live to break it down. It was electric. So now Kawhi has left the Clippers, and he is back with Toronto. If anyone in the chat remembers that, let me know.
What were we talking about?
I was saying the Kawhi back to Toronto is kind of a full circle moment for me because one of the first things I did here at Chat Sports, I was still part-time. I was playing Fortnite at 1 a.m. when Kawhi signed with the Clippers and Paul George got traded there. And me and a producer we had at the time drove to the studio and went live, and the audience was crazy. Got like 100,000 views.
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt here real quick. I was just given some information from one Tom Downey that ESPN, they're known as the worldwide leader
we
in
had
sports.
600.
Yeah, you know ESPN, they're known as the worldwide leader in sports.
Correct.
They're currently talking about the WNBA. on ESPN.
It's Commissioner's Cup, baby.
While we're while we're live while we're live here talking about all the moves, the very few moves. We're talking about Ousmane Dieng and
DeAndre Jordan
and
hey,
DeAndre Jordan.
Don't make me play devil's advocate.
So basically, what I'm trying to say is
there's nothing going on.
So
here.
basically,
this is brutal.
Like, what happened to the league I loved?
So
I saw Marshall's tweet.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is make sure you hit that subscribe button because ESPN.
No one else is
going
going live for DeAndre Jordan. I'll
Nobody
tell you that
else-
right here, right now.
The NBA has changed in a sense of it used to be awesome, and
I used to wait till midnight for Cyberdust, the Mark
Midnight.
Cuban app.
hey, where is it where Blake Griffin's putting up a chair so
Yes.
DeAndre Jordan, which is kind of funny how he
He's
just
still
signed.
kicking.
He's still
It's still the LeBron and DeAndre Jordan watch 12 years later.
I was waiting, and you see, oh my God, Timothy Mozgov just got $50 million.
How about Mozgov getting shunned from the reunion trip? Apparently, he didn't get an invite.
like
What's up with that, LeBron?
so many things have happened, but the NBA's different now to where nobody becomes a free agent. It's all
Cash
just
it, fellas. Prize picks. Continue.
It's all just, and shout out to all the super chats that we've gotten that I was not there. I see JJ the GOAT just sent in another $2. Like, nobody becomes a free agent anymore. What?
Yeah, anyway, WNBA sucks. Hit that subscribe button. We got you covered. And, you know, if and
it's
when a
just
move
trades.
happens, yeah, it's just a trades. The thing is now, it's trades only, but even trades are easy to do with all the aprons. So it is what it is. So,
But shout out to everybody that's still here. We made it to 435, 600. We were at, when I think the last time we checked at the sub counter, we were at about, I want to say it was 530. So shout out to all of y'all. If you love the NBA, if you want to hang out with us, last week we were hanging out for the NBA draft. Now we're doing free agency. And if you guys are even fans of soccer, the World Cup's going on. We'll be live for the U.S. game tomorrow, correct? I think Coop and Sam Brown are doing that, so you could do that as
speaking of the World Cup, France breakaway, and they blew another goal. It should be 10-0.
Does that count as a shot?
Oh, I think it will. Is that your guy?
Yeah, that was
All
the
right,
belly.
that's big.
But keep
Anyway,
hitting that sub button,
ESPN's
guys.
talking about the W. We're doing NBA free agency and World Cup updates. You decide what you'd rather watch. That's all I'm saying. I guess Jalen Duren by default.
If you want to call him the best free agent, but you also have that situation where he's a restricted free agent. So wherever he signs, it doesn't matter. Where he goes, doesn't matter for how much money. The team that signs him, the Detroit Pistons, have the opportunity to match that contract so he will stay in Detroit.
Yep.
I think they have, 3 days? I know the NFL is 3 days.
They may have reduced it to 2, but they have at least 2 days. They have multiple days. And it sounds like at this point they will match any and every offer.
Which has completely changed and flipped the script of what we saw as the Detroit Pistons were rumored to say, hey, we don't want to give you the max deal. So Duren was like, well, I want out. Trade me. I'm going to speak to the Lakers. I'm going to speak with the Kings on a potential sign and trade. And here we go, our first big name. And I almost called it, Harry. Almost called it. Tim Hardaway Jr. is signing with the Miami Heat, according to Chris Haynes.
Yeah, that was textbook.
It was so close.
His dad played there. He grew up there. That was
Now, I
that
will
was
ask
always
this. I'm pretty sure Tim Hardaway's jersey is retired.
well, Google's your friend. We can confirm
Would
that.
he wear his dad's number 10 jersey?
I don't know. It's a good question. The Twitter edit has him wearing number 4, so take that for what it's worth. But yeah, I don't. That's a good question. We'll
What?
see.
Oh, the Bean Boozled.
Yeah, that you have fun with Wet Dog. So Tim Hardaway Jr. to Miami. Obviously, they're looking to load up on cheap labor around Giannis, Bam, and potentially LeBron. We'll see if they're able to get LeBron. They obviously brought back Andrew Wiggins as well. They need shooting desperately on their team. Tim Hardaway can provide that. As France has scored again, 3-0.
Mbappe again.
He could have about 5 goals.
All right, so this is either going to be really good or really disgusting. It's Peach or Booger.
Ooh. Oh, it's brutal. Wet dog's worse. Peach?
That's not peach.
Yeah.
No, I can name 5 flavors. Liver and onions, burnt rubber,
Liver and onions.
dirty-handed, barf actually tastes like barf,
I've gotten barf.
wet dog. That's 5 right there.
Wet
Ugh.
dog. That's yikes. I used to be my hit rate on Bean Boozled is brutal.
I think they do it on purpose. It's not like 50-50. It's like 70.
They make you think it is, but it's
It's like 70-30.
I like that theory. I like that theory. All right, for those keeping track at home, France is up 3-0 on Sweden. They will be advancing to the round of 16. I'm excited for this Mexico-Ecuador.
Yeah.
Is that a hammer play?
Ah.
Mexico does not lose at home, so that place is going to be rowdy. That place is going to be rowdy. Tim Hardaway Jr. to the Miami Heat. I would imagine vet minimum or slightly more. It's not going to be for that much money, but he's 1 year, $6.5 million.
I mean,
not a bad little
I mean,
contract to play a role on a contender.
Tim Hardaway Jr. coming off one of his best seasons. He's not going to give you a ton, but he is your typical 3-and-D type shooter. He can shoot lights out from 3. He is streaky, but that's about it. I mean, you're going to get some defense, but if you want him to put the ball on the deck, that's not the guy.
He's serviceable on defense.
He is going to help this team.
Great. He's not bad.
He's going to help this team in a sense of, hey, we're going to have guys that are down low, as in Bam and Giannis, and Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to stand at the wing, stand at the corner, and just shoot the 3.
Catch and shoot.
Shoot the 3.
Teams are going to pack the paint against Miami, so guys like him are getting paid to knock down shots.
Exactly. You're gonna see a lot of, hey, we're gonna crash down low and kick it out, and Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to be there. Last year with Denver, averaged 13.5 points per game. He shot 44% from the field. Pretty sure he was shooting almost 40%. Yeah, did shoot 40% from 3, 40.7.
Yeah, he had a good year shooting last year. It's kind of a nice little bounce back from his 2 prior years, 35% from 3, under 37% from 3. So nice little uptick for him. It was actually a career high at over 40%. So, if Miami gets 38% or better from 3, they will get good ROI on this contract. So, I would imagine they add one more signing of this ilk, whether it's a Buddy Hield or a Bradley Beal, someone like that. To this unit, but that's a nice little first piece to add to that nucleus.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you got Giannis, Bobby Portis, who is going to be that kind of culture guy. A lot of Heat fans love Pelle Larsson. I really don't see it. I don't understand. I like Drew Smith.
There's a lot of celebrating for Pelle Larsson's not in the trade. It's like, okay, let's see. He showed some promise as a rookie, but he can shoot, which is something that they do need. So I guess there's that.
So I guessed that it would be Tim Hardaway Jr. I guessed it would be a Heat guy. And it was what, 3rd?
Yeah, but it's the first external signing. The other ones were re-signing.
Yes, it was re-signing. All right.
I'll give you the dub on that.
There we go.
I'll give you the dub on that. Just like I'm getting this France dub. All right, who will be the next player that signs? The name I threw out there was Marcus Smart to the Rockets. That feels like a pretty likely one. Oh, we do see it. Here's an edit with him in number 10. They should let him rock 10. That'd be.
His dad would have to give him the praise.
I think Senior would allow that. Just a hunch, but we'll see.
We'll see.
Maybe
what
he doesn't
happens.
want to rock 10. Maybe he doesn't want to rock 10. But by the way, if you had to guess before this contract, how much money has Tim Hardaway Jr. made in his NBA career?
Well, he signed a 70-year deal with the Knicks back in the day.
Dallas too. He signed for over $70 million.
So I would say probably like 225.
No, 158. Now about 165. I mean,
165.
He's had a nice little career, but like, it's not like he was ever an all-star.
I mean,
the NBA, if you're an average player, you can make a lot of money.
I will never forget it was the 2014 Rising Stars Challenge, and him and
that was
Dion
electric.
Waiters
Yes.
just were lighting it up from three everywhere from the court.
That was fun. All right, we'll get some shout-outs going. Who do you guys think signs next? Collin Sexton. That's another guy I could see the Heat go after. Just got a notey. Oh, we're getting NBA Cup updates.
Will be played at the Hinkle Fieldhouse?
Where Butler plays. Why are we dropping? This is why the NBA gets a bad rap. That you're breaking that news on 30 minutes into day
do you
one of free
remember
agency?
like the report earlier this year that they wanted to kind of switch it up and play in like college? And I was like, play at the Yum Center.
Why not? Can we report on this in 2 weeks when there's nothing to talk about? Day one of free agency.
Yeah, day one of free agency.
We got DeAndre Jordan, Tim
Also,
Hardaway, and the NBA Cup. What do we got here?
The industry plant deactivated.
He was such a plant, by the way.
The Germany guy?
Freddie's deactivated.
The Freddie guy on Twitter? He deactivated.
Okay, chat. Do you know who Freddie is? Yes or no? And if you do, was he an industry plant? Yes or no?
Germany loses in the World Cup and immediately deactivated.
We never saw his face. Yeah, he was like, we're here till July 20. Well, that's when it really got sus because people were like, what, you can't change your flight?
We're like, go to a NASCAR race.
Yeah. Go to 3. You're here for another month. Oh, man. Adios, Freddie.
Got some more. All right, shout out to Jay Goat coming in with a 2. Does Golden State get more to – does that say more to other than LeBron? More free agents. Oh, I can't read it. I thought that said yeah.
I don't know how many roster spots they have open, but maybe they get 1 or 2 like small pieces. But LeBron would easily be like the big one. Like they're not going to get LeBron and like there was the rumor of LeBron and AD if they trade Jimmy Butler, but it sounds like the AD dream for Golden State is dead. So
I think this is their biggest move. Like
they'll bring back Draymond, of course.
That's about it.
Yep.
Shout out to you, Jay Goat. Well, we'll see. I think LeBron is just going to be their big free agent. Troy Daniels coming up with a 5. How long does a team with a restricted free agent have to match the better offer? Are there any rumors on Walker Kessler? Let's talk Utah Jazz. What will they do? Appreciate you, Troy Daniels. And yes, I see your comment. We just got to it. Just got to be patient.
I'm Googling the restricted free agents thing. 48 hours. It's now 2 days.
So it's 2 days.
It used to be 3. You were right.
Troy, why you yelling, man?
It's
We
now
got
2
you.
days. So they have 48 hours to
It was
match.
D. Teddy, 1970. So, I mean, with the Utah Jazz, I honestly don't know. That's Sacramento Kings, Mr. Jack Lauderay.
Close,
Close,
but not really.
Both mediocre teams. They're one of the worst teams in basketball. Like, you can see the key free agents is Walker Kessler is restricted. But there have been rumors nonstop of Walker Kessler trade rumors. And it was, we want 2 first-round picks because Danny Ainge just wants to get as much as possible, and nothing happened. Well, I will say this. Walker Kessler right now is going to, as we got another Chris Haynes tweet about LeBron, which we'll get to in a second. But for Walker Kessler, it's going to determine. If he gets $20 million a year, I highly doubt the Jazz, with the way they're trying to rebuild their roster, they're going to keep someone like Walker Kessler, who's only averaging 13 points per game, 10 rebounds, and is not really your kind of elevator.
Didn't they report? Wasn't it reported that they offered him 5 for $140, which is $28 a year, or was that a fake report?
I don't remember. Maybe.
We'll see.
Did he decline it?
Apparently, he declined that.
I see him get, as a guy that's averaging 13, 14, and 10.
He's a good rim protector.
You get like 30 mil max a year.
Yeah.
I mean, NBA money's different, but
there's not that many teams that can pay him, though.
I mean, you also just
it's like
the
Lakers. It would have been the Bulls, but they traded for Claxton. There's not many teams that could actually pay him big money.
You still have Keontae George. You have Laurie. You brought in Ace Bailey last year. You drafted Darren Peterson, but you have Jaren Jackson Jr.
Yep.
And did they re-sign? They brought back Nurkic, didn't they?
Maybe.
Didn't they bring back Nurkic?
Let's
Yusuf
see.
Nurkic? I'm pretty sure. You have Kyle Filipowski. I kind of think they want to keep going into that new era. You drafted Darren Peterson to be your point guard. Then you get Jaren Jackson Jr., who is your starting center.
Yeah, 2 for 22 for Nurkic.
Do you want to pay Walker Kessler that amount of money when you have Jackson right there as your starting center?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I think they just let the market play out, and if it's a super strong market, they probably let him go. If not, if it's like, 15 to 20 million per year, maybe they bring him back, but we'll see what they do. I do think Danny Ainge has got a little something cooking there. I think they're trending in the right direction.
We'll see, but appreciate your super chat. $5, just like our guy just sent in, D. Teddy. He sent in a $5. We talked about this team. It was the Utah Jazz. If you want us to talk about your team, go ahead, send in a $5 super chat. Every 100 likes, we get to a Bean Boozled. We also got $50 beer bongs going on, and $20, another Bean Boozled.
All right, you heard the man. Chris Haynes with the latest update on LeBron. He says he will be patient and open-minded in selecting his next destination, but the priority is having a realistic chance at competing for a championship. He remains committed to playing at the highest level. The longer this goes, the more I wonder if a surprise team enters the fray. We mentioned Minnesota. What if the Spurs are like, hey,
do they have the money?
Well,
does he want to sign for the vet?
The priority is competing for a championship. I don't know what their team profile looks like from a salary cap perspective in terms of what they could offer, but if you're LeBron, the Spurs, that's pretty enticing.
Yeah. I mean,
I know Pop's not the coach anymore, but he's still involved.
Pop
Mutual
was
respect
definitely
there.
involved. He's watching film with them. I mean, it was after they lost to, I think it was the Timberwolves in one of those big
gave that
games.
speech, yeah.
He gave the speech. He was watching film with them, and next thing you know, boom, they're blowing out the Timberwolves. So if I'm LeBron, he talked about it's not about the money. It's happiness and his ability to win. And for happiness, it kind of just seems like Golden State. He gets to stay on the West Coast, gets to stay in California.
Can a Steph, LeBron, Jimmy Butler at some point coming off in Draymond?
No.
At best, that's third in the West, right? That's
I think it is
best case scenario, and you hope,
I think they'd be
get
able
lucky with one of OKC or San Antonio. Maybe one of those teams suffers an injury or something, but I think your ceiling is Western Conference Finals if you go to Golden State.
I think 100% you're able to beat the Timberwolves. I think you could beat the Nuggets.
I also think if you go to the Timberwolves, that's a higher ceiling than going to Golden State.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I'd love to see LeBron and Steph play together. So from just a NBA fandom standpoint, that'd be fun to watch, but I don't know if that's his best chance to win a title. That's still probably Miami among the teams that seem to be interested.
According to, from what I'm seeing on Twitter,
is this Jake Fisher?
Yes, that that Duren wants to go to Boston.
Jalen Duren interested in Boston. Now, would that be a sign and trade with Jaylen Brown, where it's Jalen Duren, salary match, and a pick or two for Jaylen Brown?
That would be a perfect scenario. I mean,
that'd be kind of for Detroit. If you could get Jaylen Brown,
yeah,
that's a proven playoff performer next to Cunningham. Now they're going to have issues at center. You
would have B-Ball Paul as your center.
Yeah. Do you then turn around and get Mitchell Robinson or something like that, or Walker Kessler?
Can they afford them? Can they go
I don't know what the situation would be.
Cade signed that huge extension.
Maybe you could get maybe you could still have the mid-level and pay Mitch Rob that. Something like that.
I mean, it would work because right now we don't know if they're keeping Duncan Robinson. You have a Sir Thompson who's a rising star, but you put in Jaylen Brown there. Jaylen Brown can play the 2 or the 3. I guess you would move Thompson to the 4 because Tobias Harris is leaving, and then you're still left with who's going to be that center.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good defensive lineup, 1 through 4. I mean, Cade and Jaylen Brown, his defense dipped a little last year, but he was carrying such a heavy load offensively. He wouldn't have to do as much of that with Cade Cunningham initiating, so he could get back to being a dominant 2-way player. I would not – if I'm Detroit and I can get Jaylen Brown, I'm pretty interested.
It's just – this is what you have to – if I'm the Detroit Pistons, the number one priority is kind of keeping – Jalen Duren.
But would you rather have him or Jaylen Brown?
Well, I mean,
it depends who else you can get at center. I think that's the key. I would take a 15 to 20% downgrade at center if I could get Jaylen Brown if I'm the Pistons. I mean, Cade Cunningham and Jaylen Brown, that's a pretty dynamic 1-2 punch. If you can just get a solid player at the 5, Mitch Robinson, Walker Kessler, someone of that ilk, that's pretty formidable. Maybe you could trade for Daniel Gafford and get him from Dallas. He's solid.
I do like how the NBA is transitioning. It is starting to get a guard-driven league, and if you can have Jaylen Brown and Cade Cunningham, but I'll say this.
They both have good size, too.
I'll say this. I mean, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum didn't win it last year. They didn't win it this year. Jason Tatum is a better player than Cade Cunningham. Is Jaylen Brown and Cade Cunningham, or is Cade Cunningham going to take you to the next level on making you a championship contender, especially now that you don't have a center?
Well, my thing is, if they have concerns about Duren being a high-level playoff player, you know Jaylen Brown can be that. He's proven that. I'm not saying you're the team to beat in the East if you're Detroit, but if you can pair him with Cunningham and continue to build the rest of the team, I mean, it's not like Jaylen Brown's 32. I mean, you could have him for the next 5 to 7 years at a pretty high level. So I don't know. That's a pretty rugged defensive team. Cunningham and Brown can each go for 40 on any given night. Yeah. Like to me, that's a pretty enticing team if I'm Detroit. So we'll see what happens. The key would be, I think you would only do it if you had a plan B at center. Like, if you're losing Duren, you have to find a center because you don't have Isaiah Stewart anymore.
There are not many options. Like, you could take that chance and then say, hey,
it's Mitch Robert Kessler.
We're going to go out and get Walker Kessler. And then the Jazz, for some reason, just decide we're matching. And then you're even more screwed.
Yeah.
So
they'd have to have something in place.
They should have never traded Isaiah Stewart.
That felt just forced.
It made no sense.
Maybe you trade for Daniel Gafford, that could be an option. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I like Jaylen Brown. You pair him with Cade Cunningham, that's pretty fun.
I love Duren, even though he really disappointed me in the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm not punting on Duren. I'm just saying Jaylen Brown, I think if you can find another center who, again, gives you 80% of what Duren does, I would take that with Jaylen Brown over just Jalen Duren. The key is finding a center, though.
Yeah, it's just finding a center. Appreciate all the people that are still tuned in. If you're just tuning in, we got almost 1,400 people in the chat rocking with us. These are the only free agency moves that have been made, and we are
so busy.
50 minutes in.
Yep.
Dieng re-signs with the Bucks, 3 years, $17 million. Crazy deal.
DeAndre Jordan's like, wait, you're still offering me contracts? Sure,
I'll sign it up.
I'll sit the bench for 82.
And then Tim Hardaway Jr., 1 year, $6.5 million to go to the Miami Heat.
By the way, if you're like at a point in your career like DeAndre Jordan where like you're not playing anymore, like there's not that many better places than New Orleans to just hang out. I mean, you're just sitting on the bench and you got good food everywhere and you're just hanging out with the boys. Like, that's a pretty sweet gig. Couple $1 million to just hang out.
Have fun at Club Live.
Let's go.
Prime 112. Go get your steaks.
You love to see it.
My Prize Picks lineup. It was a bonus lineup, but didn't even come close.
Well, speak for yourself. I'm about to cash a player picks lineup and a team picks. Let's go. Unless Sweden scores twice in the last 2 minutes. I don't think that's happening.
All right. We got almost 1,500 people in the chat. It's a little dry here for NBA free agency. So if you guys want us to talk about your team, go ahead, spam it down below. I'm already seeing Time in the Buckeye getting ahead of the game, spamming his Cavs. Caleb Cooley spamming Wizards.
Watching.
Everybody go down below, spam your team. We'll count down from like 5 to 10, and then we'll pick someone to talk about their team. Everybody spam it down below.
All right, spam the chat. I'll count down Alper from 10 starting now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who are we going with?
I see way too many Cavs.
Okay.
I see a whole bunch. I see Time in the Buckeye doing Cavs. I see David Cavs. I see Eason Cavs. It was the Cavs. I was like, who do I pick?
It was always the Cavs.
So the Cleveland Cavaliers, who coming off getting swept by my New York Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. Yeah, they have key free agents when you see on that list of James Harden, but it is highly rumored that Harden opted out for the reason
he's
to
also
get a
willing to take
long-term deal.
less if that means LeBron comes, it sounds like. So they'll probably wait and see if they can get LeBron before inking a deal with Harden.
They have, their core is pretty much going to stay the same as long. We'll see if they can sign LeBron and keep their core of Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, Jared Allen, Evan Mobley. They have a solid core. What they need is kind of just a bench. Max Strus kind of fell off the face of the earth towards the end of the season.
Their wings are brutal, dude. They have no wings. Dean, no disrespect to Dean Wade, but he's starting conference finals games. What's going on?
It doesn't look like
you get LeBron. You get LeBron. Listen, say what you want about Harden. He's still a plus player. D. Mitchell's a top 15, 20 player in the league. LeBron's a top 20 player, and he helps your wing group out. You have two good bigs with Mobley and Allen. They have a good team in place.
Solid five. They just need depth.
I don't know if LeBron's enough to get you over the hill, but it gets you closer.
Would you, if you don't get LeBron, would you go out and try to sign Rui Hachimura?
I like that as a backup option. I don't know what they can offer him because aren't they a second apron team? They'd probably have to work out. They'd have to dump Strus. And there's been rumors that they're trying to do that. So they'd have to get Strus off the books. I wouldn't mind because he gives you that wing.
Get a little defense. Help. He could shoot.
He's a really good shooter. Yeah, he
athletic.
If you go from Dean Wade to Rui Hachimura, that's a notable upgrade.
You still have Jalen Tyson. There were multiple times we saw Naquan Tomlin come in. Yeah, he didn't get any burn in the playoffs, but a up and coming type of player. He's 25 years old, but I still see him as a kind of getting better player. Jalen Tyson, that was one athletic kind of guard that I watched earlier this season, and I was just like, okay, they still have Schroeder. They have a nice backup point guard, but it feels like you said before, they got to get better with the wings.
Got to get better with the wings. That really stood out in the Knicks series. Bridges and Anunoby just killed them. That was a problem.
You also had just Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns just dominating inside.
Yep. They pantsed them after game one. All right, shout out your favorite team.
We got a super chat, $5 super chat.
All right, count me down, Alper.
I got you. Everybody, keep spamming your teams down below. Billy Beebe says, I don't know a thing about the Cavs. Well, I know one thing. You got swept 4-0 as we're watching World Cup. So, have fun watching Donovan Mitchell with the L's down because it's always F Louisville.
A little play for this night game? We got to hop on something.
We can come up with a prize picks lineup, but spam it down below. Harry, I'm going to count down from 10.
By the way, Kelly Iko reporting that the Lakers plan to meet with Kelly Oubre. So we'll see
10,
if they get him.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, bang.
I see the Spurs from Green Caesar.
Put it all in caps.
Some deep rumors about Rui Hachimura there where if the Spurs bring back the same team basically and add Hachimura, that's a pretty good move. All their it's brutal.
It's bad. It's horrible. We got a new location for the NBA Cup.
Why are you announcing that today?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure the players want to go to Indy.
By the way, Downey putting in there, ESPN's talking about WNBA. There's more happening in that than this.
Got the Commissioner's Cup, baby. Asia Wilson
unreal.
Out. The Spurs, you're bringing back, everybody is super young. You're bringing back mostly the same players. You can see the key free agent there. Kelly Oubre, Bismack Biyombo, Mason Plumlee, they're only key free agents. And they have the best young core that I have seen in a long time in Victor Wembanyama. You have Dylan Harper. You have Vassell, Stephon Castle. They have a wide variety of talent around them. And even in the draft, they got two big men to kind of help out on the bench side of things when, they were dealing with Luke Cornett on the bench, or coming off the bench once Wemby went to get a rest, and you saw, well, they kind of struggled. Well, they got JQ from Kentucky, my guy, acquaintance, and then I'm trying to remember who's the other center that they got. They got 2 centers in the draft.
Oh, I'm looking right at the guy.
Well, I'm trying to talk on the top of my head right now, Mr. Jack.
Yeah.
Spurs draft picks. I just know they got Quaintons.
All right, let's talk to Quinn.
They also got Terrace Reed from Tennessee the UConn center. And then Jacoby Gillespie. Thanks, Google AI.
Shout out Google AI. Not a sponsor, but if they want to be, we'll take you.
I don't think they can get LeBron.
All right, Quinn. Kings, appreciate the 2. Kings signed Tyus Jones to back up Acuff, Yearnay. I wouldn't mind that move.
You got to get a better backup than better backup than Tyus Jones.
Who is Sacramento getting? It's Sacramento.
I mean, Darius Acuff.
Tyus Jones ain't bad.
Darius Acuff is an extremely good player, and I really think he's going to be solid for this Kings team, but he plays no defense whatsoever. So we'll see what happens there, but Tyus Jones, he can give you 10, but he's also another one of those players, small, athletic, doesn't play a lot of defense. So, I mean, go ahead and sign him. Probably have to pay a little bit more, but you can go ahead and sign him to the Kings. Shout out to Junes. LeBron and Grimes are Mavericks. I think Quentin Grimes might be a Maverick. I don't agree with LeBron.
They had him a year and a half ago, and they traded him for Caleb Martin.
Caleb Martin.
The trade that gets forgotten about from the Nico Harrison era. Also an awful trade.
You have Masai Ujiri now, who is a lot better at managing a team.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. The whole thing about the Nico thing is funny, too, because, like, he actually was doing a great job, but he built the whole team around Luka, then he traded Luka. So it's like, oh.
I mean, you literally
these pieces actually don't fit now.
You got to the NBA Finals.
Klay Thompson without Luka
couple years ago.
Nothing.
Like, I feel bad for Klay Thompson because it was just like,
yeah, he took a leap of faith to leave Golden State. He was like,
all right, I get to play with Luka, have a chance to go to the finals.
Oh, now I'm catching passes from Brandon Williams.
Yeah. But, I mean, you have your core. You have to just build around Cooper Flagg. And you saw what they did. Dusty May drafted his guy from Michigan, which is also another big man. I thought they were going to go out and get some kind of smaller players, some players for the backcourt. So that's what they kind of need to go out and get. You have Kyrie Irving, which, Harrison, you talked about earlier. They're probably going to give one more year to see how he plays, and then maybe towards the trade deadline, look to kind of build off of him, get a little younger because he's getting up there in age. I mean, the Mavericks, they need anything around them. Like shooters, they just got to get as many pieces around Cooper Flagg as possible.
Yeah, I mean, keep building the team. Be opportunistic. If you get decent trade offers on guys like Daniel Gafford or Klay Thompson, be opportunistic there. Those are the type of moves I would expect. All right, subscribe to the channel. We are live on day 1 of NBA free agency. Big news, no news, small news. We're covering it all. So hit that subscribe button. We appreciate all 1,300 people hanging out with us here on night 1. We'll see how long we go. If it's slow, we'll see. But we're here covering everything notable that happens. LeBron does not seem to be in a rush.
He's not going to be in a rush.
He will not be signing tonight. But we'll see what
I
else
love how Shams.
We're doing a Kelly Oubre tour, by the way.
I love how Shams literally just retweeted out Kawhi Leonard to the Raptors has been agreed to. Don't upgrade it like it's brand new. You got a 2031 unprotected first-round pick. Thank you. A 2033 first-round pick. A 2030 second-round pick, a 2033 second-round pick, and a 2027 first-round pick swap. I'll be honest, Harry. I see all this all the time, and you can pull up, if you guys have it, the LaMelo trade and also the Miles Bridges trade, how the Hornets just gave up pick swaps. It doesn't do anything. Like, you both of these teams, the Timberwolves and the Hornets, expect to be kind of in the playoff hunt. In the, hey, we're going to be around the 5 to 4 seed. So they're going to get around the 23rd, 24th pick.
The pick
What is
swap
the
thing
point
is
of the
always
pick
the most
swap?
overrated thing, unless it's like the Nets in a trade or something like.
If it's a bad team, I can understand it because they're going to be the worst team. So you're, hey, we'll take your first round pick. But like,
did you like this trade for either team? By the way, like it was one of those where it's like the LaMelo one. Like, I get Minnesota had to do something, and I'll say this: they didn't give up that much for him, but like. That's a big leap that he's going to be a high-level playoff performer.
They must
and if you're the
really
Hornets,
value Naz Reid.
if you're the Hornets, you're finally relevant. Oh, as soon as we're relevant, let's trade LaMelo
blow
Ball.
up the whole team.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like the Blazers. Oh, we're finally relevant. Oh, you know what? We're actually going to shift to a Ja Morant, Damian Lillard backcourt next year. What?
And for the Hornets, like, you get a little bit of defense, you get a little bit of shooting. Just Naz Reid, solid player. The Hornets have all of the shooters in the world now. They have all the shooters in the world.
Yeah, they could play. With
Because
Reid at the 5. They can have 5 shooters on the court at once.
You have Concanipple, you have Grayson Allen. I mean, even Royce O'Neal can have a little bit of a clip from 3. Like, Kobe White is a gigantic shooter. You drafted the guy. What was his name? Christian. And he can
Christian
shoot.
Anderson.
He can shoot. Like, they're going to shoot 53s per game.
LeBron update from NBA Central. He is poolside at his house.
Of course. Just hanging out. He has no rush.
Nor should he. I mean, he's 41, 42 years old. He's not going to rush into a decision.
My dad asked me about a Prize Picks lineup.
Really?
Yes.
Well, let's hear it.
The team picks of the New York.
Oh, is this the W?
This is the W.
Okay.
Because it's the Commissioner's Cup. It's their in-season tournament, as they like to call it. Jonquel Jones, more than 15 points. Jackie Young, more than 18 points. And Breanna Stewart, more than 18 points. $20 to win a 144. No.
That's his dad's lineup. That's Mr. Alper.
No.
But if you want to play Prize Picks, you can do so very easily. Code HMA, $50 in the lineups. Tell you guys a little bit about Prize Picks. Your boy has had a fantastic couple of days. And listen, the bread and butter on Prize Picks is the daily fantasy, the player picks. I got to be honest, though, Brett Alper, with the World Cup, the team picks is where it's at.
You've been on fire.
I just
with
cashed,
the team
just
picks.
cashed in France to win by more than 1.5 goals. That was fantastic. So we'll flash the little disclaimer with team picks. You guys should jump on that action. I can't wait for Mexico, Ecuador tonight. I think I'm going with Mexico because they're at home and they rarely lose at home. Plus, we need Mexico, England in Mexico in the round of 16.
I would love to see that. England would not have any idea what they're walking into in terms of an environment. I just want to see that. Obviously, Alper had this lineup. It was terrible. And it was a bonus lineup. Hey, that's another perk. That's with Prize Picks. Sometimes you get bonus lineups. I literally just went on the Prize Picks app and it said, hey, you can claim a bonus lineup for $15. So I tried to outsmart Prize Picks. Did not work out. I tried to go with the less on Kylian Mbappe in passes attempted, which it was a lightning play. And I said, nah, we're going less. He had 41. You faded the lightning. It didn't work. Yeah, it does. I had Dembele to have more than 3 shots. Guess what? He had 2. And Nalissa Smith, I liked her more than points. We'll see what happens when that game starts. Player picks, team picks, culture picks. It's all available. Get started with Prize Picks. When you use code HMA, you get $50 in player picks lineups. Once you play your first $5 lineup, that $50 bonus is only toward player picks lineups, so be aware of that. Link is in the live chat, comments, description to get started with Prize Picks today. Go download the app. Okay. This is it, Brett Alper. This is what we've all been waiting for. It is now 6:07 p.m. We are 67 minutes into NBA free agency. Shocked that producer Jack didn't do the little 6-7. Shocked that he didn't do. You did it all last week. But
it's a new week.
we have 3. We have 3. 3 moves.
The latest update is LeBron on Instagram. His stories, he's poolside, so it's
And nothing moving the needle.
Is that a subliminal message to the Heat? He's poolside? Probably not. Well, yeah, he was playing golf in Akron recently. Back home.
How about he just retires and does YouTube golf?
He probably will in 2 years. YouTube golf's electric. Really?
On that one, I'm going to guess yes, Jack.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess yes, they will.
I'm going to go out on a limb. This is a good question, Brett Alper. Is this the worst free agency period ever? Type Y for yes, in for no.
Yes.
Through 87 minutes, I'll say yes.
I mean, usually we get something.
I mean, Tim Hardaway being the headliner an hour and 10 in is just.
And Rolly was
tough.
here for the first 2 hours, and we talked about it, how we both think that he was a Miami Heat. He was a Heatle, but there was something. Like, can we get like a Walker Kessler? Can we get a Rui Hachimura? Can we get another trade? Do something.
I mean, on Knicks, they're naming a random Nick, and the chat is typing Patrick Seatman. That's where we're at in free agency.
I said Earl Barron, if you guys know who that is.
I actually don't know who he is.
Do you know James White?
Yes.
Not the Patriots player.
Oh, then no.
No, the New York Knicks James White. Yes, my 2 favorite teams have both had a James White.
All right. Y for yes, in for no. It's unanimous. All yeses from Sunrise, Chalor,
Josh Wade.
Ty Man, the Buckeye.
Kyle.
We got Isaac back with another super chat. Shout out to Isaac showing out tonight.
Is that me? We're at 477.
No, that's me, unfortunately.
Oh, thank God. You can get toothpaste. There's a lot of toothpaste in there.
Yeah.
I'll get burnt tire. Tutti Frutti is calling
Someone
my
in
name.
the chat says Ish Smith.
Ish Smith. Let's get to 500 likes, ladies and gentlemen. We are 20 away. 1,400 people are rocking with us when there is no NBA news whatsoever. None.
All right.
Zilch. Nada.
When we get to a stopping point, I'm going to make a quick bathroom run. So
I gotcha.
when you guys are able to hold it down for a couple minutes.
Of course. 20 more likes, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Tim Hardaway Jr. has already said that, or Senior has said his son can't wear number 10.
Are you serious?
That's news of the day. That and the Hinkie Center.
Well, Tim Hardaway Jr., kind of a bad guy, but...
Senior or junior?
Sorry, Tim Hardaway Sr.
No, they do.
No,
but
it's just Tim Hardaway Sr., kind of a bad dude. Go look up what... Go look
better,
up... There we go.
Better or worse guy than Rick Brunson? I'm going to put you on the... I'll put you on the spot.
Rick Brunson. Rick Brunson takes the cake. Tim Hardaway Jr. just doesn't like a certain type of people. Tim Hardaway Sr. doesn't like a certain type of people.
Yeah, it's
Don't go look up Tim Hardaway Jr. Dan Le Batard show. Just don't go look it up.
Senior. You keep saying junior.
Because I'm so used to junior.
All right.
Tim Hardaway Sr.
What do we got here? We got old bandage or pomegranate.
Oh, that is the worst one.
Oof. All right, here we go.
That sounds like you got pomegranate.
Yeah, this isn't bad, I got to say. We're back. Because it was that bad. All right, I'm hopping off. I'll be right back.
All right, guys, 511. I mean, if we're keeping going with the likes, go ahead. Keep hitting that thumbs up icon. Let's get to 600 before. That's our challenge. Can we get to 600 likes before Harrison Graham gets back from his bathroom break?
We have like 170 likes for every signing so far.
Yeah, we got 170 likes. Keep hitting that thumbs up icon. We're already at 520. Keep that bad boy going. And shout out to Digested Raptor for his $5 super chat. Bucks, fringe playing team, trade or keep, Turner, and or Hero potential free agent moves. So I'm assuming you're saying Miles Turner. talking about the Bucks. I'm going to go with no. As I look at the teams that are probably going to be the most competitive in the Eastern Conference, you got 10. You got 10. So you have the Boston Celtics. I'm just looking at teams in order. Boston Celtics, New York Knicks, Philadelphia 76ers, Toronto Raptors. That's 4. Then you have the Cleveland Cavaliers, Detroit Pistons. You have the Miami Heat. You have the Orlando Magic. That's 8 right there. So then you have your 2 teams. The Atlanta Hawks are definitely going to be 9. So then that leaves the Bucks, the Pacers, the Bulls, the Hornets as teams. So Pacers will probably be number 10. I mean, they're coming back. They have they traded for Zubats. They also got they're getting Tyrese Halliburton back. I think the Bucks don't have the greatest team around them. I mean, you traded away everybody. They already had an awful team while Giannis was there, and that's the main reason why. Ryan Rollins is a rising star. I'll give you that. Tyler Hero is extremely inefficient. He does not play defense. He is awful at defense. Jaime Jaquez Jr. is just okay. Kyle Kuzma, well, Kyle Kuzma's Kyle Kuzma. And then you have Miles Turner, who you got last year, which kind of hoped that you would help this team get to the next level so Giannis wouldn't want to leave, but look what happened. You got Khalil Ware as well. I would probably trade Miles Turner to go and get more draft capital. That was what I would do. Or you trade one of them. You trade either Tyler Hero or you trade Miles Turner to get more draft picks because you're obviously a rebuilding team. But with Khalil Ware as your guy as center, you could use him and kind of have him be your kind of bridge piece and then use those draft picks that you got in the Giannis trade to go out and start to rebuild. I don't know if Miles Turner is going to want to stay here. He's not a winning type of player, so we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Dieng, maybe a low-key signing, but maybe nobody's a Giannis replacement, bro. Nobody's a Giannis replacement, but appreciate your $5 super chat. Isaac P., if the Nets want to land Brown or Murphy, MPJ, and picks. I don't think Jaylen Brown would be okay with going to the Brooklyn Nets. The Brooklyn Nets, nobody wants to go there, but appreciate you for your $2 super chat. We'll see Julius Randle and MPJ, but this is the latest signing. Bones Highland, shout out to the 302, Mr. Delaware himself, Bones Highland, re-signing with the Minnesota Timberwolves for a whopping $2.85 million. 1-year deal to be the backup point guard, kind of just, he didn't play much last season. He is your guy. How many? 6 games. Yeah, exactly. I think he was hurt half the year. But Bones Highland is kind of a guy that I look at as he could score. He could shoot the lights out of the ball. He can be a slashing type of point guard. The only problem with him, well, he's small and he can't play defense. So putting him behind, I guess, is Mike Conley a free agent? Started 3 games. Yeah. He's going to be a rotational player. He might not even see that much, but a solid guy for them. It's not moving the needle. Another player that isn't moving the needle. Right now you have LaMelo Ball. You could play Ayu Dosunmu. You have Terrence Shannon. They drafted Isaiah Evans, didn't they? Yeah, they drafted Isaiah Evans. So Bones Highland moves to basically 4th on the depth chart. It's just, this is such a bad free agency, man. There is nobody that has signed. Is there going to be anybody on day one, producer Jack, and in the chat also? Is there going to be anybody in day one of free agency that signs for more than $10 million per year? You guys let me know. Brady A! Appreciate you, man. Glad to see you on our Chat Sports channel. One of the Patriots Today legends. If you guys didn't know, I am the Patriots Today host, so if you want to go, hit that sub button on Chat Sports, and it'll go over to Patriots Today. And we're breaking our chat rate record. Look, you're the chat rate demon when it comes to boosting this chat.
I wanna break our chat rate record from last year. Last year's chat rate record was 201. All right, we're already up to 120. That was the most we've done today. So I want to get to 202. So what I want everyone to do is just spam the chat. You can spam me, you can spam whatever. Don't be what? I don't get it.
You're a random Nick.
Nice.
Spam the chat. You heard the man. You heard the man. Everybody, let's break our chat record. If you're annoyed about this free agency, if you are tired, go ahead, spam the chat. I'll give you guys. I see Chris Lauderay in the chat right now. Shout out to the Lauderay family. Sunrisers, Time in the Buckeye, Jack, Carl Knight's in the chat. What's going on? Charlicia, what's up? Supreme. Is that Gabriel? Zion Gabriel, Black Van, Zilla, Showtime. Keep spamming the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's break this chat rate. Joseph, Jack again, Finn, Brady A, sub for Pat Stubbs in the offseason. Yes, sir. D Meeks, 1998. First time here from Memphis. Hey, appreciate you for joining in, my guy. We are doing live coverage of NBA free agency. NBA free agency. Mr. Chugs, how we liking free agency so far?
Great. So much so that you already got off the stream.
Were you guys live?
Yeah.
Keep spamming.
Oh, did y'all get a nice little bump?
We're at 1,400.
Little Rockets bump?
First update,
114. That's it? That's it. Keep spamming the chat. We got to break the record for today. Come on. Everybody get down below.
The Knicks ruined the NBA.
We broke the NBA. The champions. No Larry? No Larry?
Our first update was 114, so we didn't even break our record from today. I need to see more people spamming in the chat. Just follow my lead. I'm spamming me in the chat.
Are you kidding me?
Come on! Spam it! Spam it! We're covering Bones Highland here. That is our biggest signing. So let's have fun ourselves. Keep spamming the chat below. I want to see everybody. King Chavert, I see you. David Jansen, I see you. Charlize Brady, hey, Kyle, Rams lover, Joseph. If anybody's going to sign, yeah. No, I don't know, man. 146, we're getting better. We're getting better. We got 1,300. We got 1,300. Chris Lauderay coming back in there. Kyle Buckley Supreme. There we go. Jack, you're going to the gym today? Make sure you drink a lot of water. Caleb Cooley. Sunriser says Pistons. Joseph Bones. Pac-Man's Army says the Cavs are getting LeBron. We'll see, man. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. Anthony says, would you please do something? Lakers, what is wrong with y'all? Everybody's making moves. Make a move. Who's making moves, Joseph or Anthony?
There's been 4 moves in the first hour.
Anthony, who is making moves? There's been 3 re-signings.
154.
We have 1 new signing. We have 1 new signing. Shout out to y'all. Got to 154.
Who was that person that was complaining?
That was Anthony saying, can the Lakers make a move? Everybody else is making a move.
There's been 4 moves.
This is all the moves we got. It's all the moves we have. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Yeah. Osman Dieng, DeAndre Jordan, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Bones Highland. Look, I'll make a deal with the NBA. Maybe I'll speak it into existence. If we get someone to sign for over $10 million a year, I'll do a beer bump. I mean, it's not like I can call up Adam Silver. Hey, Adam. Hey. That's not $10 million per year. Per year. So 3 years, 30 plus. That is my expectation. Yes, like $10 million. Like if it's 1 year, $10 million, boom, deal. Someone to make more than $10 million AAV. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, this is the only thing that is getting us excited for free agency. So the biggest news of the day, besides the why do I say Atlanta Hawks? Besides the Toronto Raptors trading for Kawhi Leonard, getting back Kawhi from that 2019 NBA Finals championship that they got, LeBron James announced that he's not retiring and he's going to play next season, but he will not be returning to the Lakers. So he informed them that they can move on without him because he's going to play somewhere else. So the question is, who is he going to play for? Where there are a lot of kind of key teams that are really focused in, like the Miami Heat, like the Golden State Warriors, like the Cleveland Cavaliers. But Dave McMenamin reported that Rich Paul has been instructed by LeBron to do his job. Go out and talk to teams who want him and see, and then LeBron will make the decision. So I don't think that any team is going to sign LeBron today. LeBron's going to take his time, as we saw from pictures from whatever he's doing. He's hanging out by a pool. But one team, as we know, like I said, Cleveland, Miami, and Golden State are key kind of teams. The Timberwolves could be a sleeper team to look at, according to Sam Amick. So that would be if he wants to shock the world. And then Crispy Haynes came out with a little Haynes brief. That LeBron is patient and open-minded in selecting his next destination, but the priority is having a realistic chance at competing for a championship. He remains committed to playing at the highest level. Harrison, you missed out on the biggest signing of the day, Bones Highland.
Yeah, where's he off to?
He's staying with the Timberwolves.
So we got 3 re-signings and THJ to Miami. We're off.
We're rolling, baby.
We're out of the gates and ready to go.
Spam 12.
I'd love to have 12 signings. Say what? I'm thinking we're not going to know shit until at least tomorrow or Thursday.
For LeBron, I mean, I still consider LeBron as one of the top 20 players in the NBA, but it's going to depend on what he wants to do. He said that money is at this point not an option, which it shouldn't be. He's a billionaire. He wants to go out there and win. And for LeBron to go out there and win, it would be nice for him to go play with Steph Curry. It'd be nice for him to go play with Draymond Green because they love all of them. As Podsy's bringing in food, which I'm jealous. I'm not eating on stream.
Might as well. What else are we doing?
I could.
We got nothing going on right now.
But
God, why can't we have a
if I'm
soccer
LeBron,
game
I'm going
on?
to the Heat. But if you want to have the best, if you want to win, you go to the Heat. If you want to have the most fun time, you go to the Warriors.
That's probably fair. Unless the Spurs call. Then you go to the Spurs.
Then you go to the Spurs. But I doubt the Spurs are going to call. I think they want Wemby to be that guy. But Jack, can I go eat? All right.
See ya, Brett.
I will be
Alper.
back in 5 minutes.
All right. Brett Alper's going to fuel up. In all seriousness, if this is how it goes, I mean, we're not doing a cut, are we?
Well, I was literally going to ask.
There's nothing.
There's no winners and losers. I was literally on the-
There's nothing.
I was literally going to ask you, 4 moves happen. What are the winners and losers, or what's the track record?
Honestly, if we really just need to do something in that case, just do like a mailbag or something. Yeah, I just don't.
Based on LeBron.
Yeah, I mean, we could do that. I get we could just break down LeBron destinations. I might message that.
Just put it in the NBA and be like, yo, what happened? Let us know in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, where do you think LeBron James is going to play in 26-27? Let us know down below in the chat. I'll give some shout. Producer Jack here. I'll give some shout outs. I see Zilla saying that the Warriors are getting LeBron, or the Wizards, excuse me. I see Caleb also saying Wizards. Green is going with the Spurs. Zilla is going to continue to put the Wizards. I see Rage saying the Heat. Jalen Woods saying the Warriors. Jesus with a super chat. We'll get to that here in a second. Thank you so much. Joseph is going with the Timberwolves. Caleb with the Wizards. What's up with the Wizards? Is there some juice behind the Wizards? I doubt it. Yep, I got you. Yep, I'm seeing. I'm picking up what you're putting down. James saying the Bulls. I see Zion with the Wizards. Tyler says overseas. Yeah, for sure. Darren says the Warriors would be fun. Brady A says, what's up, Jack? Good to hear from you, man. Hey, good to hear from you, man. Hope you're doing well. Talking about the most exciting team in the NBA, the Minnesota Timberwolves. We talked about them a little bit. We'll talk about them here in a little bit as well. Ty Man with the Cavs, of course. Jay with the Magic, Orlando Magic. What do you think, Harry?
I don't know where he goes on it. Like, I would guess, if I had to pick now, I would guess Golden State, but it feels at least slightly less likely now that it doesn't appear they're going to be able to get Anthony Davis, which I think would have strongly enticed them. Yeah, I mean, I would say Golden State 1, Miami 2, Cleveland 3. It would be my guess. On Prize Picks, you can predict where he's going to go. And right now, they've got Golden State is the favorite, but it's 2x. So if you put $20 down, you'd win 40. If you pick Cleveland, it's 3x, 20 to win 60. Miami, 4.3x, so it'd be about 20 to win 85. And then San Antonio at 14.2x, and then Minnesota at 22x. So these were the numbers earlier, but it has started to shift around a little bit. It's not quite as obvious, at least in Prize Picks' eyes, that Golden State is the overwhelming favorite. They're still the favorite, but maybe not as much as initially thought. So we'll see where that ends up going. Hang on, I got a message back. All right, get a few shout-outs here on LeBron. Jay-Z says the Magic. King says the Champs. He's not going to go to the Knicks. To say no one wants LeBron, that is not true. A lot of teams would like to have LeBron, especially if they can get him at a reasonable contract. Glenn says just retire. He's not retiring. Kyle says Clippers. Cavs from Supreme. He's not going back to the Lakers. Yeah, we know he's not going back to the Lakers. That ship, they have mutually parted ways, so that's done. Caleb says Wizards. I don't see that. Orlando from Tycoon. Bear Down says Cavs. Warriors from Savannah. Caleb says he's going to Washington with AD. If you can get LeBron on the MLE, that's super worth it. Yeah, I mean, honestly, his play that he's still providing is still worth like 40 or 50 million per year. Like he's a top 20 player, and that's what those guys make, but he's going to make less money than that because there's not really any teams that can pay him that. Spurs from Brandon. Spurs would be interesting. LeBron is not washed, Shy Son. He beat the Rockets in a playoff series without Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, there is a T-Wolves rumor out there. We'll see. My wife in the chat. Mavs. I don't think he's coming to Dallas. Retires a Cav. That'd be cool. What if Denver signs LeBron? That'd be fun fit. Get him with Jokic. I don't really see him going to Denver, but I'd be intrigued. Anyone but the Thunder. LeBronto. Join Kawhi up in Toronto. I don't think he's leaving the country. That's just a hunch. Just a hunch. All right, we do have our top 20 free agents available. LeBron is the number one guy, but he is taking his time. Doesn't sound like he's going to make a decision anytime soon. Jalen Duren is out there. He is restricted, so we'll see where he goes. Walker Kessler as well. Norman Powell, who was an all-star this past season for the Miami Heat, he's going to be on a new roster. Tobias Harris is out there. Pretty good year with Detroit. Played well in the playoffs, too. Jonathan Kuminga, opted out of his deal with Atlanta, so he's a free agent. We'll see if they bring him back. Rui Hachimura, really good role player. Played good last year for the Lakers, especially in the postseason. Shot the ball well, so he would add a lot to a contender. Quentin Grimes, up and down year last year. He's still available. Tari Eason is out there. So is Peyton Watson. Anfernee Simons is sitting there. Bennedict Mathurin, John Collins, Collin Sexton, and Kelly Oubre Jr. Oubre, according to reports, set to meet with multiple teams, including the Lakers. So keep an eye on that. He's played well for the 76ers the past couple seasons. Dean Wade, who was a starter for the Cavs, the team that made the conference finals. Luke Kennard, one of the best shooters in the NBA. Sandro Mamukelashvili. I never can say his last name right. Pretty good big, though. Keon Ellis, and then Nick Richards. Top 20 free agents available.
Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button if you have not already. We're here. Nobody else is, but we are.
We're live.
We're live.
Can we get to at least 435,700? 35 new subs. I know out of the 1,200 people watching, there's 35 of you that are not subscribed. So if you want NBA content, NFL content, World Cup streams, I'm not sure. We'll do the USA game for sure tomorrow. Is that the only one we're doing tomorrow?
I am not sure, but what I can tell you is a week from Saturday, we will also be doing the MLB draft. Myself and Xavier actually will be doing that.
There you go. We do big events for
and
all
we'll
sports.
We'll be doing the trade deadline at the beginning of August.
There you go. So got those coming up. I know we're ramping up World Cup streams as we get deeper into the bracket.
I can look real quick.
We'll do every U.S. game. We'll do some of the big matchups starting in the round of 16 for sure.
Let me see.
I think every quarterfinal game and on we'll do. We got July 4th holiday coming up, so we're going to miss.
We're only doing U.S. tomorrow.
Okay, just U.S. tomorrow. But we'll ramp it up after
We're going to start ramping it up on Monday, it looks like.
Yeah, because we got the holiday weekend coming up, but Monday will be probably round of 16 gets going, so
yeah.
we'll start ramping that up the rest of the way. I think the plan for sure is to do every quarterfinal and beyond game and as many of the round of 16 games as we can do. So we're excited about that. 30 subs away.
Can we just make a quick push right there? There's got to be, I'm telling you, there got to be 30. 30.
Hit that subscribe button.
28 away. You know what? I'm not leaving the screen until we get there.
28 away.
Oh, now we're 29 away.
Yeah, we're cooked.
Boo.
We're cooked.
This is our, well, what happened? We got another signing.
Brandon Carlson.
Who are you? 28 away. 27 away. 26 away. 25 away. Let's get that number up. Let's get that number up. Hit that
sub button. Don't do it for me. Do it for production.
Yeah, do it for us.
They put in the legwork, folks.
I'll tell you what. Getting this stream together today was so stressful. I don't even know why. I've done 5 of these now. But it was chaos. All for 5 signings. We love it.
Hey, let's start working on LeBron stuff. Let's get ready to film something soon. Let's just do, if you want to just make a quick player L3 of just like latest on LeBron. Let's focus on those 3, and then let's just have a listicle of like dark horse teams. So. Yeah. Hang on a second, guys. Doing some producing. I don't think it has to be highlight cut because it's. That would just be what we put out after live ends or something like that. Or even in that, we could even put it out in the morning. Ask them out there. Yeah. Just do a thumbie of like latest on LeBron or LeBron watch. Okay, I'm already doing this Slack, so LeBron watch, photo of LeBron and like some logos around him. All right, guys, 21 subs away. San Antonio, Spurs. Yeah, I'd say Minnesota, San Antonio. Might be it. Might be it, to be honest. So you could do that as like a weigh-in too. I don't think any. You could just do that as one. It's fine. Make sure I'm not missing a team. Yeah, I think those are the two dark horses. Make sure you have that. Make sure you have that stuff from earlier, like him. He's left the Lakers. Whatever socials we have around it, and then we'll dive into the destinations. Get a subscribe reading there, price picks, and then you can just do a weigh-in at the end. Where will LeBron sign? Or I think we already have that weigh-in. All right, cool. We got a signing. A 7-footer that no one's ever heard of. Do we have graphics on him? Probably not. LeBron cut. Here's the latest. Here are the teams. You and I can just kind of break down which teams that have been reported / how we feel about each team. I threw two dark. I threw the Spurs and T-Wolves in there.
Spurs,
no, we're not going to hit the signings in there because I don't know. We're not highlight cutting this, so it'll either go out later.
Is this like a cut or is this a loop?
It'll be a cut. It'll be par. Do you want to record it too, though? Because we'll do the loop can just be this chit chat, take a few questions, and then loop.
So there's 4 teams.
No, the 3, and then I put 2 dark horses, Spurs and T-Wolves.
Oh yeah.
But we'll focus on the
okay.
big 3 teams. All right, real quick, this signing did just come through before we talk more about LeBron. Brandon Carlson, big fan of his work. 1 year, $2.5 million. With the Portland Trailblazers. So.
Look, the Trailblazers, they're trying to be cheap. They're trying to get, and as a 7-footer like Brandon Carlson.
He makes more than their coach. Mike and Nori, I feel bad for you, buddy. Oh, we have a Walker Kessler update. He is reportedly, we have a Clippers signing. Here we go,
Kobe
fellas.
Sanders, 4 years,
Here we
$11
go.
million to return to. Dude,
hang on, folks.
I actually like Kobe Sanders.
Hang on, fellas. And
I actually like Kobe Sanders. He's a solid guy. He can score like 8 points.
There's a report that Walker Kessler is receiving contract offers in the high $30 million range annually. I told you, Alper, he shut down that $28 a year.
That's insane.
Bagman Walker Kessler.
That's insane to me. $30 million for a guy
high
that averages
30s, it sounds
that
like.
averages 13 and 10.
He's DeAndre Jordan 10 years ago. $30 million. Brandon Carlson. Hey, we're on to our second listicle of signings. We made it, folks. We made it. Kobe Jones, what did he average last year?
Yeah, I put him a lot on my prize picks lineups, a ton on the more, because they kept putting his points line at 6.5. So I took the more almost every single time.
There you go. Prize picks get started today. Code
What?
HMA.
Sorry. Yes.
His projection.
I took the more.
Yeah.
On his points projection.
It'll be okay. Brendan Carlson, $2.5 million.
Jack's going to kill me.
Alper's on the hot seat, just like
I'm
LeBron.
going to get thrown off of Chat Sports NBA now.
All right, chat. Best deal so far. Bones Highland.
I like Kobe Sanders. Shy Sun says, "Who the hell is Kobe Sanders?"
Less than $3 million per year.
Wait, real quick. I got to interrupt. I'm sorry. We're 2 likes away from 600.
Oh,
That
does
means
that mean
another.
another
That means another Bean Boozled. So
That's
I
for me.
need 2 people to like the video right now.
Hit that like button.
One
You heard
like.
the man.
Kobe Sanders got a little bit of shot to him.
Let's see. I'm pulling up his stats from last year.
They're not like they're not crazy, but you can see if you go to his game log.
Was he a March hoops merchant? He was
Yes.
getting buckets in
Yes.
March.
Yeah,
He averaged over 7, 41% from 3.
But like, look at this. In April, 11 points against Golden State, 17 against OKC, 11 against Dallas, 17 against Sacramento, 19 against Milwaukee in March.
We got to remember next March, role players on Prize Picks take the more.
One role player. He's on the Kings roster that I found out about, and I'm like, who is this? Maxine Reynaud,
Bucket.
bucket getter.
March bucket.
Bucket getter. He's 7-1 from Stanford. He's going into, I think, his 2nd season, and he is an absolute bucket. Look for him to be on the Kings as a guy that's going to get a lot more minutes next year.
You heard the man. Kobe Sanders, 4 years, $11.2 million. Yep, we'll get to LeBron in a second. Also, if you guys have questions, hashtag NBA or Super Chat. We'll get to those coming up in like 15, 20 minutes. We'll take some questions. And,
Oh, my God, Jack. You got 50 likes, 643 now.
we're back.
All right. Before we get to this, I'll go and pick.
All right.
No!
What is it?
It's Booger again.
Oh, well, maybe you'll get the good one.
Or Juicy Pear. It's Booger again.
All right. We are almost ready to talk LeBron.
So-
ESPN has shown Team USA basketball highlights of Steph and LeBron. That's where we're at. It would be cool to see them play together.
Look, if Pear is gross too. I was a hater. I am a certified hater. And I used to hate Steph Curry, and I used to hate LeBron James. Now I love them both.
At some point, you get to a point where you have to appreciate these guys and the longevity and the greatness. So, yeah.
I don't think I'll ever appreciate SGA, but that's neither here nor there.
Well, he's not. He hasn't gotten there.
I also went to college with him, and still.
Is there a story there?
He just went to Kentucky.
Oh, okay.
he was at Kentucky my sophomore year. I didn't have class with him. I had class with Jared Vanderbilt.
Didn't you say he went to class?
Barely.
Sort of.
It was a lecture, and he had a tutor next to him that pretty much did all his work.
Yeah. Hey.
Also had class with Benny Snell.
The bowling ball, Benny Snell. All right, are we ready for this LeBron segment? Hashtag NBA or Super
No
Chat.
space.
If you want your question on the show. True or lore, if you put a space in between hashtag and NBA, it will not come through on our software. So, these are the important details. These are the important.
Harry, while you were gone, I told the chat and Jack, if we get a signing for somebody that signs more than $10 million a year, I will do a beer bong.
Okay.
That's how confident I am. That
Tim Hardaway is the closest. 6.5. Here, I'm going to send you a lineup that hit. Here you go.
So we have the T-Wolves, Golden State, Spurs, Cleveland, Miami. Depth.
All right, guys. We're talking LeBron shortly. Production is grinding on some graphics.
Shout out to producers Jack Lotteray and Xavier Ponzi.
Oh, we're getting some South Beach T-shirts being sold. That is a sick shirt, I gotta say. Listen, the merch squad is.
I don't see a Larry.
There's no Larry.
I don't see a Larry.
But the shirt, listen, we got to hype up the merch team here. They're pumping out. You only got about 7 shirts in your playoff run. So let's, we can.
You can also get your AJ Brown t-shirts today. Chatsports.com/Patriots today. Or get your
another great shirt by the merch squad.
The Freak in South Beach.
All the way to the 4 seed. What's that movie? Are we there yet?
With Ice Cube?
Yeah. Is that God, what's that movie called? Help me out, chat.
What movie?
Are we there yet? You know what I'm talking about. That might be what it's called.
That is what it's called.
Is it? Okay,
yeah.
okay.
There's Are We There Yet? And then there's the sequel, Are We Done Yet? Where they renovate the house.
I never saw the sequel. That had to be horrific. That had to be horrific. The original one was just okay. Another sneaky underground comedy, I think, was Ice Cube. Wasn't he in Hot Tub Time Machine too? Was he in that one? Or was that I can't remember. Oh, we're talking
That's
Shrek.
Craig Robinson.
That was also said in Shrek. Shout out.
Yeah,
Chat.
that's when Donkey is like, "Are we there yet?" And then Shrek's like, "No."
Isn't
Are we
Shrek
there?
5
No.
about to come out?
Yes.
Feels like 3 too many.
Oh no!
Production is struggling. It has to be said. It's All right, can we do the cut and then we'll move them back?
LeBron, Aaron Donald, and Myles Garrett, all one defense.
We will talk LeBron eventually.
LeBron! Where do you guys think LeBron is going? Air Bud is the greatest basketball movie of all time? I disagree.
Yeah, that's just not true. It's if you want to talk like recent years, it's Glory Road. If you want to talk all time, it's Hoosiers. Hoosiers is goated.
I mean, I like the NBA ones. If we want to go basketball, I love Like Mike.
Like Mike is good.
Have you ever seen Eddie?
No, I haven't. Love and Basketball is a throwback. How about White Men Can't Jump?
White Man Can't Jump is a great one. Never saw the remake.
That was probably terrible.
I would
Just a
assume it
guess.
was terrible, but Woody Harrelson and
What's
Wesley
Coach?
Snipes.
I don't know why. I was thinking Coach Carter, also a great movie.
Oh.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. 1. 3, Mississippi.
Eddie is a great Knicks movie.
We have a Heat update. They only have $6.5 million left of its MLE to use on another free agent. So we'll see who they choose to spend that on. So does that take them out of the LeBron sweepstakes? Maybe they'd have to sign it. Well, the elephant in the room is the who's the guy that really loved Nikola Jovic. They'd have to dump
the
him.
one that's on a $60 million contract.
They got to dump him. If they can dump him, they could still give LeBron like the full.
Shout out to everybody that's still hanging with us.
Y'all are loyal because.
We got B. Costello talking shit.
Who's B. Costello?
I don't know, some dude like watching paint dry. Look, you got no signings, dude.
What do you want me to do? Break down Simone Fontecchio?
Yeah, B. Costello, you tell us what to talk about. We'll talk about it because we're talking NBA. There's just no signings. So if you want to complain, sure.
Hey, the Porzingis contract's official.
Whoa.
We'll talk about that for an hour. All right. Well, we're about to talk LeBron for 15 or so.
There we go.
Hashtag NBA Super Chat. We'll get to your questions. Lottery, you can hit record when you're ready. And let's dive into a little LeBron James talk. I'm Harrison Graham. He is Brett Alper, and this is NBA Now by Chat Sports. Not a ton going on early on in NBA free agency, but we are officially on LeBron James watch. So we're going to catch you guys up on the latest on the King and take a look at some teams as well. We, of course, are presented by Prize Picks. Subscribe to the channel if you want more NBA content throughout free agency. We'll cover every signing, every rumor, every trade. We're going to be live for the first few days of free agency as well, so subscribe today. And little side reason to subscribe, World Cup streams, baby.
Cup.
All right. Join us, baby.
But
USA, Wednesday night. Let's go.
It's going to be exciting. But I think the most exciting thing about free agency, Harry, is that LeBron, not retiring, announced today that he's continuing his NBA career, but did inform the Los Angeles Lakers that the franchise can move on because he is going to play somewhere else. He spent the last, I think it was since 2018-19
8
season.
seasons, I believe.
Yeah, 8 seasons, the longest that he's been with the team, but he wants to move on, wants to continue his career, end his career with a contending team. And we saw this tweet from Dave McMenamin, who said that he's instructed Rich Paul to talk to everyone around the league and basically, hey, do your job. Go and get some engagement from any sort of team. And he pretty much, they're open to any team that's involved with him, but we have some destinations for you guys in a bit.
Yeah, we'll get to those in a moment. But as expected, Chris Haynes reporting that LeBron will be patient. He's open-minded on where he wants to play, but he wants to have a realistic path to a championship or at least to compete one. He remains committed to playing at the highest level. And that's something LeBron's been on the record for years saying, like, as long as he's playing, he's all in. He's not going to, limp to the finish line here. So if he's playing next season, which all signs point to him doing so, he's going to do whatever he can to try and contend. So there's 3 teams that appear to be the heavy favorites, and then we threw in a couple of dark horses as well. Let's start with who appears to be the favorite, Brett Alper. That is the Golden State Warriors, who Draymond Green opted out of his contract. That was a signal that they were going to make a push for LeBron because that allows them to offer the full mid-level exception if Draymond takes less money. They are not, however, going to be able to trade for Anthony Davis, it appears. In another report, the Wizards have shut that down. So you would be looking at a core of Steph Curry, LeBron, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler, and Kristaps Porzingis. We'll see when Butler's back off the injury.
Yeah.
If they're healthy, that's an intriguing team. It's also an old team, but NBA fans would love to see Steph and LeBron play together.
It would be definitely exciting to see. I mean, we saw it a little bit during the Olympics of LeBron playing with Steph, and I think that's where kind of LeBron got the idea of, hey, I get to play with Steph Curry. The combo of both of them, even though that LeBron kind of has been playing that, hey, I'm going to be the playmaker, I'm going to be the ball distributor, but Steph can still play that off ball. But when you look at kind of what they have right now, you have Steph, you have Brandon Pochemski, I think Guy Santos will probably move to the bench. Draymond Green guaranteed if LeBron goes that he's going to sign for a discount. If you get LeBron, though, it's kind of like you have your core starting 5, which, granted, it's a little bit older. I don't know if they're still going to be able to keep up with the new era of teams that are the top in the Western Conference with the Oklahoma City Thunder and also the San Antonio Spurs, especially when you have an amazing backcourt in San Antonio with, well, you have Wemby at the center position, but also Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper.
Yeah, I think they're backcourt defensively would struggle. Steph doesn't play a lot of defense anymore. LeBron can't keep up with guards defensively anymore. Pods is not really a defender. If Jimmy Butler's healthy, he can defend, but he's coming off a major injury. So I think that's where they would struggle. But I think they could be the 3rd best team in the West after OKC and San Antonio. So, I don't think they're competing for a title, but maybe there's a path to the Western Conference Finals. And if you got LeBron and Steph playing on the same team in the playoffs, that's pretty fun. So we'll see if that is where he ends up going. So that is one of the primary suitors for LeBron James. We'll take a look at some more in just a moment, but we are sponsored by Prize Picks, folks. You pick more or less on player stat projections, 2 or more players in your lineups, and if you hit, you win money. It's as simple as that. The World Cup's going on right now, so you're talking goals, assists, passes, attempts, dribbles, corners, fouls drawn, fouls against, all kinds of stats available. Pick more or less. You qualify for a Prize Picks lineup. I hit a 3-player lineup earlier on Tuesday. Kylian Mbappe and Erling Haaland both scored. Those were both goblin plays, which lowers the payout but easier to hit. And then Prize Picks, which often offers you discounts, a little lightning discount on Kylian Mbappe passes. $10, I won 40, so pretty cool stuff there. You guys can play Prize Picks as well. Get started today. Use code HMA. That's going to get you $50 in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5 lineup. So get started with Prize Picks. Link is in the comments and description of this video. Okay, Alper, the first of two potential reunions, the Miami Heat. So the Heat clearly, step one is accomplished. They got Giannis.
They got
Giannis.
Giannis.
They've got Giannis. They've got Bam. They added Tim Hardaway Jr. because they need shooting now around their big front court. What's intriguing about this one, Alper, is one, Spo and LeBron have a really good relationship. It's also been reported that LeBron and Pat Riley have patched things up. So I think he'd be open-minded to going back to Miami, and he'd probably just be the point guard there. That may not be the case with some of these other teams.
He would definitely be the point guard there. I mean, it depends on what the Miami Heat do. Right now, you just signed Tim Hardaway Jr. He's not going to be the point guard. They have Davion Mitchell, and you kind of have him set in stone as that point guard, but you plop in LeBron, and it kind of allows them to have the perfect front court of Giannis and Bam, and it gives LeBron more space in the offense to kind of be that playmaker. It felt like when he was on the Lakers, it was just like, we're going to load up on LeBron, especially when Luka went down with that hamstring injury, and the Lakers did not really have any other option to be able to put the ball on the floor. For now, LeBron going back to Miami, it provides, I would say, the best championship opportunity for him to get a ring before he retires.
Yeah, you get Wiggins back, who's a good two-way player. He could space the floor as well, help your shooting out. I think the perfect role in Miami would be he starts, but a lot of his minutes are with the second unit. Like, if he can run with the second unit in Miami with some shooters around him like THJ, Mitchell, and some other guys, maybe they add a player or two, I think that's ideal because Giannis is going to initiate a lot of the offense as well when he's in the game. He's going to be obviously playing with the ones a lot. So, defensively, it would be interesting because you would have 3, 6, 9, and taller guys in your starting 5. Davion Mitchell can defend guards well, so you would probably start him as well still, I would imagine. I'm not sure who the 5th starter would be. Maybe it's THJ, maybe it's someone else. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think if he goes there and they add a couple more shooters, it's probably his best chance to win a title. I still wouldn't make them the favorites in the East. I'd have New York ahead of them, TBD on Boston, depending on what they do. But I do think you at least would have a puncher's chance.
You also have
in Miami.
You drafted a guy in Ryan Conwell from Louisville who could also shoot all over the court. So that's another shooter that you could possibly go with. Yeah, exactly. For LeBron, and you talked about it, how big their front court is. LeBron kind of would get a break on a little bit of defense compared to if he went to the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, no question about it. And then, of course, the other reunion, it would be a second reunion, is with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now, what's the role? Because James Harden and Mitchell are going to have the ball a lot, and I don't think one of those guys is off the team if you add LeBron. So I think even more so, this is probably a scenario where he's running with the second team a lot. He would start at small forward, I would imagine. They do need wings, and LeBron would help in that regard. I think you would ideally play him with your second with your backups quite a bit, whereas Mitchell and Harden are going to initiate the offense with the starters. What does that look like in closing lineups? Who are you running your offense through? That kind of seemed like a problem last year. They could never decide. Is it Mitchell? Is it Harden? Like, where are we going? So they'd have to work through those type of things. But if you're the Cavs, you need wing help, and obviously LeBron, if you can get him on some kind of mid-level type of offer, you may have to move a contract. There's been rumors that they could dump Max Strus somewhere. That would help them be able to offer LeBron a little bit more than they currently can. That could certainly happen. I don't love, the fit as much as I do with Miami for LeBron in Cleveland, but, there's some nostalgia there. Maybe he would prefer that, so we'll see how big of a push the Cavs make to bring LeBron back to Cleveland.
For me, I feel like if you add LeBron to this team, specifically the Cavaliers, you have, I would probably say, the best starting 5 in the East with Harden, Mitchell, LeBron, Mobley, Allen, but then after that,
bench sucks.
The bench is just horrific. You have Dennis Schroeder, Sam Merrill, Jalen Tyson. Dean Wade's a free agent, so if you get LeBron, he's probably not going to come out. And you talked about it.
Strus for now, but he's probably gone in that scenario.
So after that, you're dealing with Naquan Tomlin, and you're going to have to play Thomas Bryant rotational minutes. Are you going to win when your starting 5 comes out? Because that was the main problem with the Cleveland Cavaliers against the New York Knicks, is their starting 5 could last, but we saw especially in game one when they blew that 20-point lead. Once they got tired and you just go straight at James Harden, they're cooked.
Yeah, they don't have backup wings. They don't have a backup center. I mean, could you get like Andre Drummond? He's probably an upgrade over a guy like Thomas Bryant. But yeah, I mean, the issue with the Cavs is your depth is just not good at all. Whereas at least with Miami, they have a couple of intriguing options they could bring off the bench. So, we'll see if Cleveland can make a couple of like fringe roster moves that would deepen their roster and entice LeBron to sign there, which we know he's taking his time here. Where do you guys think LeBron is going to play next season? Right now, the Cavs, Heat, and Warriors, in whatever order you want, as of this moment, feels like Golden State are the favorites to sign him. But if you guys have a prediction, drop it down in the comments. I think a couple dark horses, Alper. I think the Timberwolves and Spurs, there's been some like deep rumor chatter around Minnesota. So that would certainly be interesting. Sam Amick reported that. Apparently, LeBron has pretty strong feelings on Anthony Edwards as a player. So, you go in there, you're probably Edwards' sidekick. So, like, in terms of, like, impactful role, like, maybe Minnesota actually offers him the largest role. They actually have pretty good depth as well. Now, again, it's staying in the West. Is that a better path?
What you want to do?
Is that a better path to a title? I think if you go to Minnesota or Golden State, if LeBron goes to – that's the third team in the West. Can you close the gap on OKC and San Antonio? That's the question. And then that brings me to San Antonio. They're apparently interested in Rui Hachimura. What if you just go get LeBron and you sell him on a roll like, hey, you'll start and you'll close lineups. A lot of your minutes will be with the twos, but, like, you can help bring along these young guys. And if they can get him for cheap, I mean, that's a pretty good move for a young, up-and-coming team right now.
Yeah, for the Timberwolves, for me, I look at another thing. Is LeBron going to be able to play with LaMelo Ball? You have kind of that I wouldn't say like the mindset of LaMelo. I mean, there was times when in Charlotte where they benched him at one point.
CTE ball
is he
times.
kind of that culture guy that LeBron wants to play with? Is he that type of winning player? They also have Ayo Dosunmu that they just re-signed. Jaden McDaniels is a solid player. You have Terrence Shannon coming off the bench. He would probably be playing with LeBron. I like what the Timberwolves had. They also drafted Isaiah Evans last week. So they have a pretty good, solid team around them. And for the Spurs, you add LeBron, I would probably just say they're the favorite in the West.
I think
no doubt about it. We talked about it earlier. They have the best backcourt in the league. They have Wembanyama, and then you add LeBron for that team to be not only a veteran presence that's better than a Harrison Barnes, who they just re-signed, but also somebody that's going to give you. It could give you a triple-double.
And they're so deep, San Antonio, where, like, you could tell them, hey, man, you don't got to play back-to-backs. When we have these obscure road trips, like, we'll limit how, like, hey, give us 50 games in the regular season. We'll keep your minutes down and just be ready to go come playoff time. Like, they don't even need him for the regular season, but, like, he could be the difference in a playoff run because he's been there and done that. So I think that's the intriguing pitch San Antonio could make if they're interested. Not sure if they are, but we know him and Popovich have mutual respect. Pop's not the coach anymore, but he's still involved in the organization, so wanted to include them as well. So those are some teams to monitor. Again, hit that subscribe button. We're keeping an eye on all things NBA free agency. Any big moves, we got that covered for you guys. So hit that sub button, and we will see you guys soon. All right, we're still live, hanging out. Appreciate everybody rocking and rolling with us here on Chat Sports. Still got over 1,000 people watching live. We will take some questions now. So hashtag NBA, or you can super chat to get your questions on the show. While we let the super chats come in, Aaron, the questions come in, let's go real quick through the top 20 free agents, and then we can hit the updated tracker as well.
That. I like that idea.
Well,
no updates?
If people are just joining us, we can recap all 6 moves. It's been very busy. We can hit on the Kawhi trade too.
The top 5 have not changed at all. I mean, there hasn't been, I don't think, in the top 10. The top 20 has not been anybody in free agency that has signed. You have LeBron at the number 1. Jalen Duren and Walker Kessler are both 2 and 3, but they have that restricted free agency. So if it's a team, let's say like the Los Angeles Lakers, want to go out and sign Jalen Duren, well, The Detroit Pistons have the opportunity to match that deal. They have 48 hours to go and match that contract to bring him back to that said team. Same thing with Walker Kessler. Norman Powell, I don't know if the Miami Heat are going to re-sign him. They just signed Tim Hardaway Jr., so that's an interesting thing. Tobias Harris was a solid player for the Detroit Pistons, number 3 option. He can give you 17 on any given night as he gets up there in a little bit of age. Not sure he's going to get paid that much money. Jonathan Kuminga is your number 6, as the Atlanta Hawks did not want to bring him back on that team option. Rui Hachimura, also the free agent. Quentin Grimes, he spent the last 2 seasons in Philadelphia, a solid shooter, nice 3-and-D player. Not sure if he's going to go back to Philly. Tari Eason, kind of the same thing with the Houston Rockets. And then Peyton Watson coming off a career year with the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah. Anfernee Simons, you kind of wonder, like, is that another, like, type of move the Heat try to make? Depends on what a contract could look like. Bennedict Mathurin. I like Bennedict Mathurin. I'll be curious to see what type of contract he gets. John Collins, Collin Sexton, Kelly Oubre. Honestly, out of all these guys, the most we've heard about is Kelly Oubre. He's going to meet with multiple teams, including the Lakers. He's played well for the Sixers the past couple of years. Dean Wade, who was starting for a conference finals team last year in Cleveland, he's still sitting there at number 16. Luke Kennard, you would think one of these contending type of teams would look to add his shooting. He would fit great with the Heat, by the way. I think he'll probably I think he'll command more than THJ, so I'm not sure they can get him. They could probably only get him if they could dump Nikola Jovic. Sandro M, obviously. Keon Ellis.
Mamukelashvili.
There you go. And then Nick Richards.
Where's Mitchell Robinson? I heard that he was number 11 on the top free agents.
That's a big miss.
They didn't have him.
Mitchell Robinson should probably be like top 10.
I said he was top 10, and Rolly was like, actually, he's 11. Well, you saw number 11, and he's not there, but he's definitely probably the best offensive rebounder in the NBA.
Anti-Knicks propaganda.
Yeah, Knicks propaganda here, as I'm a diehard Knicks fan. But
we've never seen anything like it.
Him not being on the list is absolutely ridiculous. He's going to probably command about $60 million, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be curious to see if he signs a full mid-level with the team or if a team with cap space signs him.
Take the pay cut, Mitch.
Do the Landry Shamet. Ousmane Dieng, 3 years, 17.5, kicked us off.
Kicked us off.
DeAndre Jordan, year 19.
19. I can't believe
we're
still in the league.
12 years removed from Mark Cuban chasing him in Houston.
Yeah,
even
and
though
then
that was
you
mostly fake.
You had Blake Griffin taking the chair and propping it in.
Where did they work? KFC? Is that the food they had?
I think maybe.
Or Popeyes?
Something like that.
Tim Hardaway Jr. to Miami. Probably the most noteworthy move up to this point. Bones Highland.
Delaware legend.
To Minnesota. Brandon Carlson, big fan of his work, to Portland. And then Kobe Sanders, your guy.
Kobe Sanders, one of my
Prize Picks
underrated
merchant.
players. Yes, the Prize Picks merchant. Shout out to Kobe Sanders. 4 years, $11 million to return to the LA Clippers. I think he's going to get a lot more rotational minutes going into the 2026 season as, they traded away Kawhi. They got a lot of players back, but I like Kobe Sanders in this one. Very, very anticlimactic free agency.
I think the reality is until this LeBron situation, there's just not going to be a lot of movement. I think that's the next domino. And then after that, we're on Jaylen Brown watch once again.
Yeah.
I think the attention shifts to LeBron, and then it's back to Jaylen Brown. Does a team meet Boston's asking price, or do the Celtics once again try to repair this situation?
We have reached the point in free agency where if you look on ESPN, they're talking top plays for Kawhi with the Raptors 7 years ago, 8 years ago.
God, it doesn't feel that long ago, but it has been. Yeah, no, we're just chopping it up. We'll answer questions for 10 or 15 minutes or so, and if nothing notable happens, we'll send this puppy on loop. We're one sub away from 435 700, by the way. So
there we
hit
go.
Hit
that
button.
sub button right now, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we've got Bubba 2331. OKC Thunder free agent rumors or trades. I think the one thing to watch is, do they trade Lou Dort or do they just keep him?
Well, they picked up his option for $17 million, which I was a little bit surprised about. They also, the big surprise that I thought after drafting Ademara the 7-foot guy, who I think could be developing into their guy that's going to try and attempt to stop Wemby. I don't think it's going to happen. They signed Isaiah Hartenstein to a $75 million contract.
It's one thing to opt into the team option, but to do an extension.
I was really surprised because I thought he was on his way out the door. They didn't want to keep him. It's going to be hard for the Thunder to make moves because they obviously gave SGA that gigantic contract. They also signed Chet to the big contract, J-Dub to the big contract.
Yeah.
How are they going to fit with some of the
trades are really the only things they can look into. I mean, they could trade Lou Dort. My guess is he starts the year with them. They declined Kennard Williams' team option. Does he take less money to come back? He might look to cash in elsewhere. So not a lot going on. Their core is kind of in place. So we'll see if they do anything. They could be like a trade deadline team to watch as
100%.
well. Wish I was a baller. Don't we all? You can make $175 million like Tim Hardaway Jr. He says, if we can push this one across, Jack, falling asleep back there. He says, if LeBron goes to the Warriors, he can win his 5th chip with Curry, and that will also be Curry's 5th chip. I mean, in theory, yes. I would not bet on it. I will say this. If they want to chip together, that would be pretty legendary if they somehow pulled that off.
If they want to chip together, all you Michael Jordan fans out there can shut up.
I mean, I think that would stamp Curry top 5 all time.
I already have, in my personal
He might be already,
opinion,
but I think that would stamp him top 5.
I have him in the top 10 for sure. I mean, he's the greatest shooter ever. I really think that I think the kind of duo between them two is going to look very well, even at the age that they are
Their
at.
games complement each other very well.
They're going to fit perfectly. Well, that's where I think LeBron is going to go, but we'll see if they can get over the hump of OKC and San Antonio. I have them better if LeBron joins the Warriors. I like them better than the Nuggets. I like them better than the T-Wolves, and I think those are probably your next 2 teams that are in the Western Conference. So I would jump, especially with Jimmy Butler coming back, in, let's say, November, December?
I mean, in this case, you don't even need to rush him back. Just get him ready for the playoffs. Stay afloat. Add him to the mix. It's basically like adding a big free agent. So, yeah, we'll see. Joseph is next up. What do you think about the T-Wolves offseason? Well, they took a swing with LaMelo. We'll see if it works. They didn't have to give up a ton for him, but Naz Reid has played some big playoff minutes for him, so it's not like they gave up nothing. Obviously, they dumped Randall as well. You kind of wonder if they got one more move coming. Like, do they go – if they – I would think they make a call to LeBron. We'll see if he's willing to go there. I think Rui Hachimura is an interesting piece. If they could swing that, they would probably have to do some sort of a sign and trade or dump one of their contracts. But they also probably need a backup center because they
right now, they don't really have one.
They don't really have one, yeah. So – I mean, could they bring in like the classic Andre Drummond type? I mean, those guys are always out there. So
I like their core 5: LaMelo, Anthony Edwards, Ayo Dosunmu, Jaden McDaniels. I'm Jaden Daniels. We're talking football now. Jaden McDaniels and Rudy Gobert. I mean, Terrence Shannon Jr. coming off the bench. I really like them drafting Isaiah Evans.
Yeah,
and
he'll play.
They re-signed Bones Highland, who's going to get minutes for them, no doubt about it.
Yeah, at least in the regular season. So I think they're a deep team to watch for LeBron. We'll see what else they do. Banga. Does Bronny stay in LA or do they trade or cut? Well, his contract's guaranteed.
Smart move by the LeBron camp out there, waiting to say I'm leaving at the day after it goes guaranteed. I mean, with the depth that the Lakers have
He's
right now,
play.
He has to play.
Here's the thing about Bron. I know it's kind of a funny bit or whatever. He's an NBA caliber player. Can he become a league average 3-point shooter? Like, if he could just become a guy that can catch and shoot and knock down 37% of threes, he'll have an 8 to 10 year career because he can play defense. If you look back at that draft, he would probably go higher in that draft than he did. It was a bit at the time, and it was like, oh, LeBron got him drafted. But, like, he can actually play a little bit. The offensive game just still has a long way to go.
I mean,
he's good on defense.
If you truly look at what the Lakers have right now, which they don't have anybody.
He's like their 7th or 8th man right now.
He's their backup point guard.
Well, see, the problem, and that is the problem, too. Like, can he improve as a ball handler? Because, to me, you can't play him at point.
He's an
undersized 2 guard.
You drafted Cameron Carr, but you have Luka Reeves. Rory's a free agent, so he's gone. You lost Jackson Hayes because I'm pretty sure he's a free agent too. You have Ayton as your big man. Luke Kennard was one of their main rotational pieces that came in off the bench as their sixth man. He's also a free agent. So now you're left with Jake LaRavia, Maxi Kleber, and as your backcourt.
And Kleber is looking to go to Europe.
And right now your backcourt is Luka Reeves, Cameron Carr, and Bronny.
Yeah.
Bronny's going to have to play.
Yep. He played some last year, and he wasn't
bad. He was a good rotational player.
Green Caesar, any other free agent targets for the Spurs other than Rui and a pipe dream for me with LeBron? Beyond those guys, their roster's mostly set. I mean, they brought back Champagnie. They brought back Harrison Barnes. I mean, maybe you go after like a Luke Kennard or something like that, add another shooter. I wonder if they try to upgrade over Cornette at backup.
Well,
center.
they did. They drafted the two centers. They drafted Jaden Quaintance and then Terrence Reed.
Yeah, I guess they're going to play.
So
yeah, I mean they're probably
centers,
they're probably pretty much done. I mean, unless a surprise De'Aaron Fox trade pops up, but that feels more like next year at this point. It seems like they're going to run it back with him one more year.
You have that contract going into place. He's making a lot of money.
His value's probably a little down too. They're probably hoping he plays better, then maybe they unload him in a year.
So it's kind of like the Spurs. Yeah, it's only like LeBron or Rui. That's basically it.
I mean, if they got either of those guys, like they just made the finals, and all their guys are going to get better because they're young. So like, if you add Rui, who's an excellent role player that can fit in any team, or LeBron, who's LeBron, like you're going to be in good shape. So if they could get one of those guys, that would be a huge addition, obviously. Mike Dibble at Chat Sports OG.
Mike Dibble!
Do the Hornets do another trade? They've been pretty active. I mean, I don't know what else they got up their sleeve. I mean,
I don't think they
do they hunt for Jaylen Brown? They got a lot of picks, so it kind of feels like the next move for them, whether it's now, the deadline, or next offseason, is like they're loading up for a trade. Like, who's the next star that becomes available that they can go after?
Like, I don't think they're going to make any more trades. You kind of got rid of those, I would call them non-winning basketball players in Miles Bridges and also LaMelo Ball. Like, the attitude problems with LaMelo, they benched him at one point because he was playing bad and he was whining and crying about it. They obviously see Brandon Miller as their centerpiece of the future, and they have a whole bunch of shooters. They have a whole bunch of shooters around him. Kobe White is streaky. Christian Anderson is a shooter coming out of college. You have Grayson Allen, who has turned into an absolute sniper in his career. They also have solid players. I really like, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Tijan Salon.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Like, I like him as being an
I think you just kind
player.
of roll with this young nucleus to start the year, and you see how it goes. I mean, when you traded LaMelo and Bridges, that was kind of what you were doing anyway.
Maybe you go and get a center, because right now you're rocking with Anna Steinbeck and then Moussa Diabate.
They could go
and
sign
Brian
like
Coltbrenner.
You could overpay for Kessler. I kind of wonder if they're in on Kessler.
I would go and do that. You have Kessler as your starter, and then Steinbeck is your kind of backup, because Diabate isn't that kind of a winning. And I like Coltbrenner, but it still feels like that he's not a player.
I don't think he's a starter.
No,
backup maybe, but
Naz Reid's going to start for the first time in his first time in a long time. I'm pretty sure he didn't start much for Timberwolves in his career.
No,
I know he started at some point, some games.
They
but
used him as
sixth man. He's
sixth
man of the year.
No vowels, Cricks. what y'all think about Ja Morant?
Stupid trade.
I don't really get what Portland's doing.
Stupid
You
trade.
have this like breakout year. You don't want to pay Splitter, so you let him go. And then you're like, oh, we're going to go from this young, fun backcourt to Damian Lillard, who, yes, is a franchise icon, but he's like 36, and he's coming off a major injury. And Ja Morant, who is you can't trust, can't shoot, and has injury problems. Now, I think the Ja Morant, like, discourse has almost gone too far. Like, we act like he can't play at all. Like, he's still solid, but it's like
he took the Grizzlies to the playoffs.
There's a reason his value was non-existent. So
he's also always hurt.
I don't really get why Portland is like, just keep with the youth, like keep building with the young guys. I don't really get it. It's almost like they're just like, well, let's just sell some jerseys. It's like, all right,
I love Denny Avdia. I like how much he's developed into a top NBA player.
He's become a good player.
But right now, your guys are, if I'm trying to think of the top of my head, you still have Scoot Henderson.
Shaedon Sharpe
you
is
have
still
Shaedon
there.
Sharpe.
They have too
you
many
have Ja.
guards. Drew
you have
Holiday.
Lillard. And
Between
then,
Dame, Ja, Drew Holiday,
who's their
Scoot
center?
Henderson, Klingon. He's a good
Oh,
player.
it's Klingon.
And he's good, yeah.
So they have a solid core, but like,
You didn't need Ja.
You
You have a
didn't need
million
Ja.
guards. Like, I get you wanted to unload Jeremy Grant, but it's like,
But-
for Ja, like, it's just...
this is going to go into the next question that we have with Ja Morant. Do you see the possibility, because you have so many guards, there's also the rumors of Jaylen Brown, and that is wish I was a baller's next question. Where do you think Jaylen Brown is going, if you could push that over, producer Jack? And could you see the Trailblazers, saying, screw it, we're going to trade for Jaylen Brown and send them Shaedon Sharpe and Scoot Henderson?
Does Boston do that? That's...
Well, there's the rumors that they've been talking.
Yeah. Smitty has consistently said he wants Klingon in a trade, but if I'm Portland, I'm not trading
You're not trading Klingon.
So maybe it's like Shaedon Sharpe, Scoot Henderson, and just a lot of picks. If I'm Boston, I'd rather just try to, repair this with
I don't know if
Jaylen
Jaylen.
Brown.
I don't know if Jaylen.
But he
Brown,
might just say, y'all have done this to me multiple times now.
He might just say F y'all.
Screw you. I'm not doing that. So, yeah, Portland's definitely a spot. We just loosely mentioned Charlotte. I wouldn't rule them out. I don't know how many other suitors. Maybe New Orleans.
Yeah, they could go with the Trey Murphy or Herb Jones.
The Lakers
host
can't
the Celtics
get them. They don't
today.
have the assets.
Smitty wants. They want Zion
The
Williamson.
other team's Detroit. If they want to do the Duren sign and trade.
The Duren sign and trade is a possibility.
That's the other possibility.
But then Detroit doesn't have a center.
Yeah, then they have. Again, we talked about this earlier on live. It's they're only doing that if they have Mitchell Robinson in their back pocket or something like that.
Exactly.
So they would have to get that in order first. Okay, appreciate the super chat from Jesus.
$2. And then Johnson, you coming in with a 2. Brett Alper loves Julius Randle. I'll do what Julius Randle did to us. Shout out to you, Johnson. You.
He's back in New York.
Who? Oh, Randle?
Julius.
Yeah, with the Brooklyn Nets. He was sent to basketball purgatory, where he's going to be a loser for the rest of the time.
All right. We're going to send this to Loop shortly, but we'll get some shout-outs going before we do so. Where will LeBron play next season? He's taking his time.
Golden State.
I think the Warriors are the favorites, but keep an eye on the Heat. Keep an eye on the Cavs. And then I think the Spurs and T-Wolves are lurking as some deep rumor possibilities. Detroit would be interesting. I just don't see him going to Detroit.
No,
I
don't
just
see
can't.
that being a possibility.
I can't really envision that. So get a few shout-outs here on the way out. We will send this on loop. So,
why does two people are saying chicken and rice is elite?
Oh, it's fine.
I had that for dinner last night, but you add a little egg to it.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Yep. Someone says Spurs. What about Jaylen Brown and LeBron to the Cavs? How are you doing that?
That's not possible.
You trade Donovan Mitchell?
You trade Donovan Mitchell. You trade Evan Mobley.
Donovan Mitchell and Max Strus? Also, Donovan Mitchell does not seem like a guy the Celtics would want.
No.
I like D. Mitchell a lot, but an undersized guard who doesn't play defense, that doesn't seem like a Brad Stevens move.
No, that's not a Brad Stevens move at all.
All right, we're sending this on loop. Coming up, Alper and I dive into the latest on LeBron and where he could play next season. Plus, we re-go through the top free agents available and the handful of moves that have happened today, which aren't that many. That's coming up on Loop, NBA Now by Chat Sports. I'm Harrison Graham. He is Brett Alper, and this is NBA Now by Chat Sports. Not a ton going on early on in NBA free agency, but we are officially on LeBron James watch. So we're going to catch you guys up on the latest on the King and take a look at some teams as well. We, of course, are presented by Prize Picks. Subscribe to the channel if you want more NBA content throughout free agency. We'll cover every signing, every rumor, every trade. We're going to be live for the first few days of free agency as well, so subscribe today. And little side reason to subscribe, World Cup streams, baby.
Cup.
All right. Join us, baby.
But
USA, Wednesday night. Let's go.
It's going to be exciting. But I think the most exciting thing about free agency, Harry, is that LeBron, not retiring, announced today that he's continuing his NBA career, but did inform the Los Angeles Lakers that the franchise can move on because he is going to play somewhere else. He spent the last, I think it was since 2018-19
8 seasons, I believe.
Yeah, 8 seasons, the longest that he's been with the team, but he wants to move on, wants to continue his career, end his career with a contending team. And we saw this tweet from Dave McMenamin, who said that he's instructed Rich Paul to talk to everyone around the league and basically, hey, do your job. Go and get some engagement from any sort of team. And he pretty much, they're open to any team that's involved with him, but we have some destinations for you guys in a bit.
Yeah, we'll get to those in a moment. But as expected, Chris Haynes reporting that LeBron will be patient. He's open-minded on where he wants to play, but he wants to have a realistic path to a championship or at least to compete one. He remains committed to playing at the highest level. And that's something LeBron's been on the record for years saying, like, as long as he's playing, he's all in. He's not going to like limp to the finish line here. So if he's playing next season, which all signs point to him doing so, he's going to do whatever he can to try and contend. So there's 3 teams that appear to be the heavy favorites, and then we threw in a couple of dark horses as well. Let's start with who appears to be the favorite, Brett Alper. That is the Golden State Warriors, who Draymond Green opted out of his contract. That was a signal that they were going to make a push for LeBron because that allows them to offer the full mid-level exception if Draymond takes less money. They are not, however, going to be able to trade for Anthony Davis, it appears. In another report, the Wizards have shut that down. So you would be looking at a core of Steph Curry, LeBron, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler, and Kristaps Porzingis. We'll see when Butler's back off the injury.
Yeah.
If they're healthy, that's an intriguing team. It's also an old team, but NBA fans would love to see Steph and LeBron play together.
It would be definitely exciting to see. I mean, we saw it a little bit during the Olympics of LeBron playing with Steph, and I think that's where kind of LeBron got the idea of, hey, I get to play with Steph Curry. The combo of both of them, even though that LeBron kind of has been playing that, hey, I'm going to be the playmaker, I'm going to be the ball distributor, but Steph can still play that off ball. But when you look at kind of what they have right now, you have Steph, you have Brandon Pochemski, I think Guy Santos would probably move to the bench. Draymond Green guaranteed if LeBron goes that he's going to sign for a discount. If you get LeBron, though, it's kind of like you have your core starting 5, which, granted, it's a little bit older. I don't know if they're still going to be able to keep up with the new era of teams that are the top in the Western Conference with the Oklahoma City Thunder and also the San Antonio Spurs, especially when you have an amazing backcourt in San Antonio with, well, you have Wemby at the center position, but also Stephon Castle and Dylan Harper.
Yeah, I think they're backcourt defensively would struggle. Steph doesn't play a lot of defense anymore. LeBron can't keep up with guards defensively anymore. Pods is not really a defender. If Jimmy Butler's healthy, he can defend, but he's coming off a major injury. So I think that's where they would struggle. But I think they could be the 3rd best team in the West after OKC and San Antonio. So, I don't think they're competing for a title, but maybe there's a path to the Western Conference Finals. And if you got LeBron and Steph playing on the same team in the playoffs, that's pretty fun. So we'll see if that is where he ends up going. So that is one of the primary suitors for LeBron James. We'll take a look at some more in just a moment, but we are sponsored by Prize Picks, folks. You pick more or less on player stat projections, 2 or more players in your lineups, and if you hit, you win money. It's as simple as that. The World Cup's going on right now, so you're talking goals, assists, passes, attempts, dribbles, corners, fouls drawn, fouls against, all kinds of stats available. Pick more or less. You qualify for a Prize Picks lineup. I hit a 3-player lineup earlier on Tuesday. Kylian Mbappe and Erling Haaland both scored. Those were both goblin plays, which lowers the payout but easier to hit. And then Prize Picks, which often offers you discounts, a little lightning discount on Kylian Mbappe passes. $10, I won 40, so pretty cool stuff there. You guys can play Prize Picks as well. Get started today. Use code HMA. That's going to get you $50 in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5 lineup. So get started with Prize Picks. Link is in the comments and description of this video. Okay, Alper, the first of 2 potential reunions, the Miami Heat. So the Heat clearly, step 1 is accomplished. They got Giannis. They've got Giannis. They've got Bam. They added Tim Hardaway Jr. because they need shooting now around their big front court. What's intriguing about this one, Alper, is one, Spo and LeBron have a really good relationship. It's also been reported that LeBron and Pat Riley have patched things up. So I think he'd be open-minded to going back to Miami, and he'd probably just be the point guard there. That may not be the case with some of these other teams.
He would definitely be the point guard there. I mean, it depends on what the Miami Heat do. Right now, you just signed Tim Hardaway Jr. He's not going to be the point guard. They have Davion Mitchell, and you kind of have him set in stone as that point guard, but you plop in LeBron, and it kind of allows them to have the perfect front court of Giannis and Bam, and it gives LeBron more space in the offense to kind of be that playmaker. It felt like when he was on the Lakers, it was just like, we're going to load up on LeBron, especially when Luka went down with that hamstring injury, and the Lakers did not really have any other option to be able to put the ball on the floor. For now, LeBron going back to Miami, it provides, I would say, the best championship opportunity for him to get a ring before he retires.
Yeah, you get Wiggins back, who's a good two-way player. He could space the floor as well, help your shooting out. I think the perfect role in Miami would be he starts, but a lot of his minutes are with the second unit. Like, if he can run with the second unit in Miami with some shooters around him, like THJ, Mitchell, and some other guys, maybe they add a player or two, I think that's ideal because Giannis is going to initiate a lot of the offense as well when he's in the game. He's going to be obviously playing with the ones a lot. So, defensively, it would be interesting because you would have 3, 6'9", and taller guys in your starting five. Davion Mitchell can defend guards well, so you would probably start him as well still, I would imagine. I'm not sure who the fifth starter would be. Maybe it's THJ, maybe it's someone else. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think if he goes there and they add a couple more shooters, it's probably his best chance to win a title. I still wouldn't make them the favorites in the East. I'd have New York ahead of them, TBD on Boston, depending on what they do. But I do think you at least would have a puncher's chance.
You also have
in Miami.
You drafted a guy in Ryan Conwell from Louisville who could also shoot all over the court. So that's another shooter that you could possibly go with. Yeah, exactly. For LeBron, and you talked about it, how big their front court is. LeBron kind of would get a break on a little bit of defense compared to if he went to the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, no question about it. And then, of course, the other reunion, it would be a second reunion, is with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Now, what's the role? Because James Harden and Mitchell are going to have the ball a lot, and I don't think one of those guys is off the team if you add LeBron. So I think even more so, this is probably a scenario where he's running with the second team a lot. He would start at small forward, I would imagine. They do need wings, and LeBron would help in that regard. I think you would ideally play him with your second, with your backups quite a bit, whereas Mitchell and Harden are going to initiate the offense with the starters. What does that look like in closing lineups? Who are you running your offense through? That kind of seemed like a problem last year. They could never decide. Is it Mitchell? Is it Harden? Like, where are we going? So they'd have to work through those type of things. But if you're the Cavs, you need wing help, and obviously LeBron, if you can get him on some kind of mid-level type of offer, you may have to move a contract. There's been rumors that they could dump Max Strus somewhere. That would help them offer him, be able to offer LeBron a little bit more than they currently can. That could certainly happen. I don't love, the fit as much as I do with Miami for LeBron in Cleveland, but, there's some nostalgia there. Maybe he would prefer that, so we'll see how big of a push the Cavs make to bring LeBron back to Cleveland.
For me, I feel like if you add LeBron to this team, specifically the Cavaliers, you have, I would probably say, the best starting five in the East with Harden, Mitchell, LeBron, Mobley, Allen, but then after that,
bench sucks.
The bench is just horrific. You have Dennis Schroeder, Sam Merrill, Jalen Tyson. Dean Wade's a free agent, so if you get LeBron, he's probably not going to come out. And you talked about it.
Strus for now, but he's probably gone in that scenario.
Yeah, so after that, you're dealing with Naquan Tomlin, and you're going to have to play Thomas Bryant rotational minutes. Are you going to win when your starting five comes out? Because that was the main problem with the Cleveland Cavaliers against the New York Knicks, is their starting five could last, but we saw, especially in game one when they blew that 20-point lead, once they got tired and you just go straight at James Harden, they're cooked.
Yeah, they don't have backup wings. They don't have a backup center. Could you get Andre Drummond? He's probably an upgrade over a guy like Thomas Bryant. But yeah, the issue with the Cavs is your depth is just not good at all. Whereas at least with Miami, they have a couple of intriguing options they could bring off the bench. So We'll see if Cleveland can make a couple of like fringe roster moves that would deepen their roster and entice LeBron to sign there, which we know he's taking his time here. Where do you guys think LeBron is going to play next season? Right now, the Cavs, Heat, and Warriors, in whatever order you want, as of this moment, feels like Golden State are the favorites to sign him. But if you guys have a prediction, drop it down in the comments. I think a couple dark horses, Alper. I think the Timberwolves and Spurs. There's been some like deep rumor chatter around Minnesota. So that would certainly be interesting. Sam Amick reported that. Apparently, LeBron has pretty strong feelings on Anthony Edwards as a player. So, you go in there, you're probably Edwards' sidekick. So, like, in terms of, like, impactful role, like, maybe Minnesota actually offers him the largest role. They actually have pretty good depth as well. Now, again, it's staying in the West. Is that a better path?
What you want to do?
Is that a better path to a title? I think if you go to Minnesota or Golden State, if LeBron goes to – that's the third team in the West. Can you close the gap on OKC and San Antonio? That's the question. And then that brings me to San Antonio. They're apparently interested in Rui Hachimura. What if you just go get LeBron and you sell him on a role like, hey, you'll start and you'll close lineups. A lot of your minutes will be with the twos, but, like, you can help bring along these young guys. And if they can get him for cheap, I mean, that's a pretty good move for a young, up-and-coming team right now.
Yeah, for the Timberwolves, for me, I look at another thing. Is LeBron going to be able to play with LaMelo Ball? You have kind of that I wouldn't say like the mindset of LaMelo. I mean, there was times when in Charlotte where they benched him at one point. Is he kind of that culture guy that LeBron wants to play with? Is he that type of winning player? They also have Ayo Dosunmu that they just re-signed. Jaden McDaniels is a solid player. You have Terrence Shannon coming off the bench. He would probably be playing with LeBron. I like what the Timberwolves had. They also drafted Isaiah Evans last week. So they have a pretty good, solid team around them. And for the Spurs, you add LeBron, I would probably just say they're the favorite in the West.
I think
no doubt about it. We talked about it earlier. They have the best backcourt in the league. They have Wembanyama, and then you add LeBron for that team to be not only a veteran presence that's better than a Harrison Barnes, who they just re-signed, but also somebody that's going to give you. It could give you a triple-double in any
and they're
night.
so deep, San Antonio, where, like, you could tell them, hey, man, you don't got to play back-to-backs. When we have these obscure road trips, like, we'll limit how, like, hey, give us 50 games in the regular season. We'll keep your minutes down and just be ready to go come playoff time. Like, they don't even need him for the regular season, but, like, he could be the difference in a playoff run because he's been there and done that. So I think that's the intriguing pitch San Antonio could make if they're interested. Not sure if they are, but we know him and Popovich have mutual respect. Pop's not the coach anymore, but he's still involved in the organization, so wanted to include them as well. So those are some teams to monitor. Again, hit that subscribe button. We're keeping an eye on all things NBA free agency. Any big moves, we got that covered for you guys. So hit that sub button, and we will see you guys soon. All right, we're still live, hanging out. Appreciate everybody rocking and rolling with us here on Chat Sports. Still got over 1,000 people watching live. We will take some questions now. So hashtag NBA, or you can super chat to get your questions on the show. While we let the super chats come in, Aaron, the questions come in, let's go real quick through the top 20 free agents, and then we can hit the updated tracker as well.
I like that idea.
Well,
no updates?
If people are just joining us, we can recap all 6 moves. It's been very busy. We can hit on the Kawhi trade too.
The top 5 have not changed at all. I mean, there hasn't been, I don't think, in the top 10. The top 20 has not been anybody in free agency that has signed. You have LeBron at the number 1. Jalen Duren and Walker Kessler are both 2 and 3, but they have that restricted free agency. So if it's a team, let's say like the Los Angeles Lakers, want to go out and sign Jalen Duren, well, the Detroit Pistons have the opportunity to match that deal. They have 48 hours to go and match that contract to bring him back to that said team. Same thing with Walker Kessler. Norman Powell, I don't know if the Miami Heat are going to re-sign him. They just signed Tim Hardaway Jr., so that's an interesting thing. Tobias Harris was a solid player for the Detroit Pistons, number 3 option. He can give you 17 on any given night as he gets up there in a little bit of age. Not sure he's going to get paid that much money. Jonathan Kuminga is your number 6, as the Atlanta Hawks did not want to bring him back on that team option. Rui Hachimura, also the free agent. Quentin Grimes, he spent the last 2 seasons in Philadelphia, a solid shooter, nice 3-and-D player. Not sure if he's going to go back to Philly. Tari Eason, kind of the same thing with the Houston Rockets. And then Peyton Watson coming off a career year with the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah. Anfernee Simons, you kind of wonder, like, is that another, like, type of move the Heat try to make? Depends on what a contract could look like. Bennedict Mathurin. I like Bennedict Mathurin. I'll be curious to see what type of contract he gets. John Collins, Collin Sexton, Kelly Oubre. Honestly, out of all these guys, the most we've heard about is Kelly Oubre. He's going to meet with multiple teams, including the Lakers. He's played well for the Sixers the past couple of years. Dean Wade, who was starting for a conference finals team last year in Cleveland, he's still sitting there at number 16. Luke Kennard, you would think one of these contending type of teams would look to add his shooting. He would fit great with the Heat, by the way. I think he'll probably
Kennard?
I think he'll command more than THJ, so I'm not sure they can get him. They could probably only get him if they could dump Nikola Jovic. Sandro M, obviously. Keon Ellis.
Mamukelashvili.
There you go. And then Nick Richards.
Where's Mitchell Robinson? I heard that he was number 11 on the top free agents.
That's a big miss.
They didn't have him.
Mitchell Robinson should probably be like top 10.
I said he was top 10, and Rolly was like, he's 11. Well, you saw number 11, and he's not there, but he's definitely probably the best offensive rebounder in the NBA.
Anti-Knicks propaganda.
Yeah, Knicks propaganda here, as I'm a die-hard Knicks fan. But
we've never seen anything like it.
Him not being on the list is absolutely ridiculous. He's going to probably command about $60 million, I would assume.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be curious to see if he signs a full mid-level with the team or if a team with cap space signs him.
Take the pay cut, Mitch.
Do the Landry Shamet. Ousmane Dieng, 3 years, 17.5, kicked us off.
Kicked us off.
DeAndre Jordan, year 19.
19. I can't believe
we're
still in the league.
12 years removed from Mark Cuban chasing him in Houston.
Yeah,
even though
and then
that was
you
mostly fake.
You had Blake Griffin taking the chair and propping it in.
Where did they order? KFC? Is that the food they had?
I think maybe.
Or Popeyes?
Something like that.
Tim Hardaway Jr. to Miami. Probably the most noteworthy move up to this point. Bones Highland.
Delaware legend.
To Minnesota. Brandon Carlson, big fan of his work, to Portland. And then Kobe Sanders, your guy.
Kobe Sanders, one of my
Prize
underrated
Picks
players. Yes, the Prize Picks merchant. Shout out to Kobe Sanders. 4 years, $11 million to return to the LA Clippers. I think he's going to get a lot more rotational minutes going into the 2026 season as they traded away Kawhi. They got a lot of players back, but I like Kobe Sanders in this one. Very, very anticlimactic free agency.
I think the reality is until this LeBron situation, like, there's just not going to be a lot of movement. I think that's the next domino. And then after that, we're on Jaylen Brown watch once again.
Yeah.
I think the attention shifts to LeBron, and then it's back to Jaylen Brown. Does a team meet Boston's asking price, or do the Celtics once again try to repair this situation?
We have reached the point in free agency where if you look on ESPN, they're talking top plays for Kawhi with the Raptors 7 years ago, 8 years ago.
God, it doesn't feel that long ago, but it has been. Yeah, no, we're just chopping it up. We'll answer questions for 10 or 15 minutes or so, and if nothing notable happens, we'll send this puppy on loop. Oh, we're one sub away from 435 700, by the way. So
there we
hit
go.
Hit
that
button.
sub button right now, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we've got Bubba 2331. OKC Thunder free agent rumors or trades. I think the one thing to watch is, do they trade Lou Dort or do they just keep him?
Well, they picked up his option for $17 million, which I was a little bit surprised about. They also, the big surprise that I thought after drafting Ademara the 7-foot guy, who I think could be developing into their guy that's going to try and attempt to stop Wemby. I don't think it's going to happen. They signed Isaiah Hartenstein to a $75 million contract.
It's one thing to opt into the team option, but to do an extension.
I was really surprised because I thought he was on his way out the door. They didn't want to keep him. It's going to be hard for the Thunder to make moves because they obviously gave SGA that gigantic contract. They also signed Chet to the big contract, J-Dub to the big contract.
Yeah.
How are they going to fit with some of the
trades? Are really the only things they can look into. I mean, they could trade Lou Dort. My guess is he starts the year with them. They declined Kennard Williams' team option. Does he take less money to come back? He might look to cash in elsewhere. So not a lot going on. Their core is kind of in place. So we'll see if they do anything. They could be like a trade deadline team to watch as
100%.
well. Wish I was a baller, don't we all? You can make $175 million like Tim Hardaway Jr. He says, if we can push this one across, Jack, falling asleep back there. He says if LeBron goes to the Warriors, he can win his 5th chip with Curry, and that will also be Curry's 5th chip. I mean, in theory, yes. I would not bet on it. I will say this. If they want to chip together, that would be pretty legendary if they somehow pulled that off.
If they want to chip together, all you Michael Jordan fans out there can shut up.
I mean, I think that would stamp Curry top 5 all time.
I already have, in my personal
He might be already,
opinion,
but I think that would stamp him top 5.
I have him in the top 10 for sure. I mean, he's the greatest shooter ever. I really think that I think the kind of duo between them two is going to look very well, even at the age that they are
Their
at.
games complement each other very well.
They're going to fit perfectly. Well, that's where I think LeBron is going to go, but we'll see if they can get over the hump of OKC and San Antonio. I have them better if LeBron joins the Warriors. I like them better than the Nuggets. I like them better than the T-Wolves, and I think those are probably your next 2 teams that are in the Western Conference. So I would jump, especially with Jimmy Butler coming back, in, let's say, November, December?
I mean, in this case, you don't even need to rush him back. Just get him ready for the playoffs. Stay afloat. Add him to the mix. It's basically like adding a big free agent. So, yeah, we'll see. Joseph is next up. What do you think about the T-Wolves offseason? Well, they took a swing with LaMelo. We'll see if it works. They didn't have to give up a ton for him, but Naz Reid has played some big playoff minutes for him, so it's not like they gave up nothing. Obviously, they dumped Randall as well. You kind of wonder if they got one more move coming. Like, do they go – if they – I would think they make a call to LeBron. We'll see if he's willing to go there. I think Rui Hachimura is an interesting piece. If they could swing that, they would probably have to do some sort of a sign and trade or dump one of their contracts. But they also probably need a backup center because they
right now, they don't really have one.
They don't really have one, yeah. So – I mean, could they bring in like the classic Andre Drummond type? I mean, those guys are always out there. So
I like their core 5: LaMelo, Anthony Edwards, Ayo Dosunmu, Jaden McDaniels. I'm Jaden Daniels. We're talking football now. Jaden McDaniels and Rudy Gobert. I mean, Terrence Shannon Jr. coming off the bench. I really like them drafting Isaiah Evans.
Yeah, he'll play.
They re-signed Bones Highland, who's going to get minutes for them, no doubt about it.
Yeah, at least in the regular season. So I think they're a deep team to watch for LeBron. We'll see what else they do. Banga. Does Bronny stay in LA or do they trade or cut? Well, his contract's guaranteed.
Smart move by the LeBron camp out there, waiting to say I'm leaving at the day after it goes guaranteed. I mean, with the depth that the Lakers have right now,
play.
He has to play.
Here's the thing about Bron. I know it's kind of a funny bit or whatever. Defensively, he's an NBA caliber player. Can he become a league average 3-point shooter? Like, if he could just become a guy that can catch and shoot and knock down 37% of threes, he'll have an 8 to 10 year career because he can play defense. If you look back at that draft, he would probably go higher in that draft than he did. It was a bit at the time, and it was like, oh, LeBron got him drafted. But, like, he can actually play a little bit. The offensive game just still has a long way to go. I mean, he's good on defense.
If you truly look at what the Lakers have right now, which they don't have anybody.
He's like their 7th or 8th man right now.
He's their backup point guard.
Well, see, the problem, and that is the problem, too. Like, can he improve as a ball handler? Because, to me, you can't play him at point.
He's an
undersized 2 guard.
You drafted Cameron Carr, but you have Luka Reeves, Rory's a free agent, so he's gone. You lost Jackson Hayes because I'm pretty sure he's a free agent too. You have Ayton as your big man. Luke Kennard was one of their main rotational pieces that came in off the bench as their sixth man. He's also a free agent. So now you're left with Jake LaRavia, Maxi Kleber, and as your backcourt.
And Kleber is looking to go to Europe.
And right now your backcourt is Luka, Reeves, Cameron Carr, and Bronny.
Yeah.
Bronny's going to have to play.
Yep. He played some last year, and he wasn't
bad. He was a good rotational player.
Green Caesar, any other free agent targets for the Spurs other than Rui and a pipe dream for me with LeBron? Beyond those guys, their roster's mostly set. I mean, they brought back Champagnie. They brought back Harrison Barnes. I mean, maybe you go after like a Luke Kennard or something like that, add another shooter. I wonder if they try to upgrade over Cornette at backup.
Well,
center.
they did. They drafted the two centers. They drafted Jaden Quaintance and then Terrence Reed.
Yeah, I guess they're going to play.
So
yeah, I mean they're probably
really
pretty much done. I mean, unless a surprise De'Aaron Fox trade pops up, but that feels more like next year at this point. It seems like they're going to run it back with him one more year.
You have that contract going into place. He's making a lot of money.
His value's probably a little down too. They're probably hoping he plays better, then maybe they unload him in a year.
So it's kind of like the Spurs. Yeah, it's only like LeBron or Rui. That's basically it.
I mean, if they got either of those guys, like they just made the finals, and all their guys are going to get better because they're young. So like, if you add Rui, who's an excellent role player that can fit in any team, or LeBron, who's LeBron, like you're going to be in good shape. So if they could get one of those guys, that would be a huge addition, obviously. Mike Dibble at Chat Sports OG.
Mike Dibble!
Do the Hornets do another trade? They've been pretty active. I mean, I don't know what else they got up their sleeve. I mean,
I don't think
do they hunt for Jaylen Brown? They got a lot of picks, so it kind of feels like the next move for them, whether it's now, the deadline, or next offseason, is like they're loading up for a trade. Like, who's the next star that becomes available that they can go after?
Like, I don't think they're going to make any more trades. You kind of got rid of those, I would call them non-winning basketball players in Miles Bridges and also LaMelo Ball. Like, the attitude problems with LaMelo, they benched him at one point because he was playing bad and he was whining and crying about it. They obviously see Brandon Miller as their centerpiece of the future, and they have a whole bunch of shooters. They have a whole bunch of shooters around him. Kobe White is streaky. Christian Anderson is a shooter coming out of college. You have Grayson Allen, who has turned into an absolute sniper in his career. They also have solid players. I really like, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Tijan Salon.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Like, I like him as being an
I think you just
kind
of roll with this young nucleus to start the year, and you see how it goes. I mean, when you traded LaMelo and Bridges, that was kind of what you were doing anyway.
Maybe you go and get a center, because right now you're rocking with Anna Steinbeck and then Moussa Diabate.
They could go
and
sign
Brian
like
Coltbrenner.
You could overpay for Kessler. I kind of wonder if they're in on Kessler.
I would go and do that. You have Kessler as your starter, and then Steinbeck as your kind of backup, because Diabate isn't that kind of a winning. And I like Coltbrenner, but it still feels like that he's not a player.
I don't think he's a starter.
No,
backup maybe, but
Naz Reid's going to start for the first time in his first time in a long time. I'm pretty sure he didn't start much for Timberwolves in his career.
No,
I know he started at some point, like some games.
They
but
used
he was
him as
sixth man. He's
yeah.
sixth man of the year.
No vowels, Cricks. what y'all think about Ja Morant?
Stupid trade.
I don't really get what Portland's doing.
Stupid
You have this like breakout year. You don't want to pay Splitter, so you let him go. And then you're like, oh, we're going to go from this young, fun backcourt to Damian Lillard, who, yes, is a franchise icon, but he's like 36, and he's coming off a major injury. And Ja Morant, who is you can't trust, can't shoot, and has injury problems. Now, I think the Ja Morant, like, discourse has almost gone too far. Like, we act like he can't play at all. Like, he's still solid, but it's like
he took the Grizzlies to the playoffs.
There's a reason his value was non-existent. So
he's also always hurt.
I don't really get why Portland is like, just keep with the youth, like keep building with the young guys. I don't really get it. It's almost like they're just like, well, let's just sell some jerseys. It's like, all right,
I love Denny Avdia. I like how much he's developed into a top NBA
he's
player.
become a good player.
But right now, your guys are, if I'm trying to think of the top of my head, you still have Scoot Henderson.
Shaden Sharp
You have
is still
Shaden
there.
Sharp.
They have too
you
many
have
guards.
Ja.
Drew
You have
Holiday.
Lillard. And
Between
then,
Dame, Ja, Drew Holiday,
who's their
Scoot
center?
Henderson, Klingon. He's a good player.
Oh, it's Klingon.
And he's good, yeah.
So they have a solid core, but like,
You didn't need Ja.
You
You have a
didn't need
million
Ja.
guards. Like, I get you wanted to unload Jeremy Grant, but it's like,
But-
for Ja, like, it's just...
this is going to go into the next question that we have with Ja Morant. Do you see the possibility, because you have so many guards, there's also the rumors of Jaylen Brown, and that is wish I was a baller's next question. Where do you think Jaylen Brown is going, if you could push that over, producer Jack? And could you see the Trailblazers, saying, screw it, we're going to trade for Jaylen Brown and send them Shaden Sharp and Scoot Henderson?
Does Boston do that? I mean, that's...
Well, there's the rumors that they've been talking.
Yeah. Smitty has consistently said he wants Klingon in a trade, but if I'm Portland, I'm not trading
You're not trading Klingon.
So maybe it's like Shaden Sharp, Scoot Henderson, and just a lot of picks. I mean, if I'm Boston, like, I'd rather just try to, like, repair this with
I don't know if
Jaylen Brown.
I don't know if Jaylen
But he
Brown,
might just say, y'all have done this to me multiple times now.
he might just say F y'all.
Screw you. I'm not doing that. So, yeah, Portland's definitely a spot. We just loosely mentioned Charlotte. I wouldn't rule them out. I don't know how many other suitors. Maybe like New Orleans.
Yeah,
Like-
they could go with the Trey Murphy or Herb Jones. I mean,
The Lakers
host
can't
the
get them.
Celtics
They don't
today.
have the assets.
Smitty wants they want Zion
The
Williamson.
other team's Detroit. If they
Yeah.
want to do the Duran sign and trade.
The Duran sign
That's
trade
the
is
other
a possibility.
That's the other possibility.
but then Detroit doesn't have a center.
yeah, then they have again, we talked about this earlier on live. It's like they're only doing that if they have like Mitch Robinson in their back pocket or something like that.
Exactly.
So they would have to get that in order first. Okay, appreciate the super chat from Jesus.
$2. And then Johnson, you coming in with a 2. Brett Alper loves Julius Randle. I'll do what Julius Randle did to us. Shout out to you, Johnson. You.
He's back in New York.
Who? Oh, Randle?
Julius.
Yeah, with the Brooklyn Nets. He was sent to basketball purgatory, where he's going to be a loser for the rest of the time.
All right. We're going to send this to Loop shortly, but we'll get some shout-outs going before we do so. Where will LeBron play next season? He's taking his
Golden
time.
State.
I think the Warriors are the favorites, but keep an eye on the Heat. Keep an eye on the Cavs. And then I think the Spurs and T-Wolves are lurking as some deep rumor possibilities. Detroit would be interesting. I just don't see him going to Detroit.
No,
I
don't
just
see
can't.
that being a
I
possibility.
can't really envision that. So get a few shout-outs here on the way out. We will send this on loop. So,
Why does two people are saying chicken and rice is elite?
well, I mean, it's fine.
I had that for dinner last night, but you add a little egg to it.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
Yep. Someone says Spurs. What about Jaylen Brown and LeBron to the Cavs? Yeah, how are you doing that?
That's not
are you
possible.
trading Donovan Mitchell?
You trade Donovan Mitchell. You trade Nevin Mobley.
Donovan Mitchell and Max Strus? Also, like, Donovan Mitchell does not seem like a guy the Celtics would want.
Oh, no.
I like D. Mitch a lot, but an undersized guard who doesn't play defense, that doesn't seem like a Brad Stevens move.
No, that's not a Brad Stevens move at all.
All right, we're sending this on loop. Coming up, Alper and I dive into the latest on LeBron and where he could play next season. Plus, we re-go through the top free agents available and the handful of moves that have happened today, which aren't that many. That's coming up on Loop, NBA Now by Chat Sports.